Hello and welcome back to the TFT Gizmos and Gadgets OCE Regional Finals for Day 2. My name is Ducky and I am joined here by the wonderful Sleppy here on the analysis couch here for tonight's games. Sleppy, had a great day one. How are you feeling about today?
I'm very excited. Excited to see lots of plays, lots of firsts, lots of um crazy boards.
Merc cash outs?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yep.
Maybe some 3-star 4 cost, maybe a 3-star 5 cost? We were building towards that yesterday a little bit.
We almost got there and then yeah,
It just
it
didn't
didn't
happen.
see.
No,
Yeah.
it didn't happen.
Saving it for today.
Well, we hope that they're saving it for today because honestly, today is one of the most important days in the run through to the TFT Gizmos and Gadgets World Championship. We've got a lot to cover today. Obviously, yesterday we had 24 players. We're running in today with 16 players. This is the format for this weekend as a whole, as you can see from day one. That's all gone and past. We're now looking at that middle column there with 16 players right now, but only 8 will make it through tomorrow. Half the lobby will be cut. And then leading into tomorrow's games, we'll see the top 8 play 6 games to send 2 players back to the World Championship and 2 players for the first time, Sleppy.
Like it's such a I feel like it's such a big difference having two players instead of one. It's just one more huge opportunity. It's really
Yeah. Yeah, and obviously, like, we've got a lot of great players in this region that, we've been speaking about them, not just yesterday, but the entire way through the, I guess, the whole Set 6 format so far. And we will bring up those players down the line a little bit here in this pre-show as we kind of talk through about it. But I guess, yesterday we brought up a lot of names like Angora, Escher. Those are obviously like the big names that get thrown around quite a lot. But I generally think, like, when we're looking at the format generally, you've still got to make it through to tomorrow before you can even think about Worlds. And today is the most cutthroat day of them all.
like today the stakes are very high. You know, you've gotten through day one. You avoided the bottom eight, but you gotta be in that top eight to make it to tomorrow to have a chance.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing is, it's like you're going from cutting just a third of the lobby, because it was 24 down to 16, and now it's 16 down to 8. It's a half. And like, yeah, sure, you can argue that, 8 down to 2 is such a harsh cut. As we bring up the scores from yesterday, as you can see, the bottom 2 players will be playing in today's games, whereas the right-hand side column there with Obo, Maximum Bloke, Perfect Slumbers, Jim Jam, Matt, Colorful Claire, and Chunga, they're all gone. They were eliminated yesterday. And look, Claire and Chunga, they weren't necessarily the most prepped, and we knew that coming into the tournament, but I'm really surprised down the bottom there to see like a name like Slumbers.
Yeah, Slumbers was doing great, in the first 2 or 3 games. I'm pretty sure he was somewhere close to the top eight, but just, you let your guard down.
Wasn't it like 887? It was like their final placements or something? Like it was something like that, and that's just such a tragic, like to get 4 points in your final 3 games, you're like, oh, I'm so close to making it. And then it just happens. But that's the nature of TFT, right?
It is, and you never know how the games are gonna go. You might be a little bit relaxed, and then you just get, a certain set of augments, certain items. It can happen to anyone.
Yeah, and look, we can talk about a couple more names on there. Obviously, in the middle of the pack there, we had Escher. Escher right down the bottom just made the cut, as Escher does. What he did in set 5, that's how it got him to Worlds in the first place.
Like, one might be saying like, oh, he might be sweating a little bit, but I think this is exactly his comfort zone. He did this last set. He made it to Worlds. I think he's fine.
Yeah, look, he has been pretty good, and like we spoke him up a little bit yesterday in scrims, like in the lead up to yesterday. I mean, was loving that 6 striker board. Almost got it to work in the final game with that Irelia. It was 1 off the Irelia 3.
Very, very close, but the loaded dice just didn't give him that final Aurelia, unfortunately.
Yeah, maybe he'll find more luck with the Sivir. We are going to have a quick look at the prize pool for tonight. We have spoken about the world slots, but there is a handy $6,600 up for grabs across the Oceanic Gizmos and Gadgets Regional Finals. As you can see, $1,400 for the winner, and a couple more $1,000 spread across second and third. But really, Sleppy, it's the world slots that matter the most.
Definitely. Those prestigious world slots.
Yeah. Yeah, and we're going to look, I guess, at more players, I guess, to talk about just before we throw it into the game. Do you want to bring up Angora? Like, yeah, we spoke him up so much heading into tomorrow. And he didn't even place top 2 once. His highest placement was a 3rd.
I think I talked about it a bit too much yesterday, so I'm gonna try not to mention his name today. I really want him to make it through to tomorrow. I'm not gonna curse him now.
I think it will be really good for the region. I said it yesterday, if Angora makes it through, he's been the most consistent player this set. But just before we do throw it into Game Slappy, I want to grab your quick prediction for who do you think is going to qualify for Day 3?
I'm going to put my money on probably Datra today. He didn't win, but he had a lot of top fours yesterday.
Yeah, personally, I'm going to go for KMP. Played some absolutely amazing AP boards with some Arcanists, some twin shots. Had that Arcanist Kai'Sa in Game 3 to get the dub. But I'm going to throw it over to the trusty casters of Genome and Frosty for their own predictions and also running us through Game 1.
Thank you so much, Ducky. We're here ready for the first game of Day 2. And yeah, look, all right, let's have a think about who we think is going to get through Day 2. Of course, I'm Genome, joined by Frosty here. My bet actually is going to be Gidoff today, because if we were looking at him yesterday, Merc till he dies, very first or 8th, but, he got through in 10th place, and that's, more than sort of halfway up there, and I think today he might be able to actually Mort dog his way into the final day. What about you, Frosty?
Well, I mean, Fortune Chosen does have Fortune in the name, and as we all know, Fortune was the original Mercenaries here, so I think I'm going to have to pick Fortune Chosen today. But we've got an absolute ripper of a game for game number 1 coming up in just a second here. Now, we had a little bit of a rocky result here and there, but I think the one play that I really wanted to highlight was Yushu. We didn't talk a heck of a lot about having the best result by a clear margin yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, he did pretty damn well, right? He came out with 3 wins, equal highest next to KNP, who also had 3, and they both actually got 5 top 4s as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to start off by spectating, it would appear, Angora, our number 1 superstar of today, who has started off with a chain vest. But yeah, as the caster said earlier, is it really a superstar performance that he's had here on day number 1?
Well, no, like coming in through as rank number 13 out of 16. Well, yeah, I don't know about that. I think there's a lot of people like yourself who do sort of, hold him in that sort of vaunted status there as the number 1 player in the region, because he has proven that recently, coming out with a couple of number 1 finishes across the MSI, across the Challenger Series, and I mean that's a pretty good resume.
Yeah, definitely. But looking at the gameplay yesterday, wasn't playing so hot. I have to admit, it almost felt uncharacteristic, coming into this event here where he was making some pretty critical misplays. But we're going to pick out our first augment of the bunch here. And I mean, looking here, these are an interesting few.
Yeah, look,
but I think the grab bag is definitely the safest of the bunch.
Yeah, the other 2 were shoehorning you like immediately, and at 1-4, you haven't seen a Cho yet. You're not rocking out with an orb that's giving you an MF or a GP maybe. So it felt like those options too, like 2 of those 3 options there, honestly, just weren't even in play. The grab bag was kind of really the only way Angora could go there. And especially when we think about his play style and, what this guy is known for, that kind of flex play style. He doesn't want to be put, with the shackles on him immediately from 1-4.
No, definitely not. So I think this is really going to play into this playstyle here. And this is a good selection of items as well. Has got a sword, but 2 rods on there is probably going to mean that it's probably going to be a little bit more of an AP style here. And we saw that AP yesterday had a little bit of success behind it.
Yeah, look, I mean, we have done some, gone through and had a look at some comps from our first day of play, and yeah, look, I gotta say, Ari didn't do as well, but I think as you pointed out, there were a lot of Ari players in the 1 lobby, so maybe those stats were a little bit skewed because they were, less than 4.5, that kind of break-even point, right? Arcanist also was just above that. It was sort of running a little bit lower than average, but then comps like Renata actually doing fantastic. We didn't have quite as many of them, but she was almost up at an average placement of 3.
Yeah, which is absolutely insane because we were talking about the pace of the meta yesterday, and we expected these lightning fast lobbies, which Renata really doesn't do a hell of a lot well in. Is Renata more of that slow burn champion that we expect to see? And more often than not, it seems like it's more tailored to a lobby, and I'm surprised with OCE's players being able to pick out that right lobby, that right moment, to pull out the Renata there and find success with it.
Yeah, because, you know, if we're talking about what's driving that really fast playstyle, right, it's the strikers boards.
Yeah.
And when we look through our stats, the most stark thing that we saw out of everything, strikers were played roughly 4 times as much as the next most played composition. That is just bonkers.
It really does go to show you just how popular it is, but also why we see it perhaps not performing so well, because it's so heavily contested at this point.
Now, you say that, Frosty, but it still performed better than average. It was
did.
that contested that there were roughly a third of the comps yesterday that we saw was striker, and yet somehow it still performed above average.
Absolutely, and as we see, Gidoff here has already got that 4 brews up, and that is sort of the baseline that you really want to be going with this Renata composition here, you know, making use of that really strong front line, providing a heck of a lot of HP to the rest of the team there so that you can give your Renata enough time to burn it down. Looks to be like, I mean, Gidoff might be trying to pivot towards that right now.
Yeah, well, he already had 2 of the best in slot items for Renata, right? If he wanted to make the Morellos and the Hextech Gunblade, they were already on his bench with that. Actually, no, I'm thinking of the other player who grabbed the couple of components early on. Getting ahead of myself. Okay. No, he was playing Clear Mind. Yeah, which, you know, is always a fun one to see how they get through the early game and how you can translate that sort of, you know, early game advantage into something in the late game.
Yeah, now we're going to be spectating Susu, who's come in rank number 4. Had a really good performance yesterday, and I got to say, the top 4 points-wise were way ahead of everyone else. You know, I think it was Yoshu was up around 43 points yesterday, and I think going down into day trade there was something like 35. So these top 4 players had a really good performance, and Susu not one that we usually talk a lot about here, but has slowly been creeping up in the tier lists.
Yeah, I mean, 4th is a fantastic effort out of the 24 players we saw yesterday, and as you said, they sort of had a good margin between them and the rest. That said, look, coming up against Angora, then we were wondering if, you know, he had those kind of items that might lean in one way. He's actually gone for a little bit more of a safer option there. I think we saw an Ionic Spark and the second, what was that? The Locket.
There we go. There we go.
It's because I never use it. That's why.
Oh, that's fine. But what's really interesting to note there is that Angora won with Mercenaries there and was trying to start off with a lose streak. So slamming those items down has actually kind of worked against him and stopped the momentum from going. And it's kind of unfortunate because you don't want to start off by winning with this. You want to start off with a few losses, get a half-decent cash out first, and then try to, you know, on stage 4, get that big cash out and continue the game from there on.
Yeah, I mean, why do you think he slammed those items then, Frosty? Because if we're looking at this board, right, I mean, he had a 2-star, you know, the Cassidy, which I think I saw some stats at one point, actually, out of a Reddit post that was saying that a 2-star Cassidy gives you one of the highest chances to, you know, win streak through stage 2 out of almost any of the sort of 2-star, 1-star, 2-star 1-cost champions that you can pick up in stage 2. So not only does he have that great frontliner there, but he slammed the 2 items as well. And it kind of feels like, I mean, if you're really going for the win streak, right, you kind of have to sack, and you wouldn't be slamming items, I would have thought.
Well, usually most mercenary players are trying to play for that lose streak, but I mean, if you're strong enough, especially with so many item components early, then you're going to end up winning a heck of a lot. As we see Dojo Mojo here, who has done exactly that, has slammed a Sunfire Cape and a Locket, 2 really strong early items there, and is continuing to streak with this hodgepodge of units.
Dojo Mojo yesterday, honestly, probably the most high roll game we saw out of anything. He got a massive 5 Merc cash out during one of the games yesterday and just ran away with it after that. I think he maybe didn't even lose for the rest of the game. He was sitting on 22 health and got like a 15 win streak to finish off on or something like that. It was a pretty dominating sight if you've ever seen one. But he's taken Triforce to start off with. If we look at the items he's slammed and what he's kind of running on his board here, What do you see in his future? Get the crystal ball out, Frosty.
So usually when I envision Triforce, I'm envisioning some sort of twin shots. And we did see that twin shot did have a really big success rate yesterday when it didn't low roll. And you know, it came out at a roughly around a 4 average there. But the thing that I'm noticing here with Dojo's board is that these items just really aren't going to work well. With twin shots here, you've got 2 defensive item components, so it's got me considering the fact that, you know, where exactly is this heading right now?
Well, yeah, because you think about the kind of front lines you run when you're running twin shot, and, you know, there's a couple of options there, right? Like, sometimes you can run, you know, some Yordles, sometimes you might go bodyguards, maybe even a Morgana in there if you're, you know, you're rolling on 7 and trying to get those 3 costs. And you're finding a lot of those as well. So I feel like, you know, maybe if you had the enchanters in there, you're going for that sort of 3 socialite twin shot where you're stacking the GP, maybe even the Lucian on there as well. You know, the extra shielding buff that you get from the enchanters, the Locket can benefit from that. I don't know. Is that maybe an angle that he could be thinking about at this point?
Well, I mean, there is also just the other option that, you know, perhaps you're using Triforce as an early game augment and then you try to transition out of it later on. Just because you pick up the augment early doesn't necessarily lock you into something there. You know, picking up something that like armor plating doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to have to go for Colossus. It just means that it's probably a good idea to try to make something work with it.
Well, Yush is going for an innovator. He's gone for keepers here, actually, which wasn't an augment we saw picked a huge amount in the day before. InnoFlex. Actually, I was quite surprised at how few players were picking up Innovator yesterday. But that said, when they did, they were hitting, and it definitely was performing well above average.
Yeah, I mean, I really got to question just how much the Toma traits plays into that there genome. You know, we are still playing on patch 12.4, so the chance for getting an Innovator heart is still definitely there, right? So, honestly, it feels like it is one of those high roll compositions that we don't talk about a heck of a lot. I feel like Irelia is the new standard, right? Strikers with Irelia. And it's a lot easier to hit Irelia, even in lobbies where it's so contested, rather than trying to go for this Innovator 7, you know, trying to play these really strong Innovator boards.
Innovator Soul is also, yeah, as you said, kind of that's still an option as well. You know, that was taken out in 12.6, but if we do see some prismatic options here, that could show up potentially at 3.2 or 4.6.
I was wondering when we were going to be seeing this here from Gidoff. This is what I like to call Gidoff aggression here, right? You don't typically see this from other players' genome. Gidoff plays hyper-aggressive in these lobbies where he doesn't hit this mercenary playstyle here. It is a very first or eighth playstyle, but you know what it guarantees? It guarantees the fact that you're going to hit high-quality units earlier than other players here. You know, and it doesn't necessarily matter if you're on a win streak or not. In fact, Gidoff's on a 4-lose streak right about now, but Gidoff just decides that, no, I will go level 7, I will try to play for these really strong units, and I will try to make the rest of the lobby bleed out.
Yeah, well, he's trying to make the most of Clear Mind at this point, right? And, you know, that gets him to 7 so early, and then obviously he's just actually, you know, tried to roll down a little bit, and it's hard to keep your strength up when you're suffering and really not getting that much of a chance to get the 2-star units on the board. So it does feel like you kind of have to do big roll downs all at once to try and combo with that gold augment. But he's gonna get a look at his second one here now. Ooh, interesting options. Not sure if those ones are really the... don't think he's hit the nuts there.
No, I have to agree with you there. You know, second win too, it's a fine sort of a thing, but realistically, it's more likely the knife's edge more than anything else. As we've moved over to TXE, he finds himself in the middle of a choice as well, has gone for that item grab bag once more, the component grab bag there, and is also rocking the back foot. So we're seeing more of this typical style that we've seen in previous sets where a lot of players choose to carry this Ezreal, you know, trying to also fit in an Innovator perhaps. But what this really says to me is that TXE is probably trying to look to play something towards Draven like the one he's got on this bench here. But it's not quite as powerful as just having a 2-star Ezreal.
No, well, Draven wasn't performing particularly well yesterday. He's actually going to sell that and just swap the Draven straight in right now. I mean, it does have the back foot, so having the Rage Blade on there as well, it's got that extra ramp. Doesn't actually have Challenger in yet, which is a little bit of a problem, but I'm sure he will remedy that eventually if he really wants to stick on this Draven.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that really sticks out to me is the Nikos, right? He's got a Nikos on bench here. If there is a Draven on this carousel, that's a Draven 2 at 3-5. That is an insane power spike. But looking at the traits here, there is nothing. You mentioned it earlier, there's no Challenger. There's no Debonair in here either, Genome. So it's going to have to be something where we're going to see TXE probably just wait until 4-1 here and then a big roll down for some of these core pieces.
It's a bit of a wild set of traits he's got on the side. Yeah, perhaps. I mean, Yordle's in there, so I guess it's a little bit more of an econ-focused start for TXE, which would make sense considering he is well at the bottom of the lobby at 44 health at 3-4.
Definitely not a great place to be in, but I mean, what's really interesting is we've seen kind of the dynamics of these lobbies over day number 1, where we had a lot of players that felt like they were in this really big high roll position, right? 100 health versus the rest of the lobby, which are at 50 health. It seems to me like with game number 2 here, that dynamic is not really continuing as much as we see. It's a lot more closer together.
All right, well, there's the Draven 2. Asking, ye shall receive. The Nikos not even needed. He's just gonna pull that one straight out of the bag. Does he keep rolling here and try and hit some of those extra traits that we talked about, or is the Draven 2 just by itself? And it's VIP as well, we should point out.
Yeah. I mean,
and you got to remember, Debonair isn't active right now. That your chances of hitting the VIP unit go up dramatically if you have the Debonair activated. So that's a bit gross.
I don't really need to use my big caster brain for this moment here, Genoma, because I gotta say, that's pretty good, but you know what else is pretty good? Turns out Daytred has a big old Clapio right there and is just proceeding to destroy TXE's Draven 2 with a Chemtech.
Chemtech Clapio. Is he just into alliteration? Is that what's going on here?
I could not tell you even if I tried.
That is, wow, that's interesting. We actually did see one Clapio player yesterday, just one. They went 8th.
I am not surprised. It wasn't even just, an attempt at Clapio. It was a full-on Clapio 2 with an Infinity Edge, with a Last Whisper, with a Ginsu. Somebody really tried to make that work. It didn't.
Yeah, well, we'll see if Gidoff can do this one a little bit better there. He's it's also on the Socialite Hex, but having a look at Daytred at the moment, who's sitting on 5 Innovator. He's got the, that's the Cybernetic Uplink.
I do believe you're correct, giving that extra health and mana there as well as the component grab bag. Seems to me like everything is just slowly coming together here. And looking at these items, this is mostly what we talk about when we say innovators, right?
Yep.
These aren't really Irelia items here. It's got the Shojin, has got the Morello here, and it's just a really strong mid game that is going to rely a lot on hitting that Jace 2 for a lot of power going into the game.
Yeah, it is, but I mean, you really want that Seraphine 2 as well here, because it just depends, on Innovator, which way you kind of go with your items, what gets given to you and how you want to play that out. So the fact that he's got the Shojin and the Morellos, they're kind of those 2 key items on the Seraphine. Look, she can pump out good numbers of damage if you're getting her up to 2-star there.
Absolutely. I think the main strength of the Seraphine is just the overall utility behind the champion. Not only does it deal a lot of damage, it provides a lot of healing to your team, and it provides attack speed as well. But I think the big thing is all 3 of those combined is that Innovators play a lot of units. So you're more likely to be getting these big heals off and, just getting a lot of value out of it, which just makes your team feel unkillable.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a couple of items on the Ezreal there on that previous board. I mean, with the Static Shiv, are you expecting that to go across to the Jace, or would you put that on the Seraphine? If, let's say, you've got a 2-star Seraphine, you've hit 1-star Jace at that point, where are you throwing that?
I think it benefits more on the Seraphine more than anything else there, but more often than not, I think you're more trying to wait and see exactly what's happening. Do you get gifted more items that benefit the Seraphine? For example, do you hit, say, a death cap or something of the sort there? Because that's going to go better onto your Seraphine than it is to the Jace there. So I think Innovators is really flexible when it comes to itemization.
Well, Daytred certainly meeting, or Donnie's meeting his match right now. Daytred definitely has the stronger Innovator board, and it's a pretty crushing victory there, especially considering Donnie has kind of rolled down at level 7. There's the options right now for him are dwindling.
Oy.
And okay, all right,
Oi,
he,
oi.
he wouldn't mind a Nico's on the bench right now, because that's the second Jace. Actually goes past the Seraphine, but I guess if we're looking around, this might be more of I mean, no, this isn't the sniper comp, so it's really, yeah, it's more of the Renata bruisers, but you know, opting to play enforcers as well there with the Jace on the back line.
Yeah, Angora, we saw them earlier on in the game rocking that 4 bruiser there, you know, kind of giving an idea of where Angora would like to be going. You know, I think that we saw Angora having a little bit of success with the Renata composition, so maybe that's just where they're trying to go in terms of this game. You know, maybe in this tournament they've just said, look, strikers aren't working for me. I've tried every single other thing under the sun here, but this Renata composition does. So, you know, let's just keep trying to make it work here. But I mean, Irelia with all this healing is just so hard for Renata to try to burst through that more often than not, it just ends up not working out, and you see that as Angora takes another loss here.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got Irelia 1, it feels like there's that option of, you know, she gets targeted by too many units all at once at the start. You know, you can kind of chip her down, but she did have the Edge of Night there as well, and that provides that well-needed reset for her to deal with the rest of the team. All right. I mean, look, Angora has moved up to level 8 now. There's no gold left. Gidoff has just done the same, and he's managed to get the 3rd Socialite in here. You can see Seraphine on the right side there has allowed him to play Lapio here with 3 Socialite.
Yeah, I worry about this board from Gidoff though, because it doesn't have any anti-healing here. So one of the big things in this meta is that if an Irelia goes unchecked, it can be incredibly hard to stop it. But I don't see this Irelia on Yushu's board anymore. It seems like it got absolutely deleted by the claps from Galio here. Just look at this thing pumping out a ton of damage. We'll have to see whether it can get through the Vi or not with this Bramble Vest, but the Bramble Vest did get a bit of a nerf. It's gone down to 75%.
Yeah, not quite as good versus the Clapio anymore. And finally, I'm not sure if that was just the overtime or was the Chemtech proc there, but Clapio finally picks up a little bit of speed. You know, often you would like to see, say, a Rage Blade or something like that on a Clapio to really kind of get him ticking over. Oh, no. Zuzu takes the second one, so Gidoff with very little gold left probably would have loved to see that second Galio off carousel there just to give him the option of getting to Galio 2 sooner with how big of an upgrade that is in this composition.
Yeah, definitely. I think the one thing I'm a little bit concerned with here is that Gidoff may be too narrowly focusing on this Clapio, and that you know, other options may become available that he just might not focus on here. Say, for example, Jace could use this IE and this Chemtech spat fairly well, and that's a really solid composition that we know has worked out for a ton of different players here.
Yeah, you can see he's got the about... Nope, okay, he's going to sell that, all right. Colossus as an option, gone out the window. But he's got one more augment left, and obviously with Clear Mind, he's done away with that now, essentially. It's got him to level 8, it's done its job, and now it is time to start building that bench up and trying to cap out the board.
Yeah, and it comes up against the Innovator board from Daytred here, who is the strongest player in the lobby right about now. Big Galio Slam coming down. Big knockups, but there's just so many threats on the side of Daytred. It just feels like it's so hard to get through everything. Second Galio cast coming in, but the healing is so much that even Daytred's thick board just can't do anything to this Galio.
Damn, son. I mean, yeah, look, gets the resets with his ults, and then also has that Chemtech healing on the way in between is actually pretty cool. Having a look at his options here, a couple of cybernetic ones. I mean, he's got 5 traits active at the moment, so Stand United gives him some okay value, but yeah, okay, he's going to go for the cybernetic uplink, not the shell in the end. What do you think about those two? What do you, in that particular option, shell versus the uplink.
I can see where his thinking is coming from, right? He wants to try to get these consistent Galio casts coming through, and the uplink is really going to help with that because the Galio is just staying alive for so long, especially with the Chemtech proc. But I wanted to direct our attention over to Donnie's board here, and this just seems like an absolute disaster. You know, Donnie trying to roll it down, trying to hit this Civ 2, trying to find literally any sort of direction, and has just not been able to put together a solid board.
Oh man, he's got the Oriana with no mana generation items, trying to rock a Morellos is not exactly what you want.
No.
I mean, the Braum one, it's trying to be tanky, but I think, what is it, 1100 base health or something there. It's a little bit, as you say, of a disaster here from Donnie, and I think this could be the last breath he takes in game one. Silco way too strong.
Yeah, it seems like the caster curse really did come true here. We did get a bit of a mention that Donnie would be moving on to day number 3 here, but I guess we'll just have to see how he performs in the next few games. Moving over to TXE's board, who we did identify as a little bit of a power point, that is 5 Dravens already. 5 Dravens. A Draven 3 is very, very possible for TXE in this game.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. The Nikos is there, right? So, you know, he really only needs 3 more to get all the way there. And Draven has been very uncontested. I mean, I think even in a lot of the Warwick reroll boards we've seen, you know, there's been a lot of like Double Trouble and other stuff going on. We haven't even seen Draven come in that much as just like a challenger trait bot, right? He's almost completely uncontested. And as you say, unlike Aurelia, who is the flavor of the day, essentially. Draven, a lot more chance that we can see him get up to the gold rank here.
Well, it's almost, with the odds and how they work, it's almost going to prove to be better for it because as many forecasts are taken out of the pool there means that you're more likely to hit these Dravens. So if everyone is trying to contest these Irelias, you're more likely to hit the Draven 3. Azaria, nice pickup though, a really good secondary carry as TXE is taking a big roll down here. But I have to question whether he's rolled a little bit too much. You know, TXE's already really strong in this spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's 5-1. He's still trying to figure out where these last couple of items go. You can see he pops the chain onto the Echo there and gets a great scrap roll with the Frozen Heart. Exactly what you want out of that. As you said, he picked up the Zeri, actually picked up a second one. Both of those came from that last roll we just saw. And as you said, looking pretty strong.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, he's been on a 7-win streak for this entire time, and I don't think it's any question why he's been on a 7-win streak, simply because the Draven, when you have its fully itemized Draven, it's really strong. The problem is trying to get there in the first place, and that's where a lot of players struggle, is that Draven 1 is not really a good unit.
Yeah, Draven 2 with VIP.
Is a good
unit.
He's
managed to build out those traits. He's now got the Debonair. He's got the Challenger. He's got Clockwork even. To help him out on that a little bit. Even chucks the Jin in now just to help. Oh, okay. Well, we've got one more. Is he feel unlucky, Punk? Is he? Okay, we'll find
I guess
out.
we'll just have to wait and see now, won't we? But we're going to move over to Gidoff, who was our Clapio player here, who's come up against Yush, and that's an Irelia too, with perfect itemization being rolled off of the scrap there. The IG going to be coming in clutch, and it just is not taking any damage. Clapio comes down, just trying to put down a lot of pain onto this Blitzcrank here, but the Irelia just works so fast.
Zac and Vi trying to hold the fort really as the Clapio does the damage, and sure, he's got enough health to knock them up, but without the 2-star, Gidoff just doesn't have enough to take it through. And who was it on the couch that was predicting Donnie?
Oh, you know, I don't want to name names here. I think we're just going to, you know, we'll let them confess themselves there. But we've moved over to Daytred here, and
Well, I was just wanting to point out that, you know, I had Gidoff as my pick as well. So if one of the couch picked Donnie as well, then the Caster Curse is definitely alive and real.
well, TXE still alive, and we'll have to see how Fortune Chosen is doing, because those were my two. I didn't say TXE, but he is my secondary choice
Mate,
in there
no,
anyway.
No, look, if it's not recorded on camera, I'm not giving it to you,
All
Frosty.
right,
Sorry.
fine. That's fine. Anyways, we've got Daytrade here, who has got an absolutely rockin' innovator board right about now. Is not going to be able to hit that 7 innovator with the dragon unless there is a very fortunate carousel coming up. But you just see the ability of this flexible innovator board with this powerful Sivir, with this Seraphine as well. It's so tough to deal with. But look, there's 2 Dravens on bench here. He's fully aware that TXE is about to hit.
Someone's thinking ahead. Someone's trying to play spoiler here. A Debonair emblem on the carousel could be yet another buff to that Debonair Draven board, however. But I really just, I love how flexible and the direction that Daytrade has gone with this innovator board here. I mean, that's why when we sort of putting our stats down about it, we're calling it the Flex board, right? Because there's just so many options. And I've got to say, this is one that I hadn't actually seen very much before, where he's running, the Hextech Striker option, where you just splash in the Jarvan as well as the Sivir. And, alongside that Seraphine, who was pumping out the damage, did get that Static Shiv, as we were talking about earlier as well. Just seems to be a nice little splash in there to give it the extra, to have the AD alongside the AP damage.
Yeah, the reason why we don't see a lot of players typically going for it is fairly committal early on in the game, where you do really want to be playing these innovators early, right? You can't really afford to be holding too much gold into these innovators without, fully committing to the board. So we're going to take a little detour from that there, and we're going to talk about Dojo Mojo here, who is trying to rock this twin shot board, who has run into Daytrade and is unfortunately just that little bit too strong, Dojo Mojo's board there was fine after hitting that Lucian 3, but, I mean, Daytrade's just that strong, Genome.
Yeah, and look, we're going over to TXE again here to have a look. Hasn't had any further luck with the Draven. Will he keep pushing his luck? I guess we'll find out. But sitting at 13 gold on a 10-win streak does make me, really think about what you said before. Had he gone a little bit too early with that roll, why did he need to push his luck? Why couldn't he just sit on that 50 gold? Because really, there weren't a lot of other upgrades to get, right? Like, sure, you might hit the Zeri 2. He's got the Jin 2 now as well, just giving a little bit of that extra chip damage. Looks like he has picked up that Debonair emblem, which has only moved him up to 4, however. So it gives Braum some extra stats, but not necessarily moving it up into that silver trait status. But if he'd been earning that extra, gold income this entire time, Frosty, who knows, maybe you would have had enough to find that extra Draven by now.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just one of the big traps that you can fall into, is when you're so desperately looking for this massive power spike that you commit so hard to it. And TXE, we already know that TXE was really strong, but realistically, what have they hit in this time? They've hit a Jin 2, they've hit some Zeris in there as well, but I mean, Jin 2, not exactly the all-star carry that we know and love it. It's hit a few Leonas in there. It's fine. But it's not really anything too big, right? And it's so hard to say whether, rolling down here, especially when your odds are so low, that this is correct.
Well, he's got 38 health as well. I mean, he could have taken that roll down after he took the first loss and still potentially had another 2 lives to go with.
That's right. And I think that's the way that I think I would have preferred to have played, where you slow roll it. If you end up taking a loss there, then that's when you try to go for this big roll down.
Look, I hope attack speed isn't your flavor of choice here against TXE, because he's just picked up a second Frozen Heart. The front line's already got one on the Leona, and now chucking that one on Echo as well is going to give him coverage across most of the board. Yeah. Honestly. Look at this Ari comp here. We've got 2 Chalices for Zuzubird.
Yeah, really interesting, though. There's an itemized Jin there as well, and that's not something that you end up seeing a heck of a lot. Coming up against Yush, and Yush is a little bit strong right about now, and we've been seeing a kind of a tone down in the amount of strikers in the lobby here, but this Ari going into the middle of the squad is almost spelling disaster for Zuzu here.
I mean, it's not even the strength of it, right? It's just the fact that Zuzu couldn't position around a Blitzcrank. We're in stage 6. We're in day 2 of the regional finals. Come on, you can't get caught off by a Blitzcrank.
Easier said than done. Easier said than done. Sometimes you have no choice but to sacrifice to the gods. That is Blitzcrank here, as we notice that Zuzu goes out, and Gora has also gone out in 5th here. So we're left with our top 3. You know, we've seen Yush. Yush had a great showing yesterday, our #1 player, but also Daytred 5th. TXE barely squeaked in at 14th there, so it's having a really good showing to start off today.
Well, looks like TXE is perhaps trying to make up for some of his earlier transgressions here, and he's let the econ rise back up a little bit here. He's almost back up to full interest here at 42, and will be after this turn should he choose not to roll. And you know, look, frankly, why would he? He's still winning. He's still ahead of the rest of the lobby. 12 wins in a row. That means there's essentially no one on the board right now that is strong enough to deal with TXE. Whether it's a 2-star Draven or a 3-star Draven, frankly, as I say that, almost loses. But
almost, but not quite. The really interesting thing that I want to note is that Daytred has a Draven 2 on the bench there. So, you know, there's only a certain amount of Dravens that you can end up getting before the option is taken away there. So maybe TXE once again is going to feel pressured into rolling.
How many, Frosty? Give me the number.
I do believe, if memory serves me correctly, it is either 12 or 13.
Okay, for 4 costs.
Yes. Don't tell me I'm wrong here on this one.
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. I think it's 10 for 5 costs.
It is,
right?
yes.
So, and you get a couple more in the bank for the 4 costs. But yeah, as you say, I think it's once you. Oh yeah, how many do you need to like deny? Actually, no. Even then, he might be okay because he's got the Nico. So you'd have to take out even one more out of the pool than usual to actually 100% deny him being able to get to the 3-star Draven.
Well, it wasn't always that way. There was a point in which even trying to Nico a champion there would take away that ability where, you know, if everything was out of the pool, you just couldn't end up doing it.
Just bounce straight off it.
But nowadays, Riot is a little bit more kind with our options there, and that is a Draven, and Daytred's going to end up taking it here.
And I mean, it's got a Thieves' Gloves on
That's
it. Like
it.
It's not even like you're taking it just to deny at that point. It's a great choice of item to pick up. I mean, looking at what was available, lots of components, certainly a bit ugly, but yeah, look, the Banshees is quite nice as well.
Yeah, some really good, solid choices as well in the other items there. A Shroud and a Trap Claw.
We've just seen Daytred go up to 9 here, so might even have an extra option to chuck this Thieves' Gloves on. He actually hits the Aurelia 2. That's going to go straight in, give him 2 Striker, unless he had another 2 Striker that he just sold. It's all happening far too fast for me to comprehend, but he's going to end up putting the TG there onto Jinx, who eventually will jump into someone with that Sunfire Cape.
And this is a big 4-scrap board from Daytred as well. This could be exactly what he needs against TXE. You know, just this extra shield, being able to provide that little bit more tankiness and time for the Sivir to go to work here. We're going to have to see exactly how this fight ends up playing out, as the Zeri shots are just pumping mana into this Seraphine, which can be a little bit of a downside to Zeri there. You know, being able to get those piercing shots doesn't really do a ton of damage, especially when it's being healed up by the Seraphine, and the Draven is melted through. Daytred's won against TXE's Ghost.
Against the Ghost, but the win streak continues. TXE is still on 38 health and sitting up the top there. He's up to 15 on the win streak right now, and he's actually looking to go to 9. He's had such a gigantic win streak, he was able to roll down all the way to, well, 10-0, whatever it was, stay there for quite a while, and then go all the way back up, and still he might get to 9 with a full bank.
Yeah, but I don't think a Draven 3 is a realistic win condition at this point, especially when so many have been taken out of the pool. I mean, Daytred even had the ability to take an extra one out, but was really looking for that little bit of power. And we're going to see exactly how this fight plays out here as we run into the real TXE. Now, don't forget, folks, TXE only needs 2 more Dravens from this point onwards. And even if TXE does end up taking this loss here, it's still not necessarily a bad loss, but looking at how this fight is playing out, it's a little bit different to exactly how it was going against the Ghost, as it seems like this Draven has managed to fully stack up these Ginsu stacks. The Daytred is going to be left with 1 more chance.
Yeah, not only the Ginsus, I mean, he's also got the Hand of Justice there, Frosty, so we have to consider that, you know, one is going to be better than the other, depending on what the matchup is, whether he rolls the healing or the damage. You know, one or the other could be the difference between TXE closing this out on a 17 win streak, it would be, if he took this out, by the way. Or we could have Daytred making a last-minute comeback. But, you know, having a look at the options from Shelly here. What's she offering in this 6th creep round? Well, it's going to be a static Shiv for TXE. Meanwhile, Daytrade has actually picked up Gwinsu's, which, I mean, looking around, he could possibly put that on the Orianna, who's already got the Shojin, and kind of have that double, you know, ramp up there to get the CC coming out even faster and more often.
Yeah, absolutely. But the thing that I'm really interested in here is...
Jace 2?
Yeah, Jace 2 being picked up, which is a really big one. But the other thing that I want to talk about is that TXE is one away from hitting Draven 3. That's a challenge. That's a Kai'Sa 2, though, and that's his half-decent itemization for the Kai'Sa as well. TXE's board's looking fully stacked. It's going to come down to positioning here, though, as a really nice Shroud absolutely ravages through the side of Daytrade here. Really nice acceleration gate, pumping up the damage here for Daytrade Sivir. And I mean, it's so close at this point. Big knock-up from Orianna, and looks like Daytrade's got one more fight.
Big hit of damage there for TXE. What was that, 23 in one shot? But now, with the Zeri 2, and we've found it, we get the question answered. It's Draven 3. Can it take out this next fight, Frosty?
I've got to say, it's looking really good. I think the big thing here was Daytrade sold off the Draven 2 to try to get this Jace 2 in. So it's kind of the push-pull, right, with where you want to try to hit your power spikes here, but you've got to give something up, especially if you're trying to go to level 9. And, I mean, it was close fights before, but I got to wonder here, did Daytrade make the right move?
Can TXE take this out? He's allowed the Draven 3 to get onto the board, selling through here at level 9. The Draven is just pumping out insane amounts of damage. The 5 Debonair is on the board. The rest of them are too focused on the Jhin on the other side, and the 3-star Draven will carry TXE all the way through to a first-place victory.
Yeah, this was an absolutely stellar showing from TXE here, you know, trying to take those big roll downs here and, you know, consolidating that win with that Draven 3. Not something that we see a lot here, but really stellar showing from TXE.
It was awesome, but it's such an interesting last decision that we had to think about there, right? He'd taken a win with the units as they were, and then, as you said, sold the Dravens to try and upgrade his board. But realistically, the better choice may have actually been to deny TXE the upgrades of his board.
Yeah, it's a really tough choice when you're in these sorts of situations here, because you know that TXE's already taken a big roll down at that point, right? TXE is already at about 10 gold. So the realistic choice is it going to be likely that he's going to hit 2 Dravens or 1 Draven in that time there? So, I mean, realistically, I can see the thinking from Daytrade. I make this Jace 2, I easily take out this win. It's just so unfortunate that TXE managed to hit a Draven 3.
Well, luck or not, TXE played that game pretty damn well. A massive win streak, getting him through the most of it, and then a Draven 3 just to cap things out. All right, let's hear from Ducky and Sleppy what they thought about our first game for day 2.
I mean, is there anything more to say outside of Draven 3? Like, to start off day 2 of the OCE Gizmos and Gadgets Regional Finals, there is nothing better than that, I think, Sleppy. That is just an absolutely insanely capped board. How do you beat that?
You might say, was it realistic, you know, to sell the Draven, you know, just to get that Jace upgrade? You know, is it very likely that he'll find that one Draven? But you're talking to the man who picked up 2 Dravens, a VIP Draven at level 635.
Yeah.
Just let that settle in.
TXE's early games is enough to give anyone a heart attack. Like, he had the auto opener, he was like on 44 HP. I was like going, oh god, no, not again. Like, TXE has played that lost streak playstyle so much. And it's always so coin flip, because he doesn't do it with the mercs, he does it with the yordles, which is the old strat. But it works.
It works.
I want to also talk about, I guess, it was also a bit like set 6 that we saw, like the Clapio, we saw the Seraphine carries, a little bit of throwback at all, but I do want to give a hats off to Daytrade, who we always speak about in these tournaments, is that you have to find a unit that works for you. You have to find an uncontested unit. If Irelia is going to be permanently contested, it's really hard to play 2 strikers.
Yeah.
But Seraphine is not necessarily a carry unit so much anymore. And if you still hit the Shojin, the Shiv, the Morellonomicon, it's still a decent enough damage dealer alongside the Sivir as a secondary carry.
Especially when you're ahead of the lobby like that. I really like the way Daytrade, you know, had really strong HP lead. He was playing the units that he had, the items that he had, and eventually swapped out that Ezreal for a Sivir Flex Inno board.
Yeah, and look, we talked about it earlier. Flex Inno is one of the best comps yesterday, and look, we're probably going to see a little bit more of it today. But, you know, we can only really know if you keep watching the games, and we'll be watching 5 more of them across today, so please don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
with one game down. We've got 5 to go here for the rest of our regional finals for day 2, Swifty. So we saw on the stream there was TXE taking the dub there, and then we had Fortune Chosen actually in the other lobby coming up winning.
Yeah, no, Fortune Chosen was my big pick of the tournament here, so really nice to see that they're having a nice game. So honestly, looking forward to seeing exactly how they end up playing throughout the rest of the lobby there. But a few notables that I wanted to take away from the lobby there, Genome. You know, Daytrade really did end up playing that one out there well. Angora managed to find a 5th in there, which is it's a little bit disappointing out of them. You know, I think that honestly could be playing a little bit better than they have throughout the past tournament here, that's for sure.
And you need to be playing better than that, you know, in this day to make it through, right? 5th would have been good enough yesterday, but not for today. When we have a look at the scores, you'll see exactly why, with Angora sitting below the split there. So, of course, today, left column, essentially, will be going through to the final day, and the right column will be going home with nothing, honestly. I mean, you know, they don't get cash. You have to get to the final day. It's the top 8 that are walking away with the prizes, Frosty, as well as those 2 all-important slots to World. So, look, you don't need to be high-rolling all the way through today. You know, you just need to be playing safe enough to get there, to get in that top half and make the cut. But as you can see here, tomorrow, that's where the money starts kicking in.
Yeah, it's almost like you have to play with a ladder mindset, right? Where you want to just try not to lose LP. And if you can try to gain overall more LP than you would lose today, you're going to make it through. So honestly, I think I want to see a few safer play styles, you know, a little bit less mercenaries unless you're really forced into it, unless perhaps you are confident with the mercenaries play style, in which case, go for it, right?
Yeah, well, my old friend Gidoff that I was hoping might make it through, well, look, he didn't play Mercs in our first game, I don't believe, but also didn't do that well. So maybe he should have, because frankly, when he has, he's been kind of getting some big wins. I mean, we saw him get 2 yesterday, and that was out of the 3 top 4s he had. Speaking about, you know, top 4s and getting the dubs, we saw a couple of 3-star units taking out the wins in our 2 lobbies. Of course, it was the Draven for TXE, and then in our other lobby, we had Warwick coming through here. So you can see with the best in-slot items hitting the Warwick 3 that Fortune Chosen actually kind of bucked the trend. You know, from our stats, we had Warwick sitting at an average placement yesterday of 4.89. So look, taking out the win, not too bad there.
Yeah, definitely a little bit hit or miss when it comes down to it, right? I feel like Warwick is one of those compositions where either you really get rolling with it and you start steamrolling through the lobby, making everyone bleed out, and you go up to that level 9 because you're just so strong, or you end up falling short. You don't hit your Warwick 3, and it ends up turning into a 7th or an 8th.
Well, that's 7th or 8th, as we said. Definitely not good enough for today. We've got 16 competitors. And why don't we get into our game 2 very shortly? We're going to, of course, be hearing from Ducky and Sluppy for our second game today.
Well, beautiful. Thank you for that, Gino. I think that was like a nice introduction. You know, really sums up, you know, what we saw in that first game quite nicely. I do want to, you know, necessarily point it out, you know, Frosty had TXE right up there, very high. I had KMP. You know, I think Genome's a little bit struggling in these predictions right now with that get off in that 7th right now.
Yeah, we're on a good hot streak.
Yeah, I think bigger
So
brains here.
far.
I think we have the better average placement too. I think we can
Yeah.
say that with the better analysts for now, and hopefully that remains throughout the night. There's a little bit of caster rivalry happening here in the studio, so we're going to keep that going. But we are going to be moving on to game 2. We will be moving to the second lobby, with which Fortune Chosen won with the Warwick reroll last game. And you know, let's talk about it being like a lower average placement. You know, kind of at that lower 4 scale is pretty bad in a tournament setting. But I think it has been, outside of Twin Shot, the best reroll comp internationally.
For sure. I think Warwick, the only thing that might, you know, be making it have a low placement is just that it's very, very lobby and org dependent. But given the right circumstances, it is deadly.
Yeah, well, we are going to be heading into game 2 now, following on with I think it is KMP right now who is on screen. Got second place, and my personal pick who was going to make it through. I think we did see KMP really make use of AP boards yesterday. They were playing a lot of Arcanists, they were playing a lot of Twin Shot, and this brand with a tier is almost the perfect start that you could ask for that.
That's right. We've already seen a lot of, brands and tiers yesterday and how, devastating that can be for the rest of the lobby. So,
It's happy tiers.
yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah. I didn't even see that. Oh, my gosh. But he does get a belt dropped. Belt, very versatile. Starting drop, I should say. Could go into a tank item, could go into a Morello, and we've seen Morello and brand as well. That, especially if it happens to become VIP, it burns through the entire thing.
I mean, there's sort of more seers thrown around, like, you've got that second brand cast going through, but like, when you're looking at this, he also gets the bow here. Bow can be a Shiv here. Shiv quite popular on this Arcanist comp. It's very well used on Malzahar, we're going to see here. Not the greatest options if you're looking into Arcanist, although Stand Behind Me does have a little bit of value. You can kind of play around that later. But I'm feeling like Phony Frontline is just the most flexible here, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think Phony is probably the safest. You can't go wrong with Phony Frontline, honestly. It's your really nice frontline, can go in any comp, which he does indeed take you.
Yeah, like I think you can't really go wrong with it. Like Phony Frontline can definitely scale later. Once if it like say is like a cybernetic mutant or not a cybernetic mutant, a Darkstar mutant. Like when you're just killing these units and then you're gaining that AP power off of them. That's actually a very powerful combo that we've seen on some Malzahar boards. There's potential for that. We will see later on what the mutant is. KMP has actually put it in for now, and our wonderful observers will be able to pull that up for us in a minute, Slappy.
And I think another thing to note is that he did have a Shiv available, and he did have, I think it was the Chemtech part that gives you a Warwick. And I think that just kind of reflects, some people might have opted to go for the Warwick. So, I think there's a lot of different kind of playstyles that we can see. But yeah, we'll see how he goes with the frontline. He does build a ZZ Rod, so I'm wondering possibly the mutant could be that Darkstar.
It is.
It is.
That is an insane opener then. If he is getting the Phony Frontline plus the ZZ Rod, you're spawning so many units that are just going to die and farm AP. And we've seen it in like NA as well. Like Kha'Zix is popular with this, and Kha'Zix I think was played in Lobby B off stream, and I think a top forward.
Yeah, like it's definitely quite strong, and he already had that ZZ Rod to start with, and he has the tier for the Malzahar. Wonder if he was able to see that before he picked that while we were just saying, oh yeah, Phony's good.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like Phony is just going to be generally pretty good there. But like, it becomes especially strong once you take into account the mutant here. So that is a board to watch out for. Mutant yesterday didn't see a lot of play on stream. A lot of these OCE players really just look for Synaptic Web and kind of call it there.
Oh, not Synaptic. Okay, we're not playing mutant.
Yeah, pretty much. That's kind of general attitude to it. But yeah, we're moving on to Dawnglade here. Let's go. I love this. I love a bit of Merc.
Oh, bit of that Merc. And he is at rank 12 right now. So it's amazing Merc cash out. And he actually has the GP and the MF, arguably the harder units to find, but they do definitely help you kill a few more of those units, especially with MF's great damage early on. But he's against Hyquin, who has an insanely tanky board, and he's not even able to damage them in the lead.
Not even the weak spot one, really. So, yeah. But like I don't mind the weak spot here, because when we're talking about Merc cash outs, last set we're always talking about you just play Merc into Urgot or Yone. Like that was the typical cash out. The cash out pattern now is you kind of just play Merc. Sometimes you just keep it in and like you play the 3 Merc with like the GP twin shot boards that you can kind of cash out, and you see a little bit of win streak Merc, and Gora used that a little bit last game, win streak Merc for about the second half of stage 2, early part of stage 3. And so there's still plenty of options here that he could take. We are moving on to Esh's board now. 2 Bruiser, 2 Enforcer, 2 Sniper. I would love to see those fleshed out into the 4-4-4 MF reroll board that we were talking about a bit yesterday, but the OCE players still haven't necessarily got the grasp of that, I don't think.
Yeah, he is on a 2 win streak with that 2 Enforcer, just helping you, keep that one unit chained up before the fight starts. although he is up against KNP with the ZZ Rod. And would be interesting to see if he's able to just keep that 3-win streak here. But I think even if he loses, he wouldn't be too upset because he does have 10 gold.
He does, yeah, he does have the passive income there. Like, KMP still doesn't have the mutant in, so he's not getting the most out of that Voracious Appetite right now. So it will just come with time, and once he finally finds those Malzahar, he finds the Rek'Sai, able to put that in, maybe get a mutant spat. We did see 2 mutant spats from Chunga yesterday.
Yes, we did. And, you know, it's set 6.5. We have augments. It's fairly, I think, I dare say, easy to get mutant spats as well. And I think having the mutant spat is really nice in the Darkstar one, because you have the option of possibly dropping the Cho'Gath, and so you're able to play more mutant allies to that. Does it go like that?
Yeah, it does. So it's based off the mutant allies that die. I'm pretty sure. Oh, no, I think it's
any
all,
ally.
any ally that
but
dies.
Cho'Gath
yeah,
is a minus
and-
font.
yeah.
So, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so that's...
Almost had it.
Almost had it.
Almost sounded smart.
Our 2 brain cells are kind of colliding
Ah,
there to
yes.
try and get the thought per. We are moving on here to Huijui Louis. And he, you know, he's got the Warwick board, the makings of Warwick board. He's got the back foot 1 here as well, so that's why you're seeing the positioning pulled back a little bit here. But the one thing I'm noticing right now from Huijui Louis' board, no bows.
No bows, and his items are a little bit awkward here. Like, I don't know, you know, is he really gonna commit to this Warwick? Maybe he'll just use it as an item holder to, you know, go up. Maybe looking at like a Gunblade Renata. We'll just have to see. But I think at this point, this might be one of those circumstances where unless he gets dropped 2 bows at Krugs with a little OKG business, might be a bit difficult to run that Warwick.
I wonder if he's renewed that sub to Mort Dog's Twitch. I heard that gives you a little bit more luck.
Oh, does it? Oh,
Yeah.
is that why I've been losing? I don't
know. Do you not have a sub, or do you not have a high enough tier sub? That's the big question here.
Oh, any Oilers? No, I'm just kidding.
I think the tier 3 sub gets you instant
Oh,
channel.
is it? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I
Yeah.
don't know. I used it to gain LP myself.
Oh, see. It's a secret tech.
I don't know if it works on tournament though. I don't know working in the tournaments, so you know, maybe we'll have to check that one out. But he does find the Warwick too though. And the thing is, in with the early game, if you don't have the item strength, if you have the unit strength, it kind of makes up for itself. But we are moving on to take it easy. Our only remaining 100 win streak player this game, and he's got the VIP Talon with a lot of AP, and that bleed is going to be doing a lot of true damage.
A lot of damage, and I really like his setup right now. Like maximum meditation value. Talon has all the items and they're very strong early game items on this, you know, very big Talon too, which is just going to absolutely melt this backline. It's nice, and he does get a chance to transform, but he's dead.
Yeah, and the GP just doesn't have enough time to be able to take down a unit there. That's a big loss for Dawnglade, who's entering into Krugs with this Mercs board at 60 HP. It's not the worst. Again, we talked about TXC in the blue streak in last game. TXC was around this level of health, but had the Yordles that was able to transition, and then he found the Draven 3. The Mercs, I find that maybe it's a little bit hard, like it can be a little bit more varied in the cash out, because it's, you know, you're really trying to get the nice big Merc chest. But, you know, Mercs has seen a little bit of success, so I guess it's Dawnglade, it's not the worst.
And honestly, if you can get 2 Dravens at 3-6, I hear that gives you like a really good chance to just steamroll the lobby.
Especially if one of them's a VIP.
Yeah. Apparently. That's what I heard.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I might have to see the video.
I know it's hard to believe.
I know. I mean, I've never seen a shop that lucky in my life as well. So you know, that's just the nature of TFT, I guess. But I do like you bring up the meditation value here as well. Talon doesn't need mana. So, like, you know, you can throw the items and Talon doesn't.
You're right.
Yeah,
Didn't even...
doesn't necessarily need the mana because he just generates it off the 3 attacks. So, like, you know, he is absolutely maximizing that.
Actually, perfect. Wow, yeah. You're right.
My diamond analysis does sometimes
Yeah,
work.
I'm really impressed right now. Wow.
Yeah, so, you know, I really like taking the easy spot right now. The thing is we haven't seen a lot of Debonair boards work. I know we're coming off the back of Game 1 where we've just seen the Draven 3, but let's just say that that's been an anomaly of this weekend. We did see, I guess, there was the one Syndra Double Trouble board yesterday that just failed because they never found the Syndra 3 to remake it. That's about the only time that we've seen Debonair really work outside of people playing Brand as a transitional unit.
Yeah, and there was someone who also played Talon yesterday, but that didn't go down too hot as well. So very curious to see whether Take It Easy is going to actually try and, you know, 3-star and carry this Talon, or just go up like the Brand reroll. And over to High Quinn's board. we have a Senna 2 with an IE. I really like this comp. I don't think we've seen much of it, at least on the broadcast, but I really hope that he... Actually, I take that back. He's not keeping this. He has... I forgot what that's called. Please help me out. What's
I
that?
can't remember if it's very VIP or Irresistible Charm.
Irresistible Charm, yeah.
There we go.
The-
I
the
knew it was one or the
OP
other.
Yeah. Again, our two brain cells are working.
Perfectly.
But yeah, it looks like he's going to go into that Draven board later, and this augment is just amazing. Like
Yep.
you become so tanky, like as if Leona isn't tanky enough already.
It's 15% reduced damage, right? I think they
I
nerfed
think
it.
that's
Yeah.
It's insane.
So it's very powerful. But like you did bring up the center reroll. We're going to take it off the very small sample size of 2. Went 1 and 2 yesterday. It's the highest placement comp. Before the
Oh,
1.5
yeah.
placement, like it's very good.
Pretty good.
We're not going to look at the fact that Striker was played more than 40 times and was
Oh,
way
yeah,
more
no.
consistent. But like, you know,
Striker
center...
who?
Yeah, exactly. But the center reroll can work. Was nerfed a little bit, but it's still very strong. And now we move over here to Cardi's board. He's got another Debonair augment with the Debonair Heart. So we were talking about Debonair not necessarily seeing a lot of play so much. I think in this
Yeah.
lobby we're going to see seeing a few different types of Debonair carrots.
And this is, I think, the great thing about tournaments is that, you know, one comp might be very dominant or one comp might be very kind of missing in action in the first few days, but the meta kind of shifts as we go on. And now we have 3 Debonair players. 3? 4? I can't count. I'm a
3. I think
TFT
it's 3. I
player.
think it's 3. Yeah, 3 Debonair
3
players.
Debonair players at the moment. And they're all pretty, you know, committed to their comp because of their augments as well. So interesting to see who will hit. But
I'm not sure how I feel about Cardi's on say, between the Archangel's Embrace, the Smoke Bomb, the Metabolic. Metabolic's pretty generally good. Like, it's just that you would really want something with combat power. I'm just not sure how much value he can maybe get out of the Archangel's Embrace.
yeah, I feel like at this point his only choices are really Metabolic and Smoke Bomb here, which might not be terrible given that he has the talent, but I don't think he's looking to play talent this game. I think if he had the board of take it easy, you know, you might consider it, but I think in this spot he's just, you know, opted to go with something safe and go with the Metabolic. And we have...
Oh, 5% Kha'Zix. KMP is on a roll.
Your blessing. It's working.
What can I say? I've got the touch, apparently. You know, Angor did make it through.
Yeah.
Barely.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of casting.
I think I cursed him. Your blessing brought him through.
Yeah, we did see that KMP had it for the last combat there against Cardi. But yeah, this board from KMP is starting to ramp up massively. He does have the mutant in now, so he's getting effectiveness out of that Voracious Appetite, getting the phony front line, getting this easy rot. If this Swain ever dies, you know, the healing is pretty strong. So that was 800 health heal and Escher taking a massive damage.
I think KMP is in an insane spot. He has 2 ZZ rods. He already has a blue bar. And when you have Voracious Appetite, you don't really need perfect items or really, you know, great damage items to do damage. You just need your friends to die.
You need to send them out to battle and just be like, please sacrifice for me.
And they do damage. Like,
Yeah.
I remember, this is a bit unrelated, but I remember I was playing against a Voracious Appetite Cogmore Protector last set. It had like really, really trash items and somehow my team disappeared.
I mean, you know, surely it was Protectus Matt Cogmore as well, right?
No.
Oh.
It had really bad I don't remember what they were, but they were terrible. It was just that little fog, purple fog around him that
Yep.
just killed my team.
Yeah, the power of the Voracious Appetite. Remember, Mutant is not just that Synaptic, where we are moving over here to Dawnglade, who did manage to pick up the Portable Forge here at 3-3, which is going to give him a few more options. The Randuin's is okay, you know, it's a nice defensive item for your backline here, especially in lieu of something like a Flanks. He did go for the massive roll down there, does hit the Irelia, but really not hitting any of those big upgrades on his mercenary units, still missing out on the MF2. We saw how big that power spike was yesterday. Still only on the 1 gangplank, so these items aren't even getting maximum value.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a tough one. We've seen, you know, the 2 faces of mercenaries and cashing out, and, you know, I feel like, actually, did I just see 2 Nars on the board there?
That was 2 Nar2s.
So possibly he might be looking to, you know, maybe play like a Nar carry with the Nikos that he's going to get from his cash out, but I think this is a little bit of a rocky spot, and we've definitely seen some great outcomes and poor outcomes from Merc. So, you know, unless he manages to get this cash out as soon as he can before 4-1, before people start rolling down, it's going to be a little bit tough.
Well, he is going to start moving away those items. Got Fortune Chosen just taking a little sticky beak here. keeping an eye on, you know, they're down there, 7-8 right now. The Dawnglade really starting to fall behind the pace of this lobby. 24 HP coming into Wolves. If he doesn't manage to get the cash out, he is conserving the gold, is conserving the items on bench. This is looking like a 4-1 cash out. And look, in OC, if you're playing Merc, you're either Dojo Mojo from yesterday or you're either Cosmic Sloss from, you know, MSI. So take your pick. What do you think Dawnglade is going here?
I had a little bit of hope, but he's up against KNP, who has, as we said, the insanely strong board, but he is managing to kill his team one by one, but...
Well, there's no way he went... how is this the board that he catches out on? It's the Ducky Blessing. I think at this point.
Yeah, maybe.
I just say something, and it happens. Well,
Yeah.
we're going to see a 9 loss, I think it was.
Can you
I
say
think,
something more? Like,
yeah, I don't know. He's going to get a massive amount of 5-cost champions here. He's getting a
Okay,
bit
a
of
lot
gold.
of
Got the
gold.
Braum, which is okay. Got the
Nikos.
Nikos. A couple of bows. That's great for the Irelia if he so chooses to go down. That is a lot of
Okay.
gold, and that actually helps stabilize him because he took that massive roll down at 3-5.
And like honestly, he's back at the same point as like most of the rest of the lobby, 50 gold, level 7. I wonder if he, because you know the cash out that he got, it doesn't really give him any like.
Another bow and sword, by the way. That is 4 bows and 2
A
swords.
lot of bows.
And he has a third triple giant slayer?
I
Just for the fun of it?
I can't even predict how he's going to where this board is going to go. Like these items are just so awkward. Like I feel like he would have, you know, appreciated some tank items, or is he just gonna make like, you know, 2-3 giant slayers and an RFC?
I mean, he has picked up the Civic here, which I think is very nice when you're looking at these items because you can share all of these items between Sivir and Irelia.
Yeah.
You know, Sivir really likes these bow items, like you can slam. Basically, as long as it's got a bow on it, it's good on Sivir, is pretty much the motto. Maybe not ZZ Rot. But, you know, that's kind of build is okay. And GS, it's not that bad on Irelia, like especially against maybe a Bruiser Renata comp that maybe we have seen a little bit this weekend. It goes up very nicely into that. But, you know, when I'm looking at these front lines right now, I'm seeing a lot of bodyguards. Like, we're seeing these Debonair players, and they're bringing out the bodyguards. If you really want that, you need to find this Crit Glove so you can build a Last Whisper. And the thing that I'm going to start worrying about here is if he does that, what defensive items does his Irelia actually have if he opts into that?
I feel like he's just gonna have to go full glass cannon at this point. And honestly, you know, they say offense is the best defense.
A good offense is the best
Yeah,
defense. There you go,
sorry,
Sabi.
Yep. Thank you.
No problem. We are moving on to Escher here. You know, we were talking about this. You know, 2 points in the first game. Escher doesn't matter about that. You know, Escher,
He's
right
chilling.
yeah,
He's
chilling.
being chilling.
Yeah,
And you know, he even has a Sivir here.
yeah. No, we're seeing the 4 striker board come out, and look, Escher playing strikers. I am shocked, Slep.
Oh, he's playing dragons. What?
I've never seen him play this combo. And, you know, he's got the Rage Blade and the Hodge. You know, not great, but not bad. The Rage Blade pretty good on Sivir. The Irelia does get taken down though, but I don't think it really matters because when you've got the 4 striker and those Sivir hits do a lot, and this Natu is also doing a bit of work. It digs into Fortune Chosen board, who, by the way, 3-3 picked up the Thieving Rascals. Don't necessarily know how many items he's probably farmed off that. The 40% chance means even just 2 or 3 components. We spoke about this. It's like the power of Junkyard.
Yeah.
Where even if you get 2 or 3 more components than the rest of the lobby, you know, you can just scale that into late game because having all those completed items, no matter really what they are, is just so much value.
That's right. And I think the really funny thing about Thieving Rascals is just the duality of how people, you know, how lucky people get. Like, I've seen a Keen video where he got like 5 items in a row, and the comments are like, I've gotten 1 item the whole 2 stages.
Yeah, I remember that I brought it up yesterday. It's like the Soju video that he posted pretty early on in set 6.5. He's like, I got 8 in a row, and it's just like, yeah, right, stream of luck,
It's
whatever.
just
Yeah,
PD.
yeah, you know, whatever. We are moving back over to Take It Easy, and look, if Take It Easy was going to go for the Talon reroll, only having 5 Talons at 4-3, it's starting to get a bit dire. This is where the Talon board kind of gets outpaced, so I wonder what kind of options he has to pivot out into here.
I'm actually very surprised that he actually chose to reroll the Talon, because Honestly, I feel like, he's on 72 health. He's obviously been winning a lot of matchups, if not losing very little. I feel like, with the goal that he has and the early power that he had, he probably could have easily gone up to level 8 with, without losing all that money. But we'll see how he goes. And there is a Kha'Zix with a T, very juicy.
And we saw the Kaiser with a rod get passed up last game in the carousel, and I know for a fact that KMP is licking their lips trying to get it. It does get taken away. KMP are they going to get? I mean, they're going to get a mutant one way or the other, and does get the Kha'Zix with a tier. I think that is going to be very, very strong for KMP's board. We have spoken about the fact that they are going to be running the Voracious Appetite. And the Kha'Zix with the tier can get a bit of use out of it. There's a couple of items there that, the Kha'Zix does like. Hodge, maybe one blue buff, maybe another, Just being able to jump around. Kha'Zix can be a little bit unreliable, but it doesn't really matter in terms of jumping around when the Kha'Zix is just going to one-swipe you with all that bonus AD from Voracious Appetite.
That's right. And, that puts him one less Kha'Zix away from level 2, which he does just hit on the side there. And over to Huey Dewey. He is on the Warwick reroll, currently sitting at 4 Warwicks. Not the best, not a lot, but if he does have really great items for it, so if he can hit it anytime, in the next couple of stages, he's going okay. But he is just whacking this mutant board. It doesn't even matter that he has the Dark Star. He's just going on, but
The
it
Vex
does
Shield
get
just in
taken
time.
down.
And that's just the power of the Zyra stun, the power of the Vex Shield. It's just like slowly trying to churn it through. But I did want to point out there that, the Kha'Zix too, was jumping around the backline, did get CC quite a lot in that combat, but there was one other unit on that board that I want to highlight as we go into the Orc Seer. It's a little bit rough here. I wouldn't mind the Archangel's Embrace, but I do think they opt for the weak spot instead. That is the case. The Archangel's Embrace here, I was going to say, is actually quite good because you're looking at these Quinn items. Shojin with the Mirror Mana really does really well in terms of generating that mana, and because you're just constantly spellcasting. And power of Quinn in these comps is very much underrated. Fortune Chosen ran it last game. He ran this Warwick board, and on top of that Warwick 3 that we saw in the pre-show, also had a Quinn 3, also had a Trin 3. And these mana items on the Quinn, that blind lasts for so long and is so powerful, especially if you're running some of these glass cannonballs that we're seeing from other people. So that's going to be a lot of casting, even without the Archangel's Embrace doing a ton of damage. I'm really excited to see if they can actually hit the level ups now.
Yeah, and honestly, I think Queen is actually one of the hidden, OP parts of the Warwick comp. If you don't have a QSS, you are not playing the game. Straight up, she is going to keep hitting you. But we are onto Kade's board with the VIP Draven 2 with some excellent items. The Gwyn's is ramping up as he's continuing to hit this Vex, but it's still alive. It's tanking, and it's dodging. Is it dodging?
Yeah, that was a little bit. I think that was like 3 dodges in a row. Did have a little bit of dodge chance there on the items, so a little bit because they had the QSS on there. So it's just got a little bit of the. I think
so
that was
nasty.
Yeah, but Fortune Chosen playing an AP board, just playing pretty flexibly. Malzahar items doesn't necessarily have the blue buff right now, so the Malzahar's not going to be casting as much. But the Shiv, the Jeweled Gauntlet, Monomacom all very strong. He's just got very strong unit upgrades across there from Fortune Chosen. Just had a lot of 2 stars, and that kind of won him out in that combat. That being said, this Draven is something to look out for. Still on the 4 Debonair though, not getting the 5 bonus. Not that Draven cares for the AP side of things, but the extra helps with a little bit of tankiness.
Although, he has a few options. You can either drop a one of the Debonairs that isn't doing as much. I don't think Syndra is a huge part of this comp. You can always, unless he just gets dropped the Debonair spat. I mean, that's cool.
Thank Moldod.
Yep.
Thank you. That is 5 Debonair on the board. Now, do you think they maybe go 7?
7? As in 7 Debonair?
Yeah.
I don't play this comp a whole lot, but I feel like the clockworks in the Draven comp are really nice just to get him ramping up. So I don't know how big the 7 Debonair is. I think if you don't have the Zeri, probably not as strong. You probably just want to have the 7 Debonair by having that Zeri just, shooting at their backline constantly so that you have many damage threats. But we are over to Dawnblade's board, who indeed went for the Gnar carry.
Bit of spicy Appies action over in NA. We saw you know, it was one of the most talked about boards. I think it was in set 6.5 Challenger Series over there. Spicy Appy's pulling out the Gnar carry. But Dawnglade is struggling with it.
It just couldn't stand the damage of this Siva 1, Aurelia 2 with the BT, with the 4 striker. It is just, yeah, it's...
Does this maybe come down to the fact that he had a little bit of a disappointing cash out and like picked up the salvage bin then, so can maybe look at remaking a couple of these items here, although I don't really see him straying from the GS Shiv. Yep, it's just going to be the GS Shiv put back on, just onto the 2-star Siva instead of the Jinx. But yeah, is it just a case of the cash out just wasn't strong enough?
I think the cash out probably wasn't big enough, but also like his spot before the cash out wasn't too amazing. Like, you know how sometimes you can get that cash out and then you have like a clear direction, like, oh, with this cash out I'm gonna go this. But the only thing he really had was like the Gnar there. But we can see here a few of our re-rollers have hit. So we have the Talon 3, which just died to the Gnar board. And I think on the side we also saw Huey Dewey, who got the Warwick as well. So everyone's kind of starting to get online here.
Yeah, so the reroll players are definitely now hitting their power spikes in this lobby, and it's now a case of whether the fast 8 players, these guys playing the 4-cost carries, can keep up. That is Take It Easy's board with the Talon. Hit the Talon, and we were worried about them bleeding a bit of HP there, but as you saw on the side there with the augment choices, they had the 4/6 Tiny Titans. Removed from the game for a reason, I guess in 12.6, but we're on 5B, so you know it's still in the game. And as we see here, the Tom Catch 2 comes out here, and that is going to be absolutely huge for giving this board another threat. And like, these Irelia items aren't necessarily that great when you think about things. Cannot take advantage of the Social Hex because of the RFC here, but when you do it with the 3-star Gnar, the 2-star Siva, the Tom Kench, you know, this is resembling like the KMP board that we saw in Game 1 yesterday that just had all of these damage threats across.
Yeah. And what I was going to say just before he hit this was that, you know, I think the reason why he's struggling with this board is because he doesn't have much of a front line, but hitting that Tom Kench solves that problem for him, and he just knocks out Kade.
Yep, Kade out in 7. Oh, that's a
upgrade.
3-way knockout there. That is Quinn out in 6, Kade out in 7th, and Fortune Chosen out in 8th. So we're looking across the rest of this lobby now. Dawnglade running it back with this Merc. Cash out, 2 HP, 1 away from getting that, 1 position away from getting that top 4, but we look at the kind of opponents that Dawnglade has to face here. Escher on a win streak, Huey Dewey Louie on a win streak. We talk about Take It Easy hitting that Talon 3. KMP is only scaling with that Voracious Appetite mutant board. Dawnglade is strong, has that Randuin Sanctum that you know, spreads that magic resist and armor across the board. But is it enough?
We'll just have to see, but he does have a lot of damage. So I actually really like that he has the Randuins here. Like, it makes up a lot of the tank as well as the Tom Kench, and he has like nearly 3 fully itemized carries. So hopefully that's just enough to burst through all of the other boards. But we are back onto KNP's board. Some really, really nice Malzahar items. Does have a Shiv on the Kha'Zix. You know, not the best, but as I said, with Voracious, it really doesn't.
Yeah, and I don't mind this direction that, you know, KMP has taken here. There's maybe been a bit more contention on some of the other units. Like, we're seeing a couple of Rek'Sais being played across the board just so people can enable Striker. So, you know, that becomes a little bit harder to hit on the higher tiers. Still waiting on maybe the Kai'Sa to be able to maybe push 5 mutant and get more of the value there. But he's also just throwing down all of these AP items, and I don't think Malzahar takes as much advantage of the Voracious Appetite compared to the Kha'Zix. So going more into that Arcanist vertical, he's also picked up the Cybernetic Shell. I think it's like, you know, he just has an all-round strong board in terms of like defensive utility. That's why he's seeing these items spread out so far. It's good, but I don't think it's a first place board.
Yeah, no, I think it's just one of those really strong boards that kind of slowly leaks out as it dies to these other reroll boards, and Huey Dewey has the Challenger Jace.
I think he picked up that like off carousel. I think it was a
I think so
carousel
as well.
with the Challenger emblem.
Yeah.
So that's very nice for this board. Hitting 6 Challenger is actually a massive power spike for what this comp can do. The Jace does get Zephyr here, but the Warwick doesn't, and that's the big thing. And the Warwick is just farming up. He's almost got the 25 stacks of the Time's Revenge. He does get it up, and now it is going to be absolutely fine. The Tryndamere deals with the backline. And can the Talon get enough bleed out on this Warwick? I don't think it is enough. The Chemtech kicks in. And that is a win for Huijui Louis, but that is Dawnglade actually ending Esh's streak on the side there, so Dawnglade might be able to win this back.
Yeah, like I think I don't know if this is exactly what happened, but I think that the fact that he moved the Na out from the corner, like his biggest threat, he's able to ulti earlier, he's able to get that damage out, and so maybe the Aurelia can get more of those resets and things. I think that might be why it got changed. And looking at Escher now, he does pick up the Hodge here. Not too many people that, you know, actually it does a Tom Kench, the Vi, the Na.
I think maybe it goes on the TK for now, if although, like, you know, maybe adjust some value if the Vi 2 gets hit first here, and he's sitting on a pair of both now. He's going to see a little bit of a roll down here just to see whether he does hit the Vi 2. Might roll down just a little bit further though to see if he can maybe luck out on this Tom Kench. He does have the 2 to sell, but no, he chooses to feed the Tom Kench, the Jin. And I do want to talk about one thing here, it's Sin Aurelia. It's so powerful, but like he's only got the 2 Sin in, and he doesn't necessarily have the items that can maximize that Sin effectiveness. You know, you're looking for the IE, just a massive amount of spell crit damage. It is just basically, it's good because it's getting the attack speed buff with the Zeeks, and the BT is enough sustain, but this Civil 1 is really what's holding Esh's board back and could be the difference between a top 4 and a 5th.
Yeah, this Civil 1 is such a sad thing to see, and it actually just got jumped on by like 10 people by this really, really strong Talon board. I really like that, you know, because I feel like when I'm playing Talon, if I don't have an RFC, I'm not playing it. And that's why I'm just a, you know, 0 LP Masters player. But even with these, you know, different items, with the positioning, he is, you know, being really strong.
Yeah, you know, it is just going to necessarily be a case of finding his upgrade. He's sitting on the pairs right now. Huijui Louis, Quinn 3. We spoke about that earlier with Huijui Louis' board. That is only going to keep scaling. The fact that he's keeping on hitting these power spikes, and I think we're going to see back-to-back Warwick Reroll wins in this lobby unless something else happens. The Silver pair is being sat on. He actually does pick it up. I can't see what he actually sold there to put it.
Yeah, I missed it as well.
Yeah, I actually missed what he sold there because it was something like 2-star on board.
I think that's definitely worth. He still has all the important traits there, but it does get sniped by the deadly Queen 3.
And that is so much damage on the Queen 3 now. It did get the GS that was found on the Dragon. Put that onto the Quinn. It's a 3-star Quinn, and it's casting permanently because of the Mana Zane and the Shojin. This is just so much power on Huijui Louis' board. What perfect items he has across the board here, not just on the Warwick. Trinimir items aren't actually that bad, buffing up the Warwick. And then you've also got these Quinn items as a wonderful secondary carry threat. And he's one off the Zac 3.
Zac 3, oh, I love seeing the Challenger Zac 3. I think we saw this in the Challenger series with TXC. But the one thing I want to mention is, I feel like Escher's gonna have nightmares about Quinn. This is the second time that Quinn has deleted his backline.
It was the Aurelia yesterday, like the Aurelia game where it was like,
yeah, and there was another game back in the previous tournament where he just got blown up by a Queen and he had the funniest reaction. But Huijui Louis is up against the other reroll player of his game.
This is Take It Easy's board here. Who, you know, this is maybe impacting KMP's game plan as well. This is a Kha'Zix 2 here on that we're looking at on Take It Easy's Ghost here, but the Warwick is slowly carving through here. The Talon hasn't been able to lock on yet. Now we're going to see a 1v1 between the carries. The Warwick healing is so strong, and the Echo attack speed slow is not enough. Huijui Louis manages to maintain their win streak there, pushes up to 4. Take It Easy takes a loss there against KMP in the real battle happening there. But we are moving on to the Stage 6 carousel. There's a lot of emblems to choose from, but the TGs is probably going to be the most contested. Take It Easy snipes it away from KMP. KMP, what is he looking for? Goes opt for the Rage Blade. Could throw that onto the Kha'Zix that we were talking about earlier. Huijui Louis just opts for the Bloodthirst and maybe a bit of defensive utility for this Tryndamere.
Yeah, and Bloodthirst is such a good, you know, even if they're not dealing a heap of damage, that shield is very big, and that Tryndamere is just not gonna die and spin into your team. But over to Take It Easy's board, just rolling a little bit, seeing if he can find any upgrades. I don't know exactly what he's looking for at this point.
It's only the Seraphine 2 that's on board, really. Like, he's just trying to find his Seraphine pair, but cannot be found. Even sells the Silco that he had on bench, not playing it, so it's not necessarily the biggest deal. But we are looking, like, you know, Huijui Louis had managed to hit all those spikes. We are seeing the Ghost here now against Take It Easy, where it's like the spikes of Hyujui's reroll board, they're kind of slowing off now. Like, it is still very strong. Like, you're just seeing there, just the power of Quinn, how much this Quinn can cast, and it's just stopping the attack speed here. This Warwick, though, is taking a long time to carve through this Leona. The additional resistances of this Leona is the fact that it's just stuck on it. And the Nocturne Fear comes through. Take It Easy manages to take the win. KMP takes a loss there. This lobby is just trading back and forth, and like these ghost fights are actually being really tight.
He actually managed to break through, and I think that was a really good positioning because he was able to jump on the Queen. The Queen only got 1 or 2 casts before it died. You know, if it was left alone in the back, it would just constantly be hitting this Talon and not letting it play the game.
Blitzcrank diff.
Yeah, that as well. It did end
Yeah.
up pulling it.
Yeah,
Really,
so you
really
know
nice.
the Blitzcrank pull, then the taunt, you know, it kind of just melts down at that point. So it is the power of Blitzcrank. Like we saw it snipe. I think it was the Ari last game. Just wipes out the player. Now it's sniping the Quinn, which isn't the main carry, but we are seeing the real deal fight now. Still waiting on this Zac 3 from Hyujui. The Warwick again caught up on this double redemption Leona. It is so much healing there, and this Zac, I can't help but feel that the Zac 3 would be making such a huge difference. The inflatable man arms, you think of the tall height of Genome just coming out and elastic slingshotting everything. That's the kind of Zac that we want to see right now, and he's just one off that.
And that's the TG that he picked off the carousel, is that right?
Yep.
I think this TG is actually huge. Like, putting the crazy double redemption on this Leona is like, she's also dodgy the Warwick's attacks, and the Warwick is just not able to break through. He's just stuck on it.
Yeah, it's just so much defensive utility on the Leona once the shield comes through. We are moving over to KMP, who was sitting quite pretty earlier in this lobby, has pushed onto 5 mute with his Voracious Appetite. The Kai'Sa 2 is probably the big pickup from here. This Gunblade probably does end up going on the Kai'Sa, has the Ginsus to charge up, the Encathian Monsoon, has the Hodge. If that rolls damage, that's a lot of damage, because, the healing now doesn't really matter off that Hodge. It's just going to be the Hextech Gunblade being spread across the team, so you obviously want more damage across there. There is a lot of healing on this board, though. Like, you've already got the Gunblade on Malzahar. Malzahar 3 has been discarded. Can't necessarily push for the Warwick 3, so necessarily the only upgrade that he has right now is the Jace on board for that massive amount of frontline. And now it's just the Kai'Sa. The Kai'Sa 2, 1 off. He's sitting on 2 pairs right now. Probably does have 1 more. And Hyujui, as we were talking about, it hits the Zac 3. So, the 3-star Zac, that is 4 3-star units on Hyujui's board right now. Is that going to be enough to maybe eke out the first back-to-back Warwick reroll wins for this lobby?
I think it possibly could be, especially with KMP not being able to find the Kai'Sa 2 there. And strategically also putting the dummies at the back to try and, get them to die to the Talon. But he is very, very close to this Malzahar, but it's just, oh my gosh, is that Thrill Diff?
I think it's just the healing here. There's just so much healing in terms of both sides of the board here. But, the Encathian Monsoon comes through and it snipes off Take It Easy, who did manage to take through the Tiny Titans, but the extra 35 HP was not enough to net him the win in this lobby. Does go out in 3rd, which I think is a respectable from the board position. Probably could have gone for a 2nd there, but we are down to the final 2. It is Hyujui with that Warwick reroll board versus KMP with that perfect mutant Voracious Appetite board that was set up from 1-4. Who's going to take it from here?
And he does have the Cyber Shell as well, which is very nice against this Warwick. But will this Malzahar and Kai'Sa be able to survive the Quinn cast? She only needs 1 auto to send out this massive nuke.
And it does, and it goes right onto the backline here. This Kai'Sa has not been able to get the ability off once, and that's a 2nd nuke. That is no attacks from this Kai'Sa. It doesn't even get to cast the entire combat. But the Warwick is just coming through now, and if the Kai'Sa can't get the cast off, it's it. That's it. That's the game.
It's done.
KMP takes away back-to-back seconds, but this is Warwick reroll going for back-to-back first in this lobby B. First, it was, I think it was Fortune Chosen. Now it is Hyujui Louis. And look, you would very much hope that, if he hit the Quinn 3, the Warwick 3, the Tryndamere 3, and the Zac 3.
Zac 3, yep.
4 3-stars would net you at least a top 2, and you'd definitely be hoping for a first, Slippy.
Yeah, that's right. And, we were saying that the mutant board, without having all those insane 3 stars and spats, top 4's probably the best you can get. Top 2, you're pretty happy with that.
Yeah, look, it is pretty good regardless. We are talking about players just need to consistently be able to put top 4's performances in for today. but it is still only 2 games deep right now. There's still 4 more to go. And to break down that game, I'll be throwing back to Genome, the inflatable Zach man on the couch, and Frosty.
I've taken a break from my usual job, moonlighting outside car dealerships with my wacky arms to bring you some analysis here on the couch, guys. So, look, I just want to highlight those top 2 boards there because there's some really interesting stuff going on there, Frosty. I mean, the ZZ Rot mutant board, I mean, there was not only, as the casters, were highlighting there, had that phony frontline right from the start, but then prioritized those ZZ rods very early on. Obviously, something that helps you out at the start of the game, but then also with the mutant trait for this game at the end as well.
Yeah, and I feel like it was a little bit of rock, paper, scissors going on there where, it was the Talon board from Take It Easy that was managing to beat the Huey Dewey board with the Manazane Quinn, but then KNP had the Dark Stars and everything, and everything fell in line there for Huey Dewey Louie with that Manazane Quinn. It was just so insanely powerful being able to disable every single carry on the side from KNP that it was just so one-sided in the end there.
Yeah, and it was interesting how those, I guess if we take the top 3 board into account as well there were some interesting interactions between how that Quinn worked with the Manazane casting very early, the Shojin on there as well, versus the Assassins.
Yeah, that's it. So because there was only one auto attack needed on that Quinn for it to instantaneously cast, meant that it was more often than not being instantly deleted by the Talon, which meant that in the end there, it was so good for the Warwick player when Talon got knocked out.
Yeah, couldn't disarm them that quickly. Let's have a look at the scoreboards here. 2 games down now, and Yush, just like day 1, has come out of the blocks with a furious pace here. The same yesterday we saw from KNP, both of those guys up there on 14, and then unfortunately down the bottom, my favorite Merc player, Get Off. Unfortunately, not the best start to the day for him, and then moving up from there, you can see other names that you might know and love. Donny, Escher, Dawnglade, those guys struggling a little bit to start with. But look, 4 games left and then still plenty of time for those guys to come back. There was also a bit of a gap there between, I think it was maybe 5th and 6th. So also already a little bit, those players starting to move away from each other and the rest of the pack.
Yeah, 3 of those top 4 players there in Yush, KNP, and Susu already managing to find their way up into the top 4 there once more. So really feels like they've got a good grip onto the meta there. So really excited to see exactly how the rest of it plays out.
Okay, well, having a look at the other lobby that we didn't see. Look, nothing too out of the ordinary here. It's one of those striker compositions yet again. This time it's going to be the Civic Carry. And yeah, look, Runan's on it this time. So not necessarily the ramp up option with the Gwinsus like we see for our challenger Warwick on the other side. But yeah, look, as we highlighted at the start of today, Swifty, Frosty has done it again. The striker compositions, despite being a third of the lobby, I mean, exactly, your name's there on the screen, what am I doing? Despite being a third of the compositions, Frosty, they still are performing above average and still winning lobbies.
Well, I mean, I just have to wonder if it's almost a caster curse that we've got it whenever we highlight it here on the stream. It just feels like it never wins, but silently off stream, it's been doing work, Genome, so I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be in every single lobby, right? You basically cannot play, you cannot have top TFT players play TFT on this 12.5 patch and not get the strikers in there somewhere, right? So, okay, 2 games down, and we've still got 4 more yet to go, guys. We're going to take a short break, but come back very soon, and we'll see the 3rd game of this day 2 in the OCE TFT's regional finals.
My favorite set is probably set 2, because I just climbed fastest there. And my favorite unit was Singe, because he was so OP.
My favorite set and unit, I started in set 4-ish properly, so I think my favorite unit's Kindred, since I started playing.
I think set 4 and then the 5-cost set is my favorite unit.
So I think my favorite set would definitely be set 3. because that's when I hit Chell the first time. And my favorite unit is probably Kale, because that shit was broken.
Probably any sort of debonair comp with the VIP trait. Like aspect of the trait, I just don't like it at all.
This set the most cursed comp. Honestly, I think it has to be. I think Charging Bull. I think IEJG Alistar's with like Socialite is probably the most cursed comp this set, in my opinion. I've never tried it, but I don't think I want to try it either. I'm not gonna lie.
This set, I think it's Debonair, especially when you're playing real Debonair. It's really hard to get a VIP you want.
Like the question before, I haven't played a single game.
The most OP augment of the set is very VIP.
The most OP augment? Okay, it's probably Binary. Binary used to be a silver augment when I think the set first came out, and I think it's still pretty OP now, because like you basically just head up if you like get item opener into like infinite items, you just like always infinite items on everyone else in the lobby. You just have like 3-star carry like stage 2.
Most OP augment this set, I think it's probably either Binary or Sharpshooter.
I will have no idea, but I heard like the AoE Shockwave Z1 or whatever it's called. There's like the Recombobulator.
If I could add one thing to TFT, I would probably add Nidalee again, but not the set 5 cringe Nidalee. Maybe like more like set 1 Nidalee. Then it was cool.
If I could add one thing to TFT, I think I would add a custom lobby so that you can play like there'll be like a gamer where you can choose like to play like previous sets. Like for example, like you play like set 1, you can play set 4, and you can kind of choose which one to play on, I guess.
If I can add one thing to TFT. Okay, Rames. I want Rames in TFT.
I think one thing I'd add to TFT would be more money in the TFT prize pool to incentivize me to play the game more.
If I were to buff one thing, it would probably be Zeri, and if I were to nerf one thing, it'd be Zyra. She's broken.
If I was to buff and nerf an augment, I'd probably I think stored power is pretty bad. Because like I don't know, I don't see anyone really using stored power much. I think it's kind of because it's like what plus 1 AP every tick. So I think that needs a buff. Nerf probably either Irresistible Charm or Sharpshooter. Because I know Irresistible Charm, I think it got nerfed this patch actually on like B patch, but yeah, I guess post like before B patch, I probably would have wanted to nerf something like that.
Okay, I definitely think the new GA item needs a buff, and I think maybe Charles needs a nerf.
Oh yeah, I heard Kha'Zix is shit, so buff Kha'Zix. I love playing Void Sins in set 1. A nerf one. Wait, has Silco been nerfed yet? Oh, okay, nerf Silco then.
Adding Aurelia back and some of the new augments.
The best thing about set 6.5, I guess, I honestly find the new set pretty fun. As in, like, I like the units. The units are pretty fun, but some of the augments when it came out were kind of. So yeah, but I think the champs are pretty fun.
Best thing about set 6.5, I think it's a prismatic egg. Yeah, 100%.
Oh, is it set 6.5? I have not played a single game this set, so I'm not sure.
Welcome back to the TFT Gizmos and Gadgets OCE Regional Finals Day 2. We are 2 games in, 4 more left, Sleppy. And look, it's been pretty good so far, you know. There's been 2 dominant comps so far. The wins have been taken out by 2 comps in particular, Strikers and Warwick Weewol, as we've been trying to get our lips around, I guess, here on the desk so far. But, you know, there's still plenty more comps that we'll probably be seeing today. We have seen a little bit of Flex Innovator success so far. But the big thing I think that we're going to see here from the rest of the day is kind of now that the lobbies have been split, so the top seeds and the bottom seeds have been determined for the next 2 games. It will be split the same way yesterday. And I think the lobbies are going to start getting interesting here as the fight to make the cut starts.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the scores might look a little bit separate, but if you have a close look, everything's quite close, especially in the middle and the bottom there. And honestly, anyone could be going through right now. We don't really know until we see, especially with the seeded lobbies coming up.
I mean, like we say, like when you look at yesterday as well, like a player like Claire, you know, was on 7 points, I think, heading into games 5 and 6, came out with a first, and if you went back to back, probably would have made it. So, like, you know, even if you were sitting at the bottom of the bottom lobby, there's still so many ways that you can fight your way out.
Yeah, exactly. Like, all it takes is, you know, a couple good games, a couple high-rolling, you know, starts, and really nice augments, and yeah, you can rack up those points really quickly. We're only at game 3.
Yeah, like, as we said, only at game 3, 4 more to go, so we're still not even at the halfway point. So, like, you know, there's still a long way to go. We will have the scores for you in a minute, guys. And I will want to bring up, just before we actually bring up the graphic as a whole. Oh, I think we're actually going to bring it up for you guys now. So the scores as a whole, they are very interesting in terms of what we have on the board here. We have Yush, who went with, you know, 14 points up there. KMP with 14 as well. But I do want to look at the bottom end here. That bottom lobby almost looks like a day 3 lobby. You've got, like, Daytread, who was very consistent yesterday. You've got Cardi, Dawnglade, Escher, Donnie, Angora. All of these names are kind of what you expect to see on day 3, Sleppy.
Yeah, that's right, but I guess they've heard us and they're trying to prove us wrong. Yush, KMP, these are all people that we, you know, didn't really have as much to, you know, we didn't really hear that much about them before this tournament, but they're definitely making a statement with these scores.
I think KMP is the biggest one of that. Like, when you look at, like, KMP, basically a relative unknown coming into this event, but you're also looking at that top 4 generally, which is what? Yush, KMP, Zuzu Bird, and Huey Jui Louie. That was basically our top 4 from yesterday. So these guys are proving to be consistent performers and standing up to the guys that we typically call consistent performers, like Angora.
Yeah, like, it's just such a, you know, I think my blessing has kind of run out with the last 2 tournaments, you know, where he got some amazing wins and came in with really high expectations, but they've just, yeah.
You said that you didn't want to talk about him.
Yeah,
to
stop
Curse.
asking me about him.
No. Do we need to reverse it? Like, do you need to maybe, like, maybe a motivational speech, a gas up here to make him push through? Because I say these things and it sounds like a biased caster moment, but the thing is I really want to see what I believe is OCE's best player consistently across both set 6 and set 6.5. This is the guy that won MSI and 6.5's Challenger Series. Make it to Worlds, because the results before this prove that.
Yes, I'd love to, but I'm not very good speech.
You don't have the motivational speaking?
I just don't have it in me, but
Yep.
I'll try and prepare one tomorrow, but, you know, no promises.
Might be a bit late then. I guess we'll see how the rest of today goes. We have spoken a bit about comps so far. It's been the Warwick, it's been the Strikers that have taken away the wins. And I guess the number one thing that I'm thinking off the top of my head is we haven't seen as many Arcanist boards so far today. Like, really make the cut. Like, we haven't seen a lot, full stop.
Yeah, I think the comps in general are just kind of shifting across because, you know, yesterday we only saw like one like end game debonair board, but we've seen already like what 4 or 5 today.
Yeah.
So honestly, you know, we never really know what's gonna come up, and I guess they did try and do some of the Arcanists yesterday, but they got some top 4s out of it, but it wasn't too strong, so maybe that's why they're not looking into it as much. But
yeah, and it's also been like a change of carries as well. We've seen some Talon as well. We've seen some Draven. I think the only real proper, you know, debonair board that we saw yesterday was Syndra, and that was the Double Trouble game. So maybe it's just been a little bit easier to hit it today.
yeah, possibly.
I think that's about, you know, the best analysis that we could give on debonair. But, you know, that could all change. You know, we've still got 4 games to go. We're just going to be throwing into Game 3 right now with Genome and Frosty. So back over to the caster's desk with our 2 wonderfully handsome gentlemen over there.
Well, look, they weren't prepared to give the motivational speech, Frosty, but you know what? I'm going to get you to do your best Coach Carter impression right now. Tell Angora what he needs to do to get through to the final day.
Look, son, it's not going to be easy. There's going to be plenty of low rolls. More dogs going to get in your way here, but you need to hit these loaded dice. You need to roll them straight into a 3-star 4-cost carry here and sail your way to victory, Angora. And, well, pretty much everyone else there as well, Gino, because this is a stacked tournament. 16 of OCE's best players, and, I mean, they brought it up on the couch there. It looks like there's been a bit of a role reversal here. It looks like the new guard here is really starting to, well, take ahead.
Yeah, they're really starting to hit their paces, aren't they? You know, we were talking about the Lobby 1, Lobby 2. It almost seemed like they're reversed in the fact that, you know, we would have expected a lot of those big names to be doing well today and, you know, just be leading from the front. But really, that's not what we've seen at the start. Look, still 4 games left to go, if my count is correct, and I can divide and I can subtract from 6. But you know, with that many left, I think you know, we can get into the Game 3 right now, Frosty, and see if some of those fortunes are starting to turn around.
Well, we're going to be spectating the top half here, the lobby that is successful right about now. Yush, our #1 player who had a really amazing day #1, our #1 player through that there as well, and is also in first place here as well. Has started off with a little bit of a sword start, so trying to go in towards something more like that strikers. But sword overall has been a really flexible item here, Gino, building into things like Gunblade, which we've seen a ton of.
Yeah, I love it right now because, as you said, it's like sometimes, you know, glove can be the kind of the flexy start. Sometimes it's sword as well. It just depends kind of what's meta depending on, you know, the AP comps and what they're using right now. Because, yeah, as you said, like Gunblade, very meta right now. You're seeing that on Ari. You're seeing it on, you know, Brand, I suppose. You're also seeing it on Renata. So, you know, there a lot of those big AP comps coming out, so they can all use that sword, right? But combined with the bow, now we're, you know, that's probably pushing you the other way.
Yeah, definitely. But I really wanted to shift the focus a little bit here because we were talking a bit about reroll yesterday and how it wasn't really performing all too well. But today, we've seen 2 reroll Warwick wins there. Gee, look, I got a first try there. I don't know what those other casters are talking about.
Well, Hextech Heart. Ooh, okay, that's an interesting option. We did see a couple of Hextech, you know, options. I think they actually both went 8. I think we've seen 2 Hextech vertical compositions so far this, you know, on our first day of the regional finals, and I do believe they both took a top 8, unfortunately. So that's probably not going to be what we see Yush taking because he's used to being on the top of these lobbies, Frosty, and as a result, he's going to take weak spot, goes past the calculated loss. Sometimes that's a nice one, especially considering he was holding the 2 allowies as well. You know, did he feel lucky? Did he feel like, you know, maybe that's a bit of a merc angle there and you get that like double cash out from calculated loss plus the mercs, but obviously you have to hit.
Well, that's just it. And I feel like calculated loss is really at odds with how mercenaries really want to be playing. You don't really want to be hitting your upgraded units, and that's what calculated loss allows for us to hit those early upgrades and to try to get you into a little bit more power later on with your reroll strategies. But I do want to say that Huey Dualui has kind of tried to take the other angle here and instead is feeling a little bit lucky with that mercenary heart.
Is he feeling lucky? Because he's getting his cash from Yordles right now. Certainly not from mercenaries, Frosty.
Well, even still, right? It essentially does the same thing earlier on here. Now, of course, you would love an earlier merc in so that you can start building up those mercenary losses. But getting the Yordles in here as well isn't half bad. You still get a lot of effective economy through trying to hit either some of these upgrades or, you know, getting those 3-cost Yordles in there to sell them off for a bit more gold.
Yeah, that said, they're not as easy to come by as they used to be.
That's
I mean,
true.
Like, you know, once upon a time, the Vexes and, not the Nars, because I'm going back to set 6 here. But
you gotta learn with Heimerdinger's son.
Exactly. Oh, how could I forget him? He was my favorite unit from set 6, basically. You know, Of course, yeah, exactly. The star of the hit show Arcane, if you didn't know.
Just.
And look, without him, or at least since those times, the odds were much higher, and they've actually nerfed it down now, so you're a lot more likely to hit 1 cost and 2 costs. And as a result, Yordles, as an econ augment, or as an econ trait, I should say, has been reduced slightly. That's it. I think we just saw the GP come out there.
But no Alawi. There's nothing to back it up. No Quinn or anything like that. So it's going to be waiting a little bit more. Now we're going to move over to KMP. We've seen have a lot of success with some of these innovator boards here. Another innovator start here. Ender's got the Echo as well. This is a really solid start, especially with this 2-star Ezreal. Allows for a lot of power. We used to say that when you were playing these innovator boards, if you don't have your 2 stars, it's not that strong, but with the 2 stars, it's an incredibly strong star because of those extra stats that you give towards the mechanical scarab.
Yeah, of course, that, your innovator, the creation does scale with every additional star and upgrade that you get for all of those units. Irresistible Charm there, actually, on the side of Haikun.
That's it. And Irresistible Charm as well is one of those later scaling augments there. So not exactly something that you're going to expect to get a lot out of, as we see that the mutant trait here in this game is Voidborn. So definitely on the lower side of priority. In theory, it turns out to be a pretty good one, but with the way that mutants are working at the moment, Genome, I really wouldn't say it's going to be something that players are going to trend towards.
Yeah, I think if you can stack out your Malzahar, I think it can work if you're getting, say, the ticks of Morello's through with that. And you got to remember, I think he's still got the 60 mana in the current patch we're
He
playing.
truly does, yes.
So if you've got the blue buff and the Morellos on him there, he can spread enough Malefic Visions around the board that all of a sudden, the units just start disappearing left and right. But honestly, I think you do have to kind of high roll that and really work it in right from the start. I mean, when we were looking at the mutant comps as they performed yesterday, they didn't perform particularly well. And honestly, that was on... most people were playing them during, say, Synaptic Web, when that was the available mutant trait, and that is one of the stronger ones. So it doesn't really give you that much hope. That said, I mean, look, we saw the phony frontline Voracious Appetite version last game, and that did just fine.
Yeah, I think those two right there, those are the ones to be on the lookout for. There is, I feel like Synaptic Web is the big go-to. But, I mean, you've got the other ones that you can sort of build around there, especially with the Voracious Appetite. Getting those 2 ZZ Rots down there early really does allow for a lot of power and building into it late game. We unfortunately didn't see it coming out on top there, but still definitely a build that you can look towards as we move over to Haikun here, who does have that Cho'Gath and does have a double Gangplank as well.
What is happening?
It's a real hodgepodge of units going on right about now, and what I'm surprised to see is no sell-off. We really want to see a big level 5 here just to enable some more units to go in. Has slammed everything down, but is on a little bit of a loss streak. So I'm in two minds about this right about now, Genome. On one hand, you've got such high-quality units. You're holding on to 3-cost units like Leona and, another Gangplank. But at the same time here, you can't afford it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that, you're not the only one in two minds, right? Haikun is, also holding onto a lot of units there, and at that time, really, has to try and work out, can he actually make 10 gold? Can he go up even higher? Perhaps a little bit of direction there with the Debonair VIP Leona.
Yeah, I mean, taking that early win there, and, he takes the win, which allows him to get a little bit of direction, takes the level up there, confirms that he is actually strong enough to try to start a win streak before ending up stage 2. I think that's a really nice adaptation from them to, potentially continue their strength, because looking at their board there, they weren't weak at all. They had a really strong board going into the later stages of stage 2.
The early loss streak, and then, trying to work off the back of hitting that center 2. We're seeing how that's going to go against Zuzubird right here, but you look at an early 2-star Singe, just land the Locket on that and just get that extra little value out of the Locket shield. Is that going to be enough? Ezreal's rolled the static shiv there on his scrap item, but a Center 2 in stage 2, very, very strong.
Not only that, but hitting that Debonair Leona is so tough for a lot of units to get through, especially earlier on. Just stacking her in front there means that she gets that extra healing from the Debonair bonus, which means that, especially early game when the lack of burst isn't there, or a lack of burst is there, it's gonna mean that a lot of units, especially on a 2-star Leona, just won't be able to get through it.
Yeah, and it was a quick pivot as well, right? I mean, you know, he wasn't playing Debonair when we looked about half a second ago, but managing to find the Brand, the Sinjar to allow that to come through. Look, we haven't seen, I feel like Innovator hasn't capped out quite as high as we were expecting in some of the lobbies that we've been watching today. I'm sure it's been doing well somewhere, as it does tend to do, but, you know, the flexibility is great, but, you know, how are we going to see that board actually cap out fully? Do you have to go to 7 Innovator, or are there some flexes like the Jhin or the Aurelia that you can splash in and actually make this a top-performing board, Frosty?
Well, we already know how powerful Irelia is, right? We know that Irelia is definitely one of these game-winning units here, even though we never see it on camera, right? Even still, we've seen things like Jhin, and we've seen it do decently well here, even though in the past it hasn't really been something that a lot of players have tended to focus on. Other things such as, you know, just playing purely Innovator with something like a Jace 2. Jace 2 is one of these big power units, especially in the backline here, being able to enable the rest of your team with that extra attack speed and big damage. Those are probably things that you'd be looking towards when trying to build an Innovator's board.
Really just relying on hitting those 5-cost units. It's not always that reliable, though. And regardless of that, Fortune Chosen, despite running 3 Yordles at the moment, has started streaking into stage 3 there.
Did you just see what I just saw, though? TXE is running Yordles. TXE has got calculated loss Yordles going on right now.
And when you say Yordles, you're not just...
oh, no.
You know, you're not just talking about running it as an econ start,
no,
right?
No.
We are seeing the Poppy 3 come out, and I believe what you're expecting here, Frosty, or at least what I was getting from that tone of voice there, is that we're actually seeing a full Yordle commitment.
I do expect a full Yordle commitment from TXE this game, which is something that we haven't seen a lot of. You know, it is one of those things that you have to be highly dedicated to try to get the most out of. Now, let's not get it twisted here. Vigar 2, an insanely strong win condition there if you're able to make it to that point of the game, but there are a lot of things working against you. And it just turns out that calculated loss can actually get you in a really solid spot, Gino, and, you know, position you so that there is the potential that you'll end up hitting some more of these units.
Will he start to roll on 6 or 7? Lots of questions there. Dojo Mojo, the other one who was down the bottom there with a 7 loss streak and kind of suffering a little bit, but he's very quickly going to go for the Stand United 2. Meanwhile, having a look around to seeing what other people are picking up, our Yordle player has actually gone for the Triforce.
Yeah, it was really interesting. You wouldn't be able to see it off of the screen, folks. I mean, there's the Ziggs 3 being picked up here. We've got TXE on the sidelines. We've moved over to KNP here. He's got a really interesting choice. Woodlane Trinket, one of those insanely strong early augments. Starts to fall off a little bit at 3-3 there. Love the Battle Mage choice, however, you know, just trying to put a little bit of additional power into this front line.
Yeah, interesting with Innovators, though. I mean, I feel like it kind of locks him down from options like the Ginnovator comp. At this point, it's working against snipers if you're having to move them into the second line to get that buff. Also, Innovators tends to play a very heavy back line and only, you know, splashes a couple of units, maybe even sometimes just the innovation itself up in the front. So that is an interesting option from KNP.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one thing I'm looking at here is I'm looking at KNP's board, and realistically, I don't see this being an Innovator's board. There's been a lot of item slams going on here, and it just doesn't seem to me like the itemization is really too indicative of any plan that KNP has, you know? I can't really see a direction that KNP wants to go with this. Solid frontline items like a Stone Plate, like an Ionic Spark there, don't really scream any composition. It's all flex from this point onwards, especially with the rest of the units.
All right, so we are going to move across to TXE and get a look at this exciting Yordle board. I mean, at least I'm excited.
Oh, I'm excited as well. Don't get me wrong.
I think we did have a look at this when we canvassed the comps earlier today, Frosty. There was one player across, 6 games of 8 players yesterday that played. Actually, no, wait, it's but like times 3 as well. So however many that is, I'm not going to do the math right now. It's roughly 150. But one player played Yordles.
That's right. We're TFT players. We're not here to do math.
And where did they come? I think it might have been an 8th, actually.
It was Claire, and they came 8.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, well, we've got TXE here trying to improve on that. And, Frosty seems to be liking that calculated loss to start with. It looks like they were thinking about, going for the Corky carry, which is, reasonable. Like, that's pretty common if you're committing full Yordles. We saw that game earlier today, game 1, where you were stacking the Gnar, but that was in a more Socialite striker-heavy comp. When you're going full Yordles, it's a lot more common, I believe, to go with the Corky, and that's why, you had that early blue buff slam, but all of a sudden they've sold one of the Corkies and moved it across to the Gnar. I'm not quite sure what this is about, because obviously, Yordles is all about how quickly can you get to that Veigar. And as soon as you start selling units out, that's one unit that's not popping up on your bench and getting you that's one turn further away from finding that mythical unit.
Well, I think my big problem here is the fact that Gnar is so inconsistent, right? And you see it in that fight there where Gnar is just chucking boulders left and right. But the kills really aren't coming through, The damage is somewhat lacking there, especially when Gnar's not really getting those piercing shots. So gonna have to wait and see exactly how that turns out for him, but it's definitely an interesting choice.
Yeah, well, we just saw him get he had the Poppy 3 and the Ziggs 3, so at least from then on, he's going to be picking up a little bit more econ-wise as far as the, the upgrades that he will be hitting on those Yordles. But looking across at Yush, who's sitting mid-board right now, we're going to see how he stacks up against the Yordle player himself, and he's managed to find the Siva before stage 4, which you're kind of always happy about. The attack speed steroid here. Is that going to be enough to push through this big, tanky front line with the 3-star Poppy? And apparently not.
Yeah, I mean, you just see the power of Gnar when it works in that fight, right? Gnar getting those big piercing shots, the 400 damage onto the back line there, absolutely decimates it. But the problem is, when that front line starts to get a little bit tankier and Gnar's shots start going wide, and the back line has enough time to target the Gnar down, it starts to become a little bit unreliable, which is why a lot of players tend to focus towards the Corky there.
Okay, so Phalanx picked up as the second augment. Yush, that's why we've got everyone stacked in those back 2 lines right now, giving them both the extra armor and the magic resist. But it's not looking like a particularly strong board at this point. I mean, I look at this board and I'm almost like, this looks like an early stage 3 board, not a we're about to roll into stage 4 board. So are we expecting the level 7 roll down?
Look at the items here. The items are the big critical point because there's only 4 items on board. A big bunch of items popping out there. 2 cloaks popping out there for your... I mean, the 2 cloaks is fine, but not what you want to see. What you do want to see, however, is another Siva popping up straight in the roll down here, is trying to find some sort of power to try to consolidate their board, and is just rolling ever so lower and lower. It starts to become a little bit dangerous at this point, as I feel like Yosh is just finding something, trying to find anything here, and is just not finding these 2-star strikers.
Really wanted an Aurelia there, maybe even buffing up the Siva at this point, would have been happy with. Looks like probably going to have to slam that last Whisper, yes, in order to just get some power on. As we said, it's just not looking like a strong board right now, and this Seraphine on the back line is it's going to help out a little bit, but is it going to be enough? No, we've got too much tank on the side of KNP, and damn, he's still sitting on the full win streak here going into 4-2.
Yeah, I think this is one of the big problems, right? Is when you roll down at level 7 and you just don't hit, it can feel like a fast 8. And what happens in those situations, Gino, is players are they're forced to continue rolling to just try to find something or anything. But we've moved over to Dojo Mojo, and that exact situation has popped up once more. But looks like we're on the other end here, where Dojo Mojo is 0 gold. Has not found a Draven 2, and really doesn't have anything else going for them.
You can see Dojo selling unit after unit on the bench, reducing his options just to try and hit that spike. The VIP Draven has been found and at least has the items on. So, you know, that's nice to start with, but as you say, really wants to move up into that 2-star territory to find enough power to last him through. Considering he's on 13 health, of course he's rolling to 0. He needs to find something, and he needs to find it now.
He's dead! He's out before the 3rd or 4th carousel, I should say there. And that's just, well, that is so surprising here. And that just goes to show you how cutthroat these lobbies are, that you cannot play weak boards. And it doesn't matter whether you're trying to play something, you know, that is trying to go for 8, which we've usually seen here. If you're not playing strong boards, you're not even going to make it there, Gino.
Not even making it to the carousel. It's not something we see in these very high pressure but also high skilled lobbies very often. These players are so good at mitigating some of that damage. You know, they're not just going to stick with something because it's what they decided at the start of the game. They will find another angle. They'll find another way to make it at least usually to stage 5, at which point, yeah, you're kind of just going to bleed out if you haven't hit by then. But the fact that Dojo Mojo has gone out at 4-2 really says something about how unfortunate, but possibly also, you know, unluckily he has played in our 3rd game here for the regional final. So, rough game for Dojo.
KNP, however, taking the first loss going into carousel here is a pretty big indicator of just how strong this Yordle comp can be when it starts to get online. TXE with what seems to be an incredibly stacked Yordle board going up against KNP, and this is the power of that calculated loss. You know, you're finally being able to stack up a little bit of gold, finding those early 3-star Yordles, and you don't really want to be staying too low in levels. You don't want to spend too much time rolling down for your 1-cost Yordles there, because those aren't the ones that give you a lot of power, Gino. Those are the ones that are just sort of there so that you can try to hit everything else that's good.
Yeah, and it took TXE a long time to hit that Vex too. And I think that's really a lot of the power that you get from that front line to buy time for, you know, it doesn't matter whether it's your Corki or your Vex or your Nara, I should say,
Wow.
that's really doing the damage. Look, we haven't seen too much of Fortune Chosen yet this game, but looks like we're getting the 4-4-4, and Ducky's loving it over there on the couch. He's very happy to have seen this. And, I mean, looking at the augments he's picked along to go along with this, how do you think they stack up against this kind of composition?
Yeah, Cybernetic Uplink is really good. So the main idea is that this comp centers around MF, right? And trying to get these devastating casts off. And we haven't really seen too much MF throughout the entirety of this set, but it turns out that MF still as devastating as it was in set 5, that's for sure. As you can see here, snipers. We had one game of snipers yesterday, but it was sort of all over the place, right? It was a really high roll game in the end from Hyquin. So seeing this from Fortune Chosen here is a little bit of an adaptation, I feel, where they're going to try to look towards something that is not that contested. But looking at these augments right here, Gino, this is really not what you want to be seeing at all.
And once again, we're seeing one of these augment choices where it really feels like there's only one, isn't there? I mean, and yeah, of course, it's weak spot. I mean, Sunfire, very much seen as an early game augment. It's kind of like the item itself works well in the early game, not so much in the late game, unless perhaps, you know, you've got the Morellos to really do the same kind of job. Oh, you don't have the Morellos and you want something to do that kind of job. Now, Frosty, seeing an augment choice here from Yash, and I think there's some patch notes we need to read out kind of mid-cast here, just to show how ridiculous this is.
So just to remind you all, we are still playing on patch 12.5 here, which means that in patch 12.6, you cannot have Tiny Titans given to you on 4.6.
No, it seems, you know, it was overperforming so much. It's such a crutch for players to hit at 4.6 when they know they need more time, when they're just like, well, I'm probably going to die anyway, but I'd like to go out a couple of places higher, so whatever, I'm just going to take that. And yeah, look, it's extremely strong, which is why you won't see it after this, but for regional finals, nothing's stopping you taking it.
Well, fun fact, Yosh was bottom of the lobby there before Dojo Mojo, right? Gets that extra 25 and suddenly in a really comfortable spot. So, especially in a tournament setting like this here, it just goes to show you just how powerful it can be when the points are so close.
Yeah, in a time where you're playing 4-striker, you're, okay, sure, you've got the item stacked on Aurelia already, on Siva already, and you're thinking, hey, maybe, that'll give me time to hit Aurelia and replace the Rek'Sai. All of a sudden, you're spiking up, you've got time to get the your extra items here. You might see another carousel, another creep round. All of a sudden, you can start itemizing another striker, and, well, Bob's your uncle.
Well, Bob is most certainly not my uncle, but I understand where you're trying to come from there as we move over to Huey Dewey Louie, who is rocking a little bit more of an interesting board. Now, we know a lot about this Irelia here, but tell me a little bit about getting an innovator emblem right there, Genome.
Love this. So I'm pretty sure what's happened here. He's hit a Reforger at some point, which is, incredible when you consider that a Merc emblem is great in the early game when you want to use it. I mean, I'm not sure if Huey Dewey Louie ever actually got onto the Merc train. You've got to remember that, when he was in the early game in Stage 2, he was really struggling to actually hit Merc. So I'm not sure if he ever really made it out that way. But either way, he's reforged it, managed to get the Innovator emblem here, and awesomely, I mean, he was running a comp that definitely can use this.
Well, it turns out that it would appear that Huey Dewey Louie managed to get a tome, get an Innovator in here, but hasn't really played out too well for them there. There's no big 5 Innovator power spike coming through quite yet, so Huey Dewey Louie is going to have to make a sacrifice in terms of team composition to try to get this big Innovator in, and unfortunately for them, a lot of the Innovator options that are available aren't really that great, but hitting the Seraphine here is pretty much exactly what you want to go. But what do you take out from here?
I mean, the Kha'Zix? I mean, it's a Kha'Zix too, which is doing so much damage right now, considering that, it looks like he wants to go towards Aurelia, who's sitting on those two, the second Socialite Hex. No, that's not exactly what I mean. The Socialite Hex with 2 buff on it, now 3 on it now that he's managed to fit that Seraphine in. And yeah, look, that gets him up. That gets him up to 5 Innovator, gets him the bear.
There we go. And it turns out Bob's your uncle on this one as well, funnily enough. 5 Innovator, 3 Socialite. I was going to say, I don't really mind keeping the Kha'Zix in here simply because it is just so strong. You're not relying too much on that Irelia, which is only just a 1-star, even though Irelia 1-star, still an incredibly strong unit, as we've just seen.
God, especially when you roll a Quicksilver and a Runins on your Kha'Zix too. That's not a bad cop at all. Not so much the utility Kha'Zix that we're after, but hey, it's better than nothing.
That's it. I think the one big thing to highlight here is the removal of trying to get 4 scrap in, and it seems like Huey Dewey Louie is kind of all over the place here. It doesn't really know what they're trying to go for, and I'm a little bit torn, right? I would almost want to see this Kha'Zix going on to this Socialite Hex here to try to get that healing. Even though it's got those defensive items, it's going to do a lot more than this Irelia one.
I had a moment of worry there where he wasn't going to put the Innovator spat on early enough, because it's not like, it's not like a Hextech emblem or something where you can just slap it on at any old time. Ooh. If you don't put it on before the round starts, your Scarab will not change into a bear. It doesn't have a metamorphosis moment mid-round where it just like turns into the bear and starts wailing away. You've got to get it in there in time.
So you're saying it's not like the ugly little caterpillar that could?
It's not.
Well, now I've just been taught everything wrong. Anyway, we're seeing that Huey Dewey Louie is coming up against this really stacked Alawi too, and it is providing a beatdown.
Yeah, okay.
Not exactly the beatdown unit that you were expecting there, that's for sure.
Certainly not in round 5. Ooh, okay. Couple of emblems coming onto our carousel here. I'm interested in that Enforcer emblem, right? Because we're not sure if our player that was playing the 4-4-4 composition had managed to find the Jace yet, which I believe was the missing link. And regardless if they find the Jace or not, they could think about swapping something else out once they get that emblem, right?
Well, typically the composition ends up focusing on a Sejuani and a Vi, right? Those are your 2 that you want to fit in. And typically you also want to fit in a Caitlyn there as well, but it seems to me like where everything is going for, that the Enforcer emblem has actually managed to go over. to Fortune Chosen, who was playing that sniper composition. But we're still on Huey Dewey for the time being, who is taking a big roll down, trying to just consolidate pretty much any power. They hit the Irelia too.
Oh,
That's
nice.
the big power spike that they've been looking for.
It's a spike they wanted. It's a spike they needed on 4 health at 5-5. Last minute Kaz exchange, recognizing that the Kazakhs rolled the Chalice this round just to try and give that extra power over to our friend Echo there, who also had, was also giving him a little bit of the, not the scrap shield, but the locket shield. All right, he's going up against the Tiny Titans recipient himself, and wow, has to win this fight and does it in such a convincing fashion there in the end.
Yeah, that just goes to show you just how big of a spike the Irelia 2 here is. The main concern when you're playing Irelia is that you never hit that Irelia 2 and the bleed out is significant because just the overall residual CC ends up just sometimes bursting him down. But we're going to move back to our Yordles player, TXE, who is now starting to take a little bit more of a roll down, trying to find those 3-cost Yordles. Has already hit a Vex 3, so it's just 2 Nars.
I mean, other people in the lobby struggling to find Aurelias. And here we've got TXE just rolling past 2 and a Jinx.
There's another one gone.
In the same roll down. But yeah, as you said, right, like really needs to get those, every single one of those Yordles completely upgraded so we can move into Veigar territory. On the back of this, we're at level 8 now, so they haven't decided to keep that roll down going down at 7. Wow, the Jinx survives with about just 1 health to be able to cast her spell there, which is nice. Oh, a big shot from Caitlyn comes out there, but it's still not enough. And the Yordle player, well, they're doing okay there. 17 health. That middle of the lobby is starting to contract.
Yeah, and on the other side here, Fortune Chosen, who is going for that MF reroll, 1 off of MF3. And that's an uncontested one as well, but just doesn't really have the gold right about now. So it's going to be a big roll down coming into stage number 6 for everyone. But TXE is only 1 Nara away. That's 1 more combat. If TXE can survive 1 more combat, Gino, then we're going to start getting into Yordle territory put. And I'm going to answer you this. I don't think TXE even wants to play Nar until they hit Nar 2. So, not Nar, Veigar. Veigar, Nar, same thing.
So you think we'll get up to Veigar and that'll essentially just be an economy boost for them?
I would wager yes, because I look at these items here. I don't think you're getting rid of your Nar. I think you're going to keep it around. A Morello is fine, but I don't think it's quite enough yet, right? I don't see a blue buff here. I don't see really great Veigar items that you can use to try to make it into a carry. The only way that I'd see this happening is if you manage to make it up to, stage 6-4. You manage to get it. Well, there we go. Now we're going to have to just see it play out. But I still think that it's not quite there yet. It's a powerful unit. Maybe you don't want the Sivir, but I would say you're not getting rid of any of your current Yordles.
And I think what we saw there just before we swapped away, putting the Morellos onto the Corki at the end there would definitely suggest that Veigar perhaps is not the one who will be the recipient. Okay, 2 Jaces in the shop and can't afford them. That's a little bit sad.
That is a little bit sad, but you know what's not sad? Watching this Nar go to work, look at the damage that it's outputting here. Even the Sivir trying to get these bouncing shots. The Nar is dealing thousands of damage with a boulder throw, and even with that being said, it's still not enough.
Yeah, look, more boulders than a Shrek Swamp coming out there from our Yordle player, TXE. And look, we are going to, finally gets into the Veigars, and just as you said, they're going straight to the bank.
That's it. That is it. And it's one of those weird sort of things, right, where your composition is just incredibly strong. We've known Yordle units in the past to be perhaps a little bit questionable, right?
Yep.
They have really just been about the Veigar, but now that you've got units like the Nar, the Corki, they provide reliable carries. So it is just coming down to, can TXE make it up to level 9? But we're on KNP's board right about now, and this is a real hodgepodge.
Yeah, I was just about to say, what do you think of this board here, Frosty? Because, I mean, look, he's on the top of the lobby. He's got a lot of great units there. I mean, he's got the Kench 2 that we can see is just chomping away there with the Silco buffs, and then you've got you know, the Aurelias and everything else just chipping away doesn't get him through this battle against Yush, who's looking to take out yet another win. But yeah, I don't know. Do you think this is there anything he can do to this board to perhaps push it further? I mean, we're looking at his bench, and there's just 5-star units aplenty down there, considering he's gone up to level 9, and it's a little bit easier for him to get the 2 stars there of those.
Yeah, we've moved over to Hyquin there, and I mean, we see why Hyquin is on such a win streak right about now. Debonair Draven with a Giant Slayer went up against TXE, annihilated the board full of 3 stars there. No wonder everything is going on. But I mean, looking at KMP's board, there's 4 Bruiser on there, so that Giant Slayer is going to be more active than ever. Love this choice.
Well, looks like he actually went down to 3 in an attempt to try and buff up his board. It looks, I think the Zeri might have been the introduction, so we got the Zeri 2 in there. Zephyr on the VIP Draven in this fight could be enough there to get that carry out. I mean, it's not like it's a Gwinsu's one, so it doesn't worry about the stacking up. It's still just pumping out bulk damage here, but unfortunately the Bloodthirster, can it be the 1v9 as he takes carry after carry? No, the Silco buff onto that Kaiser, just providing it with just enough health to survive through, and we get to see the 6th stage carousel.
Yeah, it's going to come down to one more combat there. Even with the irresistible charm, that 5 Debonair, there's just too much damage coming out from the side of KNP. So realistically, I think it is mostly just a Zephyr difference here from Hyquin. And if you can manage to avoid the Zephyr, then you're set.
And you can see how much he is prioritizing that, because he's actually just sold the Singe that the Zephyr was on. And, you know, as you see, often these top players will, you know, they don't care about 2-star units. They will replace it with almost anything as long as it's not completely breaking their comp, just to guarantee that they can put that Zephyr on after the fight has, well, not after the fight has started, but certainly after the champions have been placed on the board, and they can see exactly where to use it. This time, though, it misses the Draven. It actually gets the Syndra in the end.
Yeah, it's a big miss here, and you see the amount of damage that Draven is putting out, targeting down the Kaiser, targeting down. Only the Zeri left. It seems like the Draven just may be able to out-heal the damage coming through. The Silco buff onto this fight. Zeri is dash dancing around here. Look at it go, and it's unstoppable. The bat chest board from KNP manages to take down Hyquin's board.
That Silco 2 was such a big factor there, I think, in those fights. It just felt like every single time the Draven got locked onto something, it was finding a target that would get buffed by Silco, and it was taking an extra like 4 or 5 shots to just cut through that before it could actually move on to the next target.
I don't really have any good analysis for you right now, Genome, so all I'm going to say is I heckin' love TFT.
Fair enough. It was a cool board. Lots of pretty sweet units there to enjoy. So why don't we hear from Ducky and Slappy as well and see if they've got anything to add.
Well, I tell you what, mate. I think I've got plenty to add after that game, Genome. Thank you very much. We are on for the analysis desk for Game 3 of the TFT Gizmos and Gadgets OCE Regional Finals Day 2. And all I have to say, Slappy, TXE can't keep getting away with these lost streaks into top 4 positions. He's done it with basically everything, and we saw the 6 Yordles this time.
I can't believe he just pulled that off. It was like a little bit of like a Appy's cosplay there with the blue buff BT Nah.
He's just missing the Chemtech.
Yeah, the Chemtech spat, which was replaced with the Infinity Force, which I do quite like. You know, they were kind of questioning his decision of taking it off the Corki, but I do think that was the right play because the Na is just such a better holder of that item.
Yeah, look, but we do have to give props there to you know, Hyquin, who managed to get a high placement in that lobby. KMP, who manages to come out the win, 2-2-1. I'm very happy for my own prediction at the start of the day. But I do want to just hone in a little bit on Hyquin's board there, because that Draven was nigh unkillable when you take into fact it had the irresistible charm, also had flanks for the backline. That is just so much stats just across the board that made it just that much better, like over like Yush, who also, by the way, 4-6 Tiny Titans, how good is that? And TXE, and being able to get that top 2 and keep pushing forward. We keep hearing these same names over and over again.
Yeah, and like honestly, speaking of the same names over and over, KNP, what an excellent performance. Like he's been, dishing out all these insane early game boards. And, like if you look at him there, he's on 22 points.
Yeah, like top of the scoreboard right now on that 22 points. And that is basically because like he took the component grab bag early there and he just slams all of his items. He's got Ionic Spark on his front line on the Alawi. He's got the Bramble Vest on the Alawi super early. Take that into comparison to say Angora, who, in game 1 took the component grab bag and just didn't slam any items outside of the locket. He had the spark available, etc. And I think that kind of high tempo play that KMP is bringing to this lobby is really pushing him forward. And that I think is why they're top of the lobby right now. But also hats off have to go to Yush and TXE for rounding out, I guess, that podium right now. That is all they've played very well so far. Yush as well has, yeah, sure, 4-6 Tiny Titans. TFT is a game of luck though, in essence. You've got to manipulate your luck slightly, and the 4-6 Tiny Titans is the way to do it. I do want to just touch on, before we do head to break, the MF reroll. I was absolutely fist pumping for it. Fortune Chosen did it.
Confirm.
Yeah, I was losing my mind here on the couch. I was so excited to finally see it. Fortune Chosen playing it to a 5th. It wasn't bad. Like he was a bit contested on some of the transitional units that he required, like the Zeri, like the Jin, that he could actually flesh out his board with and provide a secondary carry threat. He hit the Enforcer emblem, which was nice. It does open it up the comp a little bit. But the fact that he was missing a mana item on the MF until stage 5 just completely ruins the MF later.
Yeah, it just wasn't enough, especially against these insanely strong boards.
The capped boards right now. That is the absolute name of the game right now in the TFT Gizmos and Gadgets OCE Regional Finals, Day 3. We will be taking a longer break now. It is halfway through the day, so perfect time to, maybe tap up the snacks, get a coffee, or, a tea, depending where you are, maybe some water. I definitely need some water. So we'll be back in a little bit or so, but please don't go anywhere. There's 3 more scintillating games of TFT just around the corner.
of day 2 here in the OCE TFT Regional Finals. We've got another 3 games to go before we find out who's going to be in our final lobby. Any inklings now that we've seen, a little bit of a taste of how the scoreboard is shaping up today, Frosty?
I think it's a little bit all over the place still, but I mean, big names like Yush still having a really good go of it. It's been really surprising to see exactly how it's come along there. I'd say, honestly, it's been perhaps one of the most flexible players in these lobbies here. Hasn't been too focused on hitting these striker boards, but has still opted to playing it when it's been available to them.
Sorry, who's been forcing the striker boards too hard? Frosty, I feel like there's an underhanded sort of comment there that you're trying to get at.
I feel like we've seen maybe a little bit of strikers, just a little bit, and perhaps I want to see just a little bit less, Just saying.
Okay, well, if we have a look at the players who came out on top in our Game 3, I can see why you might be coming to that conclusion, Frosty, because Daytread, he made it happen there with the Siva, as you can see, and then, KNP. I mean, look, obviously the Zeri wasn't the striker, but I'm sure they were there backing her up. So, yeah, look, as we said, they've been played 4 more times than the next closest composition, right? So if you're hitting those strikers, you're doing pretty well. And obviously, KMP hit them in at least one of the 3 games that we've seen from him today. And that's why him and Yush are on top of the lobby. Those guys, day 1 and day 2, they're backing it up. It seems like maybe it's not, it's not luck for those guys. It's really just they have a very firm grasp of this patch and how to play it.
Yeah, which is really surprising considering the fact that going into everything here, a lot of our tournaments were played on 12.4 as well. So players like Angora, the ones that we did have high hopes for after all, they seemingly had a great understanding coming into this tournament, but perhaps as the patch has aged a little bit, has just lacked the ability to keep up with the changes happening.
Yeah, well, it felt like day 1 we got rid of all the players who, this set, let alone this patch, really hadn't put enough time in. The players, we know have it in them, like Chunga and Claire, but unfortunately 6.5, I guess just to take their fancy, and therefore they haven't taken out the tournament. But we're seeing the ones who really still have that fire in their belly and want to make it not only to day 3, but to Worlds. So why don't we jump into Game 4 soon? That, of course, will be with Ducky and Sleppy.
Well, I tell you what, Genome, I've got a fire in my belly for 2 reasons. One, had a nice little bite to eat, in between that longer break, just a bit more energy to get through these final 3 games of the TFT Gizmos and Gadgets OCE Regional Finals on day 2. And honestly, Sleppy, we're going to need it because I'm really feeling some big ones on the way.
Yeah, I feel like, the leaderboards might kind of toss and turn a little bit, and it's starting to get a little bit, nerve-wracking for those bottom 8 players. If they don't pick it up, they are going to get eliminated.
And it is so rough to fall short on day 2. As we're going to go straight into game now for Game 4, we are looking at the bottom half of the lobby right now. And it feels so weird saying that when you see some of the names in this lobby. Slappy, like we spoke about a little bit, where it's like Angora's playing down here, Esh is playing down here, Dawnglade, Donnie. These are guys that you expect to be playing at Worlds even, and on day 3. And here they are fighting for their tournament lives. It's not the end of the world, but there are a couple of players in here that we have to highlight. Gidoff and Donnie are down the bottom, tied on 8 points, down in 15th and 16th respectively. And I guess the one thing that comes off of that, especially when we're talking about Gidoff, highlighted earlier, loves his mercenaries. Gonna need a massive cash out if that's gonna actually save their tournament right now.
And honestly, I know he has it in him to do it. Just need to see it happen.
It's just a matter of hitting the cards. I guess in some aspect, when you look at it like last game, Huey, Dewey, Louie, had the Mercs, or took the Merc Heart rather, was really tossing it up that one for Augment choice. At the end of stage 2, heading into stage 3, didn't even have 3 Merc in. It just makes your board so stunted if you just don't hit.
Yeah, he was just playing so behind, and one even wonders should he have rolled at one point? But who does have some mercenary units in? Asher does right now with the GP and the Laui. Only needs 1 more. Unfortunately, does not get the Merc Heart, but does have the Twin Shot Heart. and Scrap Hard, Disintegrator. All are not bad choices at this point.
I mean, with the way that Escher has been playing, like we've been harping on about this a lot throughout the weekend, is Escher was playing a lot of Sivir. Disintegrator, pretty good with Sivir, but I do like the fact that he opts for the Twin Shot Heart. Not only does it just enable the 2 Twin Shots straight off the way, because he gets that Gangplank early, he's even going to push for 3 with this Corki while he's waiting for the Quinn to put this Mercenary in. But the Twin Shot board has been such a reliable out for this Mercenary comp.
Exactly. We've seen it so many times, but we do have to be a bit careful with how the game goes on because we have seen it fail to, make that really great cash out on build, that strong board that just, brings you to the end there as well.
Yeah, and, it is a thing with those, like, more reroll-centric boards is sometimes you just have to hit. Getting a Corki out of an Orb is very nice. We've got the Talon pair down here. Speaking of the Talon pair, I do want to bring it up with Take It Easy, because I think Take It Easy is actually posing themselves to be a little bit of a dark horse right now. They ran the Talon reroll board back in Game 2, which we casted, and it did pretty well. Like, I think it got the 3rd that lobby. And those kind of niche units that you can play around in a tournament setting are really, really powerful. I would like to see Take It Easy take that approach again in this lobby. When you think about how safe some of these players are going to be playing, Take It Easy sitting at the top, near the top half of this lobby, I think. So it has a bit more leeway to maybe be a bit more experimental in terms of like you can actually push for a first if you find those niche picks, and if it fails, well, it's actually not the end of the world. We are going to, he matches up into Donnie here, who is just straight up open forwarding.
Yeah, and he has the bow Talon, and I think it's very safe to say he's most likely going to commit to this Talon reroll, and unfortunately is facing a 2-star Talon, which always feels a little bit bad to see. But I think the thing that you said about being good at these niche comps is a really, really big strength in tournament play, especially when you're forced into these weird scenarios where you have like strange set of augments. That might be the one that people don't expect, and you actually end up winning out with, this not mainstream strong board.
Speaking of augments that we haven't seen a lot of this weekend, shrug it off here and Take It Easy.
Yeah, Shagodov, I think is very commonly skipped because, you don't always run the bruise. It kind of forces you into that angle, but from memory, I think it has a pretty good win rate, even with all the anti-heal that people don't rebuild.
And I think when you look at like how this weekend has gone so far, we have seen a bit of success for Renata Bruises, and also just generally, this patch has opened up a little bit of possibilities when it comes to, say, like, what your opener can be defensively frontlined. It can be Bruiser, it can be Bodyguard. Typically, throughout set 6.5 so far, it's been one or the other. Shrug-It-Off is really good for empowering those bruises at the end of the day. Doesn't actually have it enabled right now, opting for the Hextech Shield as well. But, it is still an option down there as you push down the line. So Take It Easy, still keeping the options very open, as you would hope from most of the players early into this game, unless they're actually forcing the max.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, I think Bruises in this game is actually pretty good as well because, Bruises, you have, or at least in this patch, you have that easy 2 Enforcer splash with the Vi and the Sedge, and you have so many Bruiser options early that can really, protect your team early on.
I mean, you have the 2 Enforcer Splash really early as well with just the Caitlyn in the stage. Like, that is such an early online for that comp, and then you've got the synergies between the stage and the Rex side. That was so well professed, like in patch 12.4. So yeah, Take It Easy can really take it off with that board. It's just a matter of time and managing to hit what their out is. Remains to be seen how they play around that augment, or maybe they ditch it altogether. Who knows? It might just be for early. We are moving over to Daytread now, who has 2 strikers in, got the Knife's Edge front line. He's got the Last Whisper as well. And look, it's strikers. It's Aurelia, probably. More than likely.
Most likely. Definitely.
Yeah, let's not jest here.
And onto the carousel now. Donnie, who was open fording for that Talon, does secure the RFC on a 3 cost, which is, that's possibly the best thing you could ask for as a Talon open forder.
Yeah, look, it is, just a start for him. Like, he is sitting down there 82 HP. We will be pivoting into that board a little bit later. I do want to bring up one player, though, that we haven't necessarily spoken about yet, despite the fact that we've spoken about him a lot, and you're going to hate that I'm going to put this word in your mouth. It's the tricky A word of Angora.
No,
Yeah, alright, I'm putting it there. I just want to say that Angora has managed to stabilize a little bit. I think he came off last game off stream with a 3rd. But the big question that I have here is, and can Angora finally convert into a top 2? 9 games into the regional finals, and he's still highest placing is 3rd.
I'm just gonna say, I think he has it in him, especially after Frosty's, amazing, amazing talk. That's all. I'm done.
Yep.
So, about Donnie.
Yeah, about Donnie has the assassin heart early and he's playing around this Talon. But I think the Talon is contested in this lobby as well. Like we saw it a little bit earlier. So it could be a little bit harder to hit. Again, still waiting on the VIP. The one thing that Donnie does have in their favor right now a lot is the fact that they have 40 gold on that 4 loss streak. They're going to be 50 gold by Krugs, and you can take that a lot with the Econ. If you can manage to conserve HP, because HP is as much of a resource as Econ is in this game, he could manage to push through with a stronger mid-game board. I feel like that's where Donnie's been lacking so far this weekend. But, this board right now is great for just loose streaking. He does do the little Debonair tech, buys the Debonair brand, sells it, means that he has a higher chance of hitting either the Debonair Talon or whatever, he chooses later in the game. And I think, that you can actually enable him forward if you can get that Debonair online as early as possible in stage 3.
I think Donnie is in an insane spot right now. All he needs to do is roll down on 3-2, hit those 2 stars, get that Leona, get that front line up and running. And, as long as he's able to streak stage 3, he should be in a really good spot. But if you don't streak that stage 3 when you're playing Talon, it's really hard.
Well, we are seeing Donnie come up against the board of Angora, and Angora has the VIP brand off the top there with the Runic Shield as well. So he's running a full into that Arcanist board right now with Angora. And again, Arcanist is not something that's been picked up a lot today. Today, people have been focusing, if they want AP, they've been focusing on Debonair. We have seen a little bit of Mutant off stream as well with Synaptic Web whenever that pops up, obviously. But, Ari boards, other Arcanist boards, not really as popular.
Yeah, like we saw a few of it yesterday, but today in particular, we've seen a lot more of those AD boards. Yeah, I think the only AP boards we saw today were that Mutant one, the Isa, level 9 Peever board, if that kind of counts as AP. But we are now looking at Kade's board. Has a pretty solid start. Has a bit of a win-loss scenario, but he does get gifted the Ezreal 2 here, which is so good, and some really
And another bow.
solid items, yeah, and an echo. Oh my gosh. More dogs look down and he's like, have this.
Well, yeah, you say that. Cardi's sitting, and you can see there in the top right, rank 14 right now, 14 out of 16 on 9 points. I'm pretty sure the cut right now off the top of my head is 14, so definitely needs a good performance in this game to start building a path towards making it to tomorrow. Of course, we've still got 3 more games to go, this one included. So it's not the end of the world, but you don't want to be leaving it late like some of the players did yesterday to make sure that you have to high pressure top 2.
For sure, and hopefully this game can be the one where he gets a good placement, because he does have some solid damage items at the moment. And we're over to Dawnglades board. Bit of an interesting, setup. Like not what I quite expected from Dawnglade, who usually has very, strong front early game comps. Do you think he's looking to possibly play?
I don't know. I feel like playing Talon from this position is just so rough when we're considering how contested Talon has been so far already. Like we've got players like Donnie rolling down for it. Like you can see Donnie just hit the Talon 2 there. He also pushed to level 6, so he's going to be using all of his gold here as a resource, I'm pretty sure, trying to hit those level ups as possible. We're also seeing it here happen on Dawnglades board. It kind of just has these mishmash of bronze traits active right now. Assassin, Scrap, Striker, Socialite. The Ezreal's not bad. Obviously the high positioning here thanks to the Knife's Edge. The Socialite square actually Hex does a lot for this Ezreal right now. Dawnglade is still keeping their options very open, but it basically just all hinges on what happens at 3-3 with the second open choice.
Yeah, and a bit of an iffy spot at the moment. His board isn't insanely strong to say so, but he only has 10 gold because he did roll down. But hopefully, having a few wins and possibly even just not having very big losses, streaking in this stage should help him build up that economy.
And getting that win there is probably a little bit critical to save a bit of HP. 73 HP, obviously not the worst that you could be, and we move into another silver augment here. Has the options of Keepers, Meditation, and Triforce. Has been spacing things out so far, so can obviously like group people together, but I don't think he's necessarily got the 3-star, like the 3-cost strength to take the Triforce.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like these augments are all a little bit awkward there because, you know, keepers, like, it's okay, but you kind of have to, it's very hard to keep everyone in those two, you know, front rows. Meditation, not, you know, not bad. Like, it's always okay. Like, it's not, you know, such game-changing, what's it called, augment, but he does opt to go for the keepers here. Yeah, I think it's a bit of both. I was thinking, you know, you can't get that really full keeper value without taking some units out of the knife's edge, but at the same time, you can kind of clump them at the front since you want most of your units there anyway.
I think, yeah, like you mentioned, it is quite an awkward combination of augments. And the way that they've actually positioned it, I think, is quite interesting. They're just positioning around this this Socialite Hex with the Ezreal in it. So they're really trying to just make sure that the carry can stay alive with the shields in case one of these Talon boards jumps onto the backline or one of these Sin boards jumps onto the backline. I guess into the later game, you can maybe look at ignoring that Socialite Hex, depending on what board you're actually playing. For now, though, the pair of Nars is definitely strong enough here for Dawnglade to net himself another win. Now has the 20 gold heading into Carousel. And a few options here. There's the Jhin with a glove. There's the Kha'Zix with a glove that I am having a look at. Those are probably going to be hot property, but the Sivir with a bow as well. We can see Angora not go for it, but Gidoff does actually pick it up for their own board.
Yeah, and you know, that was a very spicy item and unit combination, and the last people on the carousel are stuck with the option of a one cost spell or 2 cloaks.
Yeah, and that was like a very defensive, like utility-based kind of carousel right there. And like, so once those like good items kind of go, it kind of gets a little bit dire in terms of just looking for gold. Daytread, one of those guys who kind of had to sacrifice that, picked up a cloak, but not necessarily in the worst position. Very much just win streaking. And like Daytread has been playing such strong early game boards. We talked about how KMP was also utilizing those strong early game boards to great success, currently sitting first on day 2, KMP now in 4th. It just feels like, you know, the reroll players might actually do like okay in terms of getting middle of the pack, but I guess the consistency of just playing strong early game boards that enable you to go fast 8 is really the tempo style of play that is working in OCE this weekend.
Yeah, and I think the fact that when you are the one that's win streaking, you're the one that people are scared of. You're the one that's pushing the tempo of these lobbies and, you know, forcing people to change the way that they're playing. It just kind of holds a bit of power when you're in that position. You're making all these items that are really impactful right now.
And I mean, when you look at what Daytread had there as well, had the 4 striker in, had the Sivir on the side there as well. Now we move over to Escher, who is still making use of that twin shot heart now. Has the 4 twin shot in, got the 2-star GP. Great power spike for this comp right now, especially when you're utilizing the twin shot heart. However, it's a little bit of a different build to what we normally see.
Yeah, you know, I like that he's having the yodels in there, and I feel like this BT and Titans on the GP kind of makes him a little bit tanky. You know, his survives a little bit longer, but this might be a little bit of a problem later on because, you know, without having that damage, he might just get stuck on one of those really tanky Leonas and things like that later on in the game. But at the moment, it doesn't matter. He's printing gold.
And look, Escher's definitely going to be smiling with the way that he's board's position right now. Like you said, I think it's really important that he has the orders in because the more Corkis that you can spawn, the better. Like, you can pretty much take the orders out as the game goes on if you can hit that Corki a bit earlier. Doesn't manage to get one out of the portal there, gets a Poppy instead. But yeah, like you said, Escher in a very, very strong position. Has Morellonomicon on bench if they so want to build it. It's very good on Lucian or the Corki. Can get some healing cut in later, but also the Wallmax potentially for the Poppy. So still very open in terms of where they can take this, but I do agree with your sentiment that the Gangplank is strong enough now that it can print gold. It can, you know, fight off a lot of these boards, but you're going to need to find some strength off the back of an IE.
Yeah, like... Ask and you shall receive.
hands up
example
for the
number.
FB touchdowns right now. You can check out our own FB touchdowns on the TFT Twitter. we all threw up a couple yesterday for Escher. And look, we're talking about the Escher comfort zone as well. Rank 8, 14 points. That is very comfortable for Escher, I'm pretty sure right now. He loves being on that cut.
Yeah, for sure. And I am curious to see if he's gonna slam the IE or the Last Whisper. I think Last Whisper is also or the Giant Slayer, sorry.
I'm actually surprised by that. I thought like maybe a crit item here would be okay.
I
But
think,
maybe, do you think he's maybe scouted the front lines and seen like, alright, this is more
Yeah.
bruiser than it is bodyguard?
Yeah, and he's gone up against a Warmox right away, so probably made the item that's most ideal. I do think, like personally, I probably would also favor either the Last Whisper or the Giant Slayer, just because I think it's a little bit more reliable. You have a Bramble in front of that IE, and you're a little bit in a bit of a pickle. But I love this board. Like I didn't notice earlier, but with the Yordles, obviously you're getting gold. But also with this Gangplank as well, you just have two, banks on your board.
It is the bank of Escher right now.
Bank of
That is,
Escher.
yeah, there will be definitely some
Ooh.
people who will be tapping into that gold right now. I guess Donnie is one of them who is on this big roll down right now. Is sitting on 6 out of 9. Talons make that 7 out of 9, but that is not enough for a 3-star. Donnie's sitting on 35 HP. The Talon items, we do have to say, are quite good. They were running, I think, a bit of 4 Sin earlier, but has downgraded to the 5 Debonair with the 2 Sin. What do you prefer to run here with the Talon boards? Do you like the AP for the Debonair bonus gives, or do you just want more of the crit damage that you can get off the 4 Sin?
I personally am not a very yeah, I know you love that GP bot.
Talon bleeds.
Wow. This is what makes Talon so great. I think from just my very, small knowledge of Talon and the knowledge that I got from a few Talon one tricks that I know, I think when you have the Sinha, I think it's better to go for more of the assassins, just because you can fit them in easier. But I think both are fine. I don't think it's a big issue at all. Both, give amplify his damage, and this is what I mean though by Talon. Like, if you're not full win streaking during this stage when you're meant to be stronger than the rest of the lobby, you struggle a little bit. But this is an Irelia 2 Sinspat IEGS at level 7.
Look, we spoke about it earlier where we saw a Sin Irelia earlier today, that it is a very strong combo, and you just see why there. And
This
the fact
is filthy.
this is in stage 4, by the way. This is before stage 4 carousel. Like we've seen some
Filthy.
early, and like Donnie as well also has the 2-star Draven. So we've seen some quite early 2-star forecasts here. But those Irelia items are nuts. The only thing that I'm concerned about is it's lacking a bit of sustain.
But sometimes, if
Offense is the best defense.
Yep, and you have this really cool trait called Socialite that you can pop in there and, help with some of that healing. Sometimes you still get bursted, but you might not get bursted if you just, delete the entire team anyways.
I mean, that's a good strategy in TFT. You don't have to necessarily worry about fighting the enemy board if you just kill the enemies beforehand. Anyways, we move over to Angora here. You wanted an Ari board. I think you're going to get one.
It's from Angora as well. I'm surprised that he's running the 6 Arcanist version. I feel like the weakness of the 6 Arcanist is that you have to run Ziggs and Brand, who kind of fall off very hard. But on the side, we can see that Donnie has indeed hit his 3 stars, his Talon and Syndra. So he's very daunting.
That's a key power spike for him as well. Like 26 HP to be able to hit that. That is very good.
It's
But
insane.
more transitioning to talk about what is happening on the board right now with Angora. This Ari is not getting enough time to cast so far. No Scholar buff, no mana items means it takes forever for this Ari to cast. The Ginsus can't get enough mana generation off the attack speed. And against that 2-star Civil with, I would basically call perfect items, it's
very rough.
It's very rough. And now we're looking at a pretty rough augment selection here for Angora as well. It has to be Celestial Blessing, right?
Yeah, I think, as the wise Jose once said, Sunfire board at this stage is not the best augment because it, kind of does the opposite of what you want by kind of feeding the mana through that burn. And I don't know if salvage bin is going to be, you know, the biggest change to this board. But
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be selling anything though to like remake like those.
yeah,
Like,
it's more for the item buff. But I don't think that's going.
yeah, like it's basically RNGing like combat there, where you can have the Celestial Blessing that's just generally strong. We move over to Dawnblade's board, who is in a pretty flexible position. Like we were curious to where this Keeper's board would actually run. Where it's run them to is having to run to a Tiny Titans at 4-6 to try and salvage the situation. And the center reroll, if you can call it that, I don't know. I feel like it's just a waiting room for another carry. Is just, yeah, this is not looking good for Dawnblade.
Yeah, this talent is just slowly attacking at his team, and all of his units are just slowly melting away one by one. He's gonna have to find like a new carry, maybe a Civil, maybe something else for it to be, for it to help him. I think the really kind of unfortunate thing is with these items, I feel like you're really kind of forced, well not forced, but the easiest carries that you can have is probably Siva, maybe Irelia. We did see Runan's Irelia yesterday, and possibly Jace. But with Jace, you have to give up the Knife's Edge and the Socialite because you can't, he's not really good as an AD carry in the front line. So
well, yeah, it's the difference between the Mercury Hammer and the Mercury Cannon. You want that range form and being able to just cast from afar.
That's, assuming that he can get one at all because he is rolling at level 7 at the moment. I wonder if he's, thinking of committing to the center. It's a very rough spot.
Yeah, we'll have to check in a bit later right now. But on the right-hand side there, Escher just hit the Gangplank 3. So, it doesn't necessarily matter. If you're hitting the 3-star 3 cost at kind of the start of stage 5, it doesn't really matter about your items. It's going to be doing a lot of damage. That GS, that BT, and that Titans is going to be carving through some team comps. But we move over to Gidoff, who probably has a better use for the items that, Dawnblade there was holding on that Civet 2. We did see Gidoff a bit earlier, just absolutely mow through Angora. But where they have the juice here to break through the board of, I think this is Cardi actually. Yeah, it's Cardi, the 2 win streakers. We've got the 2 strikers facing off against each other. And just how good is this Sin Irelia? The crit damage is just so immense.
It's the Irelia almost died, but she does have the healing of this 3 Socialite there.
And the Seraphine and the Center.
Yeah, there's just, she has so many things supporting her. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, look, it is just a game of 3 Socialite when you're playing for this Irelia board. I think it's been the more successful compared to people pushing for that 5 Innovator Bear, trying to get that AD buff. I feel like people have found more success with just the less units playing around that Socialite. There's a little bit of an evolution as we've seen, but we move over to Escher, who, despite hitting the Gangplank 3, is struggling a bit. 1 off the Corki 3, 4 away from the Lucian 3, and no Jinx Insight to be able to push for that 5 twin shot. We all know how big a power spike that is. We saw a lot yesterday. This Gangplank is still being able to carve through this Bruiser front line of Day Treads, and it has got infinite amounts of sustain thanks to the resistances off Titan's Revenge and the Titan's Resolve, sorry, and the Bloodthirster. So that is a very easy win there for Escher. Also got the Enchanter in. There is a couple of magic damage players in this lobby. Angora down in 16 HP was running the Arcanist board. And Enchanter is something that we did see utilized a lot yesterday when there was more people playing Arcanist, but it feels like it's just one of those things that is situational lobby to lobby.
Yeah, I think definitely Enchanter, like the units in Enchanter are pretty good, but it's not something that you splash in every game. It's more, situational. It's, that really good example was when Dawnblade ran the 5 Enchanter against that Brambulance.
Yep.
Brambulance board, which was, I'm still impressed by that. But
that was against Daytread, I'm pretty sure, off the top of my head.
Yeah, that was against Daytread, that's right. And he is going up against Escher's mighty Titans GP3, and unfortunately is eliminated in 8th.
Yeah, look, that's the end of Dawnblade. Just had a rough selection of augments, I'm pretty sure. Even with the Tiny Titans, couldn't even manage to salvage any points off the back of that. We talked about Tiny Titans can maybe saving you 2 or 3 points, which is ultimately a big difference in tournament. But alas, not able to get it, and I bet you Escher is eyeballing this QSS Jinx like a madman.
That is such a good Iron Jinx, but will they let him have it?
I actually think they might.
They might?
Yeah, like when you're looking across the board here, like Donnie picking up the Sinsbat, the TGs are still up here. Yeah, well, he's
Last pick Jinx.
yeah, he gets the Jinx. This is so good for Escher, considering how much gold they dumped into rolling down to try and hit upgrades. Being able to put in the 5 twin shot now at that level 8 is a huge upgrade.
Huge upgrades. I'm sure he's smiling very hard right now. He has the 5 twin shot. And over to Angora's board, we do have the Syndicate in at the moment, but this front line is not looking too good, especially against all the Sivers and Aurelis with their max damage. It's going to be a little bit rough here. Needs to really position well to keep the Ari safe and let her ramp up and, you know, get that damage out.
There's 2 glaring problems that I see here with Angora's board. Is the one that there's no mana item on this Ari. It does have the Ari too, which is good. The big one is because the Arcanist relies so heavily on Vex as a front line, the fact that there's no Vex 3 here, sorry, is such a massive, you know, pain here for Angora. It does slam the Shroud there to try and cheese in that combat, but honestly, it just doesn't matter. There's so much damage here from Gidoff, who, by the way, has 6 out of 9 Sivers. Are we going to see another 3-star 4 cost today? I'm pretty confident considering, you know, the position of this lobby.
I don't think he even played this game. This was just a natural 6-Siver.
Yeah, he just, yeah.
And I think the other thing that was so fatal in this is that the Runans, they might be stuck on the Vex for a while because it does have Titans and Bramble and a little bit of the dodge from the Shroud, but that Runans is just slowly ticking away at the other carries, and I think having no blue buff is sometimes okay on Ari, especially if that Winsu slam is going to help you, you know, have more health early on, and it's kind of like a copium blue buff, but it is up against a Jace 2 with Winsu's Deathblade and Last Whisper, which is just dishing out so much damage.
I think this is the Ghost board of Take It Easy that Angora is facing off against here, which is maybe a saving grace with the Ghost board. Does manage to stay alive, and that is good for Angora because that nets him 2 positions. Donnie goes out there in 6th. Couldn't get that talent to work. Daytread out in 7th. Was rank 4 in this lobby right now and been playing really well today. I think, you know, does have a little bit of HP to play with, but that is a huge loss. And the blue buff here, oh man, how much Take It Easy we wishing he could put that on the Jace.
That would be so amazing, but honestly, I think it's not too bad. He still has some amazing items on it. And this is such a stacked team. Like, he has so much like innate healing. Oh, speaking of which, he does get the remover.
Mortdog heard me, I'm pretty sure. But
he puts it on there.
But he puts it on there. Okay, maybe valuing, I guess, the current lineup of items on this Jace right now.
I think it's sorry. I think it's also like he doesn't really have a better person to put the Jace items on as well. Like maybe the Seraphine, but I think he's just valuing the Frozen Heart Echo. But can we just talk about how much healing he has in his board with his ult?
Yeah, look, it is pretty powerful. Shrug it off, obviously. He's got the second wind as well, the second wind 2 there. It is very, very powerful. And the thing is he's not necessarily running the Irelia with 3 Socialite right now, just only got the 1 Socialite. But honestly, it doesn't really matter. Like, there is so much damage threat on this board right now, and the Irelia items are still decent. They're not like, you know, the insane crit Irelia or the Sin Irelia that just got absolutely deleted there. But it is still a massive double threat board, and the Jace carry is something that we haven't actually seen a lot of this weekend, I don't think. It's been something that was very popular at MSI and also at Set 6.5 Challenger Series. And it is very powerful for that reason that the Mercury cannon in the backline can enable other units in the backline, but, you know, Take It Easy isn't just using that. It's just Jace from Arcane firing away.
Yeah, Jace from Arcane is an insane character in the show and in TFT. But we're back onto Escher's board with still running the Jinx, and he is opting to level up. It does look like he has been losing a few battles here and there. Completed the Lucian 2 on the bench, but is now up against Gidoff with the 7 Sivers actually.
It's getting tight because it's like the rest of this lobby is actually falling pretty low. Gidoff's on 32 HP, Cardi 25, Take It Easy 18, Angora probably dodged the delayed damage. Yep, there we go. Angora out in 5th. Like, the lobby is slowly falling. And I think, oh, okay, never mind. There's an 8th, by the way. So, 1 away. Oh my god!
Oh my goodness.
Just hit. Just hit. All right.
Who needs Aurelia 2?
Oh, yeah. I mean, honestly, who does need Aurelia 2? But honestly, if we're going to rate rolldowns, are we going to rate TXC's Draven 3? Or are we going to rate that a lot better? Because I'm very much in the boat of that was just so easy.
He didn't even have that much gold.
He had 8. You could re-roll twice and hit. And you know what? Just hit.
I think they have tier 3 mod subs. I think that's what it is.
Yeah. Or maybe Genome does. I don't know. Genome was feeling a little bit sorry for, you know, Get Off was their prediction at the start of the day. You know, we talk about it. The Sivir does get enforced at the start of combat here, has the highest HP in the lobby, so not going to be able to farm up at the start. But honestly, it doesn't really matter. Once this Sivir gets going, it absolutely gets going. It hasn't been CC'd, hasn't been touched once this combat, and it's just perfectly free hitting. The only thing that can really stop this Sivir right now is if someone can jump into the backline and CC that Sivir. Maybe a Braum cast kind of gets back there. But for now, Gidoff is in pole position to take a dub here. And how important is that for Gidoff, who is sitting at the bottom of the lobby with only 8 points across the first 3 games?
He really needs this. And honestly, Sivir 3 should be at least the top 2, especially with Kade and Take It Easy only on 1-digit health. So this is such a huge game for him.
We have seen 3-star 4 cost go second, which is why I like the little bit of apprehension of this should be top 2, because we have seen an Irelia 3 lose to Malzahar 3 in this region, so it's not necessarily surprising. And look, it is a 1-threat comp. And, you know, the 2 Hextech does give a little bit of shielding here, and the 4 Bruiser as well, that gets spread across the board. But like you said, if there is some sort of backline access that any of these boards can have with maybe a Braum, or maybe a Sin Irelia, like the one that Cardi is running, can jump into the backline and hit on this Sivir, it's potentially possible. And as we talk about that Sin Irelia, we did see the reposition from Get Off here to try and put the Gnar over to make sure that the Sin Irelia got stuck on that and not on the Sivir. The Shroud of Stillness here putting in a ton of work, making sure that delayed Sivir cast comes through. This Irelia is still living on the side of Cardi, but it finally goes down. And even though the Vi gets to the backline, the Sivir, it was basically untouched from the Irelia. And that leads Cardi with that Sin Irelia to a 4th. I think a little bit of a lower placement when you get that Sin Irelia so early, especially because he had it 2-starred at what, like 4-3 or 4-2. Yeah. But the top 4 for all of these players in this bottom half of the standings right now is still critical points.
That's right. And, you know, a comp that is really strong by itself, when you have a Sivir 3 in front of it.
Yeah, look, you have to kind of throw the analysis out the window when it becomes like, you know, you're getting to the pointy end, you stage 6-6, the Rift Herald is coming up, and you're like, well, you're getting the hyper carries on the board right now. Again, the Enforcer comes through onto this Sivir of Get-Offs, but honestly, it just doesn't matter. The Irelia does manage to get on it. There's a little Braum stump there. Could this actually be the time where it goes down? Remember, the Sivir has very minimal healing, and it does actually go down. But the Irelia was also taken quite low by that. And the fact, even though it is an IRL 1, Gydos Irelia does enough to take It Easy. And the IRL 2 comes through. This is so good. And another Titan's Revenge. Like, you can just throw that on the Gnar or even the TK if you hit it. This is just perfect item here.
I'm surprised he didn't wait to lock this shop and put it on the Irelia. I don't know if he was just too excited to see the Irelia, or if he wants to utilize that scrap value specifically on the Irelia. But regardless, not
just
that
RNG it.
Yeah, not that it will really matter that much. But I think, you know, Echo with the chain is a pretty good holder. But I just want to commend Take It Easy for that attempt. Like, he actually managed to take down the Sivir, which was the biggest threat, but he still had an Irelia one, and Irelia is Irelia.
Well, Escher on that edge has managed to find the 5-twin shot, got the Jinx 2 in with some very interesting items. DB, QSS, Edge of Night. We don't see the Edge of Night at all, really, and he's also got 2 Jinxes. Well, if there was anything that could probably answer the 3-star Sivir, it is a 3-star Jinx, but Escher is completely out of juice right now, has no gold, has a bit of stuff on bench that he could probably free up for a deep roll down next turn. But it is a pointy end. I don't think we'll be reaching Carousel here. It is 7-1 The CC does go off from Escher. It is perfectly lined up to hit this Sivir, but the Sivir is slowly ramping up. The Mana Cast comes off now. This Jinx turns and does actually delete it. And the Irelia 2, which has been found, also gets taken down. This Gnar doesn't have enough healing in the bucket either, and this Jinx manages to take it through with the most wacky selection of items I think we can see, because we never see the Edge of Night. Like, it's not good. I'm just going to say it, it's not good. And now...
Oh my god.
And he's even Zephyr cheesing. So, like, he has this ability. I think he got the Zephyr off of the Rift Herald. There is, like, so much potential in Escher here that if Escher can just win one more combat in terms of just, like, finding the perfect Zephyr onto the Sivir. Like, I actually prefer it onto the Irelia here if you can have the Sivir get back, like, just get choked down by the backline so quickly. It's so tight, and I'm really loving the positioning here to try and get the Zephyr down. He does throw it onto the Blitzcrank here, so it does get onto the Echo in the backline, which is probably just denies a little bit of backline access here for Get Off. However, this, the Sivir has again been untouched a little bit, but again, the stun comes through, the cast can't come off, and the Gangplank lives off the back of the Silco healing. Escher has managed to take down the Sivir 3 out of nowhere to net a win. And we always talk about how Escher is in the comfort zone when he's playing on the cut here, Slappy.
This is, the bottom qualifying buff for Escher. Escher is being chilling. His, the gears are turning in his head, and he defeated a Sivir 3. Mind you, that GP got eaten by the Tomcat.
Yeah.
He was out of action with the Enforcer and the Eat, and he still went up to the Sivir's face and said, bye-bye.
Bit of a bonk there with the Saber of Gangplanks. And look, maybe it was a fact that he had the 2 Jinxes. Like, even though it's not a 3-star Jinx, but just having 2-star 5 costs on a board that late in the game is so good. And, like, the Jinx damage, like, just splashing into the backline with the Super Mega Death Rocket, it's just so powerful. And even though the itemization wasn't there, I think it was just the raw unit strength in the end.
I think so. And I do think that the Titans and BT that we were complimenting earlier also helped him just, survive that little bit longer just to hit the Sivir a couple more times with his gun for her to get melted and done.
Well, that was quite something. We have seen a 3-star 4-cost lose, so I would love to see how Genome and Frosty can digest that, because that was wild.
Well, there were some highlights and some lowlights in that game, weren't there? We saw Dawnglade actually go out in 8th after picking up Tiny Titans as his 3rd augment, and the extra 35 health didn't even help him enough. But on the positive end of that game, you had the Twin Shot Hard come out to be an incredibly impactful augment.
Yeah, and that just goes to show you the power of Twin Shot Hard there, and I love the Giant Slayer Slam, identifying that Infinity Edge, while it is a lot of damage, ended up playing a critical role in the end there, being able to one-tap that Sivir. And, I think it really just goes to show you that Escher, as much of a memer as Escher is still an incredibly strong player, being able to find the positioning there every single time onto that Sivir, and just destroying the really critical carry there from Get Off.
Yeah, as we heard, it was tough. There was the Devour from the Tom Kench. There was, the Enforcer as well, which we actually saw deal pretty well with quite a lot of the carries. I think there was the Ari earlier on in this game as well that was suffering from that because she just had too much darn health. But looking at our other lobbies from today as well, obviously we're running 2 lobbies simultaneously throughout our whole day 2. Tomorrow, of course, you'll catch all of the action with the final lobby. But apart from Escher, we also had a Warwick reroll again with Best in Slot. And I feel like when we go and look at our compositions at the end of today, Frosty, it feels like Warwick, I think, is actually going to be coming out a little bit further on top than he was the day before, because we've seen him in the winners icon there a couple of times now.
Yeah, definitely. And not only is that Warwick reroll, that's TXE's Warwick reroll. TXE leading into this event here. Pretty much one-tricked Warwick reroll there. So they're definitely in their comfort zone. So I think being able to identify that it is quite strong at the moment and that it is getting these lobby wins is a really critical thing. So I think it's natural that TXE is going to end up winning with a composition like that.
Well, that win has put him on equal top of the scoreboard, Frosty. He's currently sitting there at 26, well above. I think actually all of those 3 players are probably safe now. Actually, no, we've got 2 games left. So maybe not mathematically, but almost certainly. TXE, KNP, and Yush continuing to have a fantastic day. Escher, with that win, actually moving up a little bit further there. So, look, a couple of players, have sort of made it into that sort of safety zone, but still a lot of players who are worrying about not only making it to day 3, but grabbing that cash and also the 2 slots to Worlds.
Yeah, but also to highlight there, we had Yush, KNP, and Zuzu still performing really admirably there from yesterday. So our top contenders from day number 1 are still continuing to perform in day number 2 here, which is really good to see, a show of consistency throughout it here. And especially in a game like TFT, where players can say that, I got Mort dogged more often than not here. I'm just getting unlucky. Well, more often than not, it's actually the case that your decisions end up mattering more than you may think.
There's so many opportunities throughout a game of TFT to make it go your way. There in game 4, we saw the 3-star Gangplank have everything go his way there. Got the Champagne Saber out and knocked the cork out of that one to celebrate a win in game 4. We'll be back after a short break, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with game 5.
after that game because I certainly needed one. What a performance from Escher to net a huge win in the TFT Gizmos and Gadgets OCE Regional Finals Day 2 to get one step closer to securing his spot at Day 3 and a chance of making Worlds again back to back. But Sleppy is now the pointy end of the day. 2 games remain between who will make it through to tomorrow and who will fall short of making Worlds.
We are. I'm still speechless.
It's very rarely you see a 4-cost 3-star lose like that.
Yeah, and you know, that Siva, we harp on about how strong the strikers are, and he just, you know, a little bit of help with the Zephyr as well. But it was such an amazing last game, and yes, you are right. We are 2 games away, so close to finding out who our top 8 are and who's going to battle it out tomorrow.
Well, I do want to give a shout out to our challenger admin Tycoon here, who raised a wonderful point while we were just chatting in the break there. We've seen a lot more reroll today. Warwick has been probably the most successful comp overall. Basically, Warwick has won at least one of the 2 lobbies every game that we've come to the split screen. We're just so used to seeing a striker and then a Warwick board next to each other. And I think a big reason for that is today, we have seen barely any prismatic augments. And when the game is slowed down by just these silver, gold lobbies, you know, that tends to favor the reroll players because you're not getting guys hitting those high rolling boards.
Yeah, and you know, the prismatic augments, they just don't give you the same amount of like oomph power to those reroll boards as it does to, you know, those high level 8 boards, fast day, or even those high end shopping boards to the level 8 players, and they get access to all these 5 costs early, and it's just not the same.
Well, as we head into the final 2 games of the night, we are just going to rehash how all these players got here. Obviously, it's been a long journey to the regional finals. It's been extending basically over 6 months, all the way back to the Arcanist Cup at the end of November. All those players who played through set 6, all that knowledge kind of had to be discarded heading into this tournament, although we had 8 players qualify from the mid-set invitational. Those who are coming in from like the Scholar Club or the Set 6.5 Challenger Series or the leaderboard, I think are the players that are performing a bit better on average in this tournament, Sleppy. I think we can say that, especially the leaderboard players like KMP, has been really good. I think TXE made it through in MSI and has actually been doing decently. That's probably like the one exception to the rule. I'm pretty sure Yush also made it in later as well. So it's the players with that fresh knowledge of the set and all of that practice that they were forced to put into Neon Knights actually paying off now on day 1 and 2.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. You know, the reason why we probably hadn't heard of these people is they weren't able to excel and show us their skills in set 6, but rather in set 6.5 and the qualifiers through that.
Yeah, and as we have a look at the format for this weekend specifically, it is day 2 that we are concerned about right now. As you can see, after the first 2 games, players are seeded as per the rule set. They all play 6 games, and we have reseeded the lobbies for the final time today. The top and bot lobbies have been decided. And look, it is going to get tense as we move into the final 2 games. If you're someone like Yush or TXE or KMP, you basically are just hoping to go 2 top 4s, ride a bit of momentum into tomorrow. But for a player like, say, Fortune Chosen or Angora, who are sitting down there in the bottom, they really, really need a big win to try and really secure their spot in day 3.
They really need to bring out those top 4s, those strong lobbies, strong comps, in their lobbies to try and push into the top 8.
I mean, you talk about strong lobbies. We've had strong lobbies so much today. Like, it's just been so fast-paced.
It's been ridiculous. We've had some insane games today, and hopefully there'll be more to come as they try and push into the qualifying players.
Look, honestly, we've spoken about, you know, the format, how players have got here. We've built up the storylines for so long, but these final 2 games will dictate so much of what's to come tomorrow and what's to come of Oceania at Worlds. So Genome, Frosty, please take it away for Game 5 of what could be a very decisive moment in this tournament.
Well, take it away or take it easy. We've got him here in the final lobby, and there's a lot of other big names here, Frosty. Look, we've got everyone who's been doing well, basically, so far. Fortune Chosen, Yush is in there, Escher, Daytread, Zuzubird as well. I mean, look, I agree with Sleppy as well. I'd love to get a little bit more oomph. Give us some prismatics. We saw quite a few yesterday, but yeah, look, change in augments has seen a little bit of a change in playstyle today.
Yeah, it's definitely been a really interesting one going into it there. It was really well highlighted by Tycoon, our admin. I think that going into it, those fast 8 boards with the strikers there have still been really strong overall, though. I don't think it matters whether you get any augments to do with strikers. It's just that strong. But we're going to head right into game number 5 with our winning lobby. So these are the top point performers, and we're going to be starting off with Yush, 26 points.
Well, it's a highly contested carousel there. Lots of people want that bow. What does that tell you, Frosty?
Well, I see TXE has got a bow. I'd say TXE won last game with Warwick. I'd say it's looking like a pretty swift Warwick game there for TXE, that's for sure.
Man certainly has that Chemtech running through his veins today, it seems. And look, it's been working out pretty damn well for him. Yush, however, I think as we talked about before on it looks like a Mario board, really, to me.
Reminds me of the Super Mario World style,
Yeah, that's
you know,
what I'm
right?
talking. Yeah.
I get you. Yeah, but Yush has been performing really well, and it's been one of our not our star players, one of our lesser-known players that has come into the event here and really started to perform well over the last 2 days.
He's playing like a star player.
That's right. That's exactly the point that I wanted to get to, is that this is the sort of consistency that you want to be seeing, not only taking first place in day number 1, but day number 2 as well would be a big stepping stone heading into day number 3, that is for sure. But looking at this itemization here, not exactly the carry items that you want to be seeing. Starting off with a nice safe silver augment here, and this back foot is just talking to me right about now, Gino.
You reckon? Is that something you want to see? I mean, Yash, obviously, as we said, he wants something that's flexible. Hextech Unity, not really that. Item grab bag, kind of, but it's also a bit of a lottery. Back foot, the choice.
Back foot, you know exactly what you're getting out of it there. And while it may not necessarily be the strongest of augment choices here, it is definitely a very safe one, and one that is still decently powerful as well. Moving over to TXT's board though, however, they did take the item grab bag there. And it looks like a stone plate, I mean, still a very respectable option here for sure, has popped out.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that doesn't really give you any direction, I wouldn't have thought. I mean, every comp needs a front line and a back line, so I guess it just goes on your tank carry either way.
That's it. Now, what I'm really interested to see here from TXE is whether they end up taking this level up here. So, working towards that Warwick board that we know and love from this point onwards. But look at the units that TXE has got. Typically, going into a Warwick board, you want to see something like the Singe, you want to see some more Camille's, things like that. This board does like to pick up early units and try to utilize them really well, but I don't really see any of that thus far.
No, TXE not loving the spot he's in, so he doesn't even level up. He's actually going to sit here on level 3 and potentially just take a couple of losses, maybe just wait until he can see what he picks up from Carousel, and maybe also pick up some of those upgrades for the level 1 units you can see sitting on his bench right now.
And, I mean, just look at the losses he's taken to Yoshir. I mean, that's just the power of the backline there, being able to, the back foot there, being able to power up your backline just that little bit. Going to deal a lot of damage to TXE, but I don't think TXE is really too worried about that. In TXE's position here, probably playing for something like Carousel Priority. But we're going to move over to KNP, and, well, we know it, we love it. So small, baby.
Yes! Oh, I love a so small game, and we've been, you're currently playing on the live servers out there. It's a little bit harder to come by because you got to wait for a gold augment now. They did buff up the power. It's incredible to think that this so small is worth 25% dodge chance. The gold augment on the live servers is worth 30% dodge chance. Once upon a time, this was 35% as a silver augment, right?
Well, I mean, I'm going to say the prismatic version of it that might be coming out real soon, might be getting 35% of there.
You heard it here first.
Well, that's just it. But this is really interesting. We've already seen it once today. We saw it in the hands of TXE, who wasn't itemizing the Corki here, but looking at the items on board here, we see that is already spell crit and a tier on the Corki. KNP's not doing too bad for themselves either.
And when we saw this, I think it was from TXE in game 3 when he did bring out the Yordles. So he went for the blue buff and then eventually swapped that over to the Gnar. So I guess that's it is slightly more flexible when you think about it in that way. But now that we see the dual gauntlet slam, that doesn't seem flexible, right? That's not going to work for the Gnar, so it very much feels like he is locked into that Corki carry for now.
Well, I mean, it's not as if you couldn't do it, right? I mean, nothing is necessarily impossible when it comes to TFT. It's like that you're very unlikely to do it, right? It's like you're very unlikely to hit that legendary at level 7 there, that 1%. But it could still happen. So, you know, we don't let to rule these things out as more and more angles will start to rock up here. But as my analysis, you know, as my job as an analyzer here is, I would be saying that, yeah, it's probably very unlikely that that happens, Gino.
Okay, we rock up at the stage 2 carousel now. Escher currently running the twin shot bodyguard.
It's just it. Twin shot bodyguard, we've seen a lot of success with it thus far, and maybe that's just going to show you, say, the power of it when it finally does come together. I think we've really seen maybe 1 or 2 unsuccessful games from it. You know, maybe the players just didn't hit. But I think the big thing here is the play style, right? I think we saw a game from it yesterday from Donny, who tried to stay level 8 and try to maximize that Corki carry when they could have been going level 7, trying to hit those 3-star 3 costs there, which are typically the bigger power spike. But as we see up on the screen here, bio-leeching. We really don't seem to be getting the best of mutants today, do we, Gino? That's for sure. Bio-leeching is, well, I know your opinion on it, that's for sure. But I wouldn't say that it is necessarily the best option.
It's not the most commonly held opinion, no. But look, that's one specific augment. Okay, I think it works with Archangels, but that's the only way. And again, you kind of need to come into that pretty early. You know, look, Day Trader's come into this brand pretty early, and you can see with those items that he's got on top, similar to the Corki, actually, who's actually finished the blue buff off by now, by the way. Must have picked that up from the carousel. So they're running a very similar sort of, well, a similar thrust in terms of the AP comp there for these two players. We've got a couple of players down the bottom actually playing for Yordle Econ right now, so that could actually be hurting KNP a little bit in how early he's able to access those level 2 Yordles.
Well, not only that, but we've also seen players that have splashed in this Yordle economy and managed to hit, say, a fair few Vexes later on into the game, and they may end up trying to go for a Vex 3. In that case there, for the Yordle player, that's near disastrous. You rely heavily on those 3-star 3 costs there to do the heavy lifting for your composition. So taking away that option from those players is a very, very debilitating maneuver that you can do.
Take some of those options away from them. Can hurt them in the long run, but you know, I'm sure most of those players are probably going to wean themselves off the Yordles eventually and just leave that to KNP to run away with. Okay, I mean, yep, so dual gauntlet there. A feature of several of our AP comps right now. I mean, do we really think that we're going to be sticking on that brand for that long?
Well, we saw it a little bit yesterday, and it's a really interesting sticking point is when players ended up sticking with it, it allowed them to go for those really rare fast 8 and fast 9 games. But look here, Escher already on that Sivir, and we know how much Escher loves these striker boards. So Escher's going to be playing from a comfort zone this game, that's for sure, and also hitting multiple gloves around the place. I mean, this is just looking to be a heck of a strikers game, that's for sure.
Especially when he's up there on 96 health, right? I mean, gloves honestly can be the hardest component to come by on that carousel. So if you don't have to worry about that, if you've got them in your back pocket already, not only that, but yeah, as you pointed out, the 2% Sivir, which is just so early and allows him to really commit hard to this comp. Not that Escher needs any help with that. I mean, we've seen him you know, take some bot 4s because he does nothing but commit to this comp, really.
Yeah, definitely. I almost, in Escher's position here, I love this level up, by the way. I almost want to see Escher play this hyper-aggressive, you know. I know how much he values the glove here, but I almost wonder, do you want to end up slamming a Shroud against an opponent who ended up trying to level to level 6 with you there? Or is it just too much, you know? I know that, you know, you really want to be trying to build a last whisper with this Infinity Edge. It's such a strong combination there. But in Esh's position, you know, trying to main this win streak, there could be reason to try to slam a Shroud here just to get that little bit more strength before the next carousel.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, that's an option, right? I mean, it's not something you'd often see on stage 3 of the Shroud, you know. Zephyr, those kind of units, the ones that you see generally as it gets later into the game, you've got a better stage of, better chance of, you know, hitting a large clump of units.
Moved over to Fortune Chosen now, and talk about the big news of day number 2 here. This is Warwick Reroll Central right here. Already got the Ginsus on there. Bo is ready to go, and a Shojin on the Quinn.
Yeah.
All the pieces are slowly starting to come together. On a 6-loss streak, though. So, you know, things may be looking a little bit dire, but 60 health is still fairly comfortable, that's for sure.
Yeah, look, you can see Fortune Chosen looking for any little piece of power he can get there, just putting that extra bow, knowing that that was very likely going to turn into the Titans' resolve there on the Warwick eventually.
Yeah, and look, managing to pick up the win against Atred there. A little bit unfortunate. We were talking about that blue buff brand before, but still hasn't managed to find the blue buff yet. Has the spell crit behind it. I think one of the big pieces that is missing is, well,
okay.
Let's just derail the conversation there for a second.
We'll talk about what pieces are missing, but what about what pieces he has in his arsenal right now? The On Guard, I would say, is the best silver augment that you can get for this composition. I'd say it's probably on par with Instant Injection. Obviously, you're not going to get them offered the same with that being a gold augment, but both just so impactful for the Warwick reroll. This comp works so fast, and, you know, it's just like, yeah, you disarm someone, and by the time you're half a second later, you tear through them, they don't even get a chance to fight.
It's absolutely insane. I'd say that it is even better than Instant Injection, better than Chemical Overload. This is one of the traits that you really want to be hitting because of that. It's that disruption, right? Quinn's already such a menace that you have to try to deal with there. Now imagine every single unit on the enemy board doing what Quinn is already doing there. A Tryndamere spinning through your team is an extra 3 seconds of a disable right there. And it's just insane. But talk about insane. Genome, we saw a recombobulator just happen.
We've got a Galio at 3-3 right now. The Infinity Edge firmly in his hands. Oh, nice little dodge there by the Warwick. But is it enough? Clapio, he's doing damage in an area of effect right now. But unfortunately, he hits the middle unit. Now his damage is split. Can't even take away the Draven. Warwick with a happy feet right there at the end, just dodging out of Galio's knock-up.
Well, I have always said it, Genome. Escher is my favorite for fun player, and you know, I really think they're going to show that right now. They managed to go for that recombobulator, and you know what? I think that is probably one of the better recombobulators that I've ended up seeing there, because the 2 Colossus managed to come together, but it still wasn't enough.
Who else would do that in the regional finals? I mean, he's sitting up in rank 4, so he's probably feeling a little bit, you know, maybe he's feeling just a little bit confident right now. Like, he's got this in the bag. Like, look, if it goes horribly wrong, maybe you can bring it back in game 6. But either way, it feels like he has found some direction. I mean, he's only got 4 units on the board right now because he's level 6 and he's playing Alistair and Galio.
And I mean, don't get me wrong, Galio's a really powerful unit here, but when you've only got, well, 4 units on the board here, it doesn't really feel like it's going to be doing all that much.
Okay, I do want to just theorycraft a little bit here, though, Frosty, because Galio is, you know, obviously this is a unit you hit late, right? But Clapio, you can build into it, but usually you don't get that chance because, you know, your items are slammed early. You know, you're thinking about all this other stuff before you even get to Galio. So to get him this early, do you think we could actually see a commit to the Clapio and try and make this work all the way from the word go?
Look, I'm going to be the person to say it here, and I know how much you're going to hate me saying this.
But he wants
I'm
to have
gonna-
fun, Frosty,
but
and
I'm
we want to
gonna
watch
stop
him
you.
have
I'm
fun.
gonna stop you right there, Gino. I'm going to stop you. Have you seen these last 2 combats here? Have you seen these last 2 combats here and how bad they were?
All right.
Come on. Yeah, you can live in magical Christmas land as much as you want, mate, but the results unfortunately speak for themselves. And as much as Escher is a for-fun player, you know what else Escher loves doing? Escher loves winning. And unfortunately, it seems like Galio is probably not going to be staying in.
Unfortunately not. Someone's turned off the snow machine, and it's no longer Winter Wonderland over here. 4 strikers. He's already pivoted off just in the time that it took us to think about the possibilities there. Now, look, KNP, however, he's actually picked up the back foot on top of the So Small, and this has allowed him to streak pretty heavily, right? 7 wins, end of stage 4, bringing that 5+ win streak into a creep round always feels good.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Yordles is not an easy composition to play well because, you know, the push-pull of trying to play this in the hyper-aggressive lobbies that end up happening in these pro games here means that more than often you just don't have time to stay in these earlier levels to try to roll down. And that can mean that later on in the game, you just don't have your 1 costs 3 starred.
These are some pretty cool items here, actually.
Wow,
You know,
a Warwick 3 at 4-1.
whew, that's quick. And that's no trade sector. You know, you got to think about that, right? Like, often if you hit something that early, and it's, let's say it was because of an econ augment, right? It was because of a trade sector, or, you know, you had some loaded dice, something like that. You've got to also understand that that's taking away from your end of game combat power. Now, Fortune Chosen here, he's got the best of both worlds. He's managed to just natural that Warwick 3, and on top of that, he gets 2 very good augments, 2 augments very much tailored to this composition.
So if I'm putting this into words that our viewers can understand here, Gino, it would have to be something along the lines of, if you just hit, you will win the game.
Correct. Yep.
Okay, I'm glad we're on the same page here.
Yeah, look, at rank 7, that's exactly what Fortune Chosen is looking to do, and that's what he's done. I mean, I guess the other question is, I mean, he's sitting here, 66 gold, he's on level 6, not, you know, trying to insinuate that he's the devil, but at that point, does he think about rolling for Quinn 3, or does he level up?
It's such a hard decision to try to make here, and I think that, honestly, when you're so far away from this Quinn, yeah, I love what Fortune Chosen has done here, taking the level up to level 7, just because you don't want to spend too long on this, where your power spikes from these units here, while definitely really strong in the Quinn 3, you're not really trying to hit anything else.
Yeah, especially when he's already got that perfectly stacked Warwick that's probably just going to let him get up to level 8. Very nice and quickly.
That's right.
However, Zuzu Burden, take it easy. Taking each other on right now. Take it easy also got that Siva up and running.
Yeah.
Oh, battle between that and the Draven, who's actually going to be able to get through the front lines first and get to it. It looks like the Draven is going to have first pick at that. That said, the Civ is just blinking through it, but because of the VIP infinite range there, he's actually going to take the dub over the Civ as she tries to walk forward and get in range.
Yeah, and it's a really interesting look in at Zuzu's board here, right? Because we see the Knife's Edge and the makeshift armor here, and the Draven as well. It feels like it's a little bit all over the place, but I mean, just being able to find this Draven and just try to make it work, potentially, you know, for a pivot later on into an Irelia would be a really strong idea.
Plenty of Civ going around in this lobby, though, and that's going to benefit Yush, who's already managed to hit the 2-star, unlike a couple of our other players. I mean, looks like Escher's still sitting on 1 star, and who else was it that we were just on there that had the Civ 1 star as well. So as more and more of those get taken out of the pool, it is advantage Yush, who does manage to push through his opponent here.
Yeah, but I mean, we saw it on the sidebar there. Escher just hit an Irelia too, and we know how much these players love the Irelia too, but look at the health totals right about now.
Yeah.
Everyone is so low. We see 3 players almost below 30 health at this stage of the game.
Yeah, look, it's not the sub 4th round carousel, you know, exit, but it could be pretty soon. TXE unless he finds some extra power in his board, might not even make that third augment.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting one. We know TXC picked up that early bow. They're perhaps trying to look into playing that Warwick reroll. Probably ended up getting cut out there, you know. TXC probably came in with the mentality that this was going to be just a simple 2 games. I will play Warwick reroll and I will just think about nothing else. Well, unfortunately for them, it's really not come together thus far, you know. We see the way that everything has been put together. A Jin 2, however, could be a really interesting way to approach the rest of this game, especially with the Zeri online as well.
This is a big roll down right now. We can see that he's actually picked up a Bruiser Heart and doesn't even have a Bruiser to run with it yet. And that's a little bit brutal, right? I mean, you can see that there's definitely a way that he gets out of this sometime and maybe finds a Jace and then is able to fit the Vi in and use that Bruiser Heart. But at the moment, the Augment is doing nothing for him. Luckily, the roll down does net him the 2-star 4 cost. You were very... clear on this at the start of today, Frosty, that the 2-star 4 costs are exactly what you need to get you through to the end. And this Jin has seemingly stabilized TXE as he looks at his third augment and doesn't like the look of featherweights, I imagine.
Yeah, featherweights is not exactly the greatest when you do not have a lot of 1- and 2-star champions here. However, Thrill of the Hun could provide this Jin a lot of utility.
So good. Because you don't really like putting the Bloodthirster on Jin, right? Like, you like to stack him with those 3 damage items and just get him popping off, and then either have, the front line sort of just soaking it up for him while he's got that time to wind up and bring out the curtain call, or you can get an augment to do that job for you. And so he's going to pick back-foot, actually. What do you think about this choice?
Yeah, I think I was just about to mention it here. Back-foot this is a legitimately hard choice because... as much as you love the healing here, healing reduction is very common in this set, right? So realistically, trying to rely on these resets for that extra healing is going to be very, very, unstable for the most part. So being able to just pick up the backline, getting Jin with that extra attack damage, and also buffing up your Zeri as well, and the Seraphine might just work out wonders. But this is an Irelia 2 from Escher. And that is a fairly stacked Irelia, that's for sure.
He's been locked on. The Jin has gotten the whiff of her, but no, unfortunately, just too much healing coming out. I mean, honestly, the Jin locked onto her for a good 5 seconds there and was wailing away, but every single shot coming out of his gun just seemed to be met by the Bloodthirster of Irelia.
Yeah, the curtains were not cold for the Irelia there, that's for sure, as we've moved over to Daytread here, who is still ending up rocking this brand here for the time being. And again, we've seen that, Brand has had quite a lot of success here. No blue buff, so we haven't really hit the maximum power spike out of this here, but still an incredibly strong board, that's for sure.
Yeah, no blue buff, no double trouble. In fact, this is quite a novel composition really here, going with the 5 Debonair 4 Arcanist. And look, the Debonair spat there that Daytread has been able to make is sort of making this possible as he goes to level 8 and fits that bodyguard in. You can see he's not even thinking about the Brand 3 at this stage. So what is the out for him here really? Is it the Victor? Is there another option that can actually make this comp cap out? Because I cannot imagine that a 2-star Brand without a blue buff is really going to get him there.
I think we saw it yesterday where even though a Brand 3 with double trouble ended up being hit, that it still just wasn't enough to get the job done more often than not. So I think there's a few options here, but ones that you'd usually go for really require mana items, such as Ari and Victor. So honestly, I think you may just have to rely on trying to hit a Victor and foregoing mana items.
Yeah, I mean, I've just realized he's got the blue battery 1. So that means he only needs 1 auto, right? So that'd be the same as having a blue buff, because of course you do have that mana lock. He's not just constantly casting fireballs and doing his best Kamehame impression there. So I guess that is actually functionally the same as having a blue buff.
Nearly. I think that for the most part it's relatively close, but we've moved over to KNP's board here, and now the golden units is finally starting to arrive. We finally see that there are 4 out of 6 Yordles completed at this stage of the game. Is going level 8 to just try to solidify just that little bit more strength, because look at the health, 56 health. is not even in a spot of bother right about now.
Yeah, he's got time, but how much time? Because the Yordles he's missing here, the 3-star pieces he's missing are some of the important ones. Sure, the Corki's up and running, that's fantastic, but Vex 3 extremely important in buying that time for Corki to do the damage. I mean, you know, 2 twin shot in also always helps because you get that chance to get the big damage, you know, bursts coming out from that Corki as well. But I mean, he's only got 4 Vexes right now. This is the 5th coming in. He's a long way off.
Yeah, it's scary stuff. And I think that the main problem here is that in the late game for KNP, there's no frontline items. There's a QSS on your Vex there. And that's the one thing I really want to see them shore up there, is a nice balance throughout it all, because we saw a Nara itemized there with a Bloodthirster, with a Runeance. That's fine. You know, a Corki absolutely stacked out there, but if the Corki just doesn't have time, like you said, then it's just not going to end up pumping out enough damage.
Well, we'll keep an eye on KMP as we go into Stage 5 Carousel to see if there is a defensive item on offer for him. Meanwhile, our VIP Draven, certainly not the biggest or the best one we've seen today, but look at 1 star. If you ramp up that speed enough, he can do some damage, but he's not going to do it fast enough. Certainly not with a Sivir 2 on the other side.
Yeah, so unfortunately, Yush and Zuzu Bird, some of our big performers here, are going out. But on the other hand, it looks like things are about to get enforced a heck of a lot more, that's for sure, as we see 3 Enforcer emblems on the carousel. Not every day that we end up seeing something like this here, and it seems like the fun factor of this game is about to get locked up, that's for sure.
Well, KMP, he wants to ramp things up even faster. He had the option of taking that Dragon's Claw there, Frosty, but he actually went for the Zeeks instead. So, wants to just pump that damage out as fast as he possibly can. The Debonair emblem has actually resulted in Daytread going up to 7 Debonair, and he's managed to put it on... actually, did it come? I'm trying to think if it came on the Kaiser there.
I think something like that may have ended up happening. But we're going to move over to Escher's board here, who is 1 hit away, coming up against the board from Fortune Chosen, who is on a win streak right about now. And I mean, this is just the power of On Guard right there. The unit's being disabled immediately, and there is nothing that Escher could have done in that fight, Genome. No matter how well you play that, Warwick just absolutely tore through everything.
I mean, yeah, if you're an AD based player, this comp is even harder for you to deal with. Your front line is getting disabled by all of the challenges on the front line. Your back line is getting disabled by a 3-star Queen with a Shojin on it as well. Oh, man, this is, yeah, look, you know, if you've got some spells to throw out, sure, maybe you can, you know, get some CC, sure, not onto the Warwick, but onto the rest of the comp at least. But apart from that, there's kind of not much you can do.
Yeah, and this is why On Guard is just so strong here. We saw that Escher even managed to hit that early Sivir there and still went out in this situation they've gone. I'm starting to think, Genome, that we have actually cursed every single Striker player to not have a good finish on camera here.
Yeah, look, Escher took Recombobulator, Frosty. I think he made his own choices there.
Yeah,
I'm not sure that one's on us, frankly.
Yeah.
What was that, a 6th for him? But as we said, he was in 4th spot, so I think he'll still be in an okay spot going into that last game. Probably not out of, you know, harm's reach, but I think he still will be in the top 8 come the scoreboard at the end of Game 5 here.
And now moving up the Dragon here, Fortune Chosen with a Crocodile's Resolve. A fairly solid one, that's for sure. You know, a decent all-round item that you could probably stick onto your Quinn here, or even the Draven if you're feeling a little bit ambitious. You know, try to ramp that up a little bit, try to get a 3rd carry online here. Wouldn't hate to see it either way, but I think on Fortune Chosen's agenda right now is just trying to hit level 9.
Who knows? Some extra AP for the Queen even. I'm not sure she attacked quite fast enough for that to happen, even with the Static Shiv buffing it up a little bit more. Oh! Okay, just grabs a nice little Victor pair out of the shop there, and considering, you know, he's playing Chemtech right now, could be an opportunity for that to make it even better. Once again, We're seeing that 4-6 Tiny Titans come out, Frosty. This time it's take it easy, and he's on 15 health, right? So that's 20 health in the grave, really. He should be a ghost right now, but he's made a top 4.
Well, I mean, I don't really have much to say in regards to that. Yeah, that definitely should be the case, but alas, it is not 12.6. It is 12.5.
Look, everyone's playing the same game. Everyone has that chance. I mean, they don't have that. Not everyone gets that choice,
Not
but
anymore.
they have the chance at least in this tournament, of course. Oof. Coming up against Fortune Chosen here, who is streaking pretty hard. Take it easy. He's going to get taken out.
He is most certainly not taking it easy anymore, but I would say a relatively easy 4th place as we move back to KNP, who is still on this Vex too.
Yeah.
Is 1 away though.
1 away. He'll get there next turn. That's fine. He's not even thinking about rolling down at this point because, as we all know, in Yordles, money is fake. So may as well just stack it up and go 9, right?
Well,
just get that extra unit in. And look, I just love that he's actually committed to this. I love it even more that he's currently streaking and in first place come stage 6, you know. Damn the haters who say it's an early game comp. Damn the haters who say it falls off. KMP playing in a tournament, coming out in front.
Well, I mean, the thing I'm most surprised with is just exactly how far they've gone with this front line here. Now, this is the real test. This is the Warwick board here, and the Warwick gets annihilated. Absolutely eviscerated here by this Corki and Na combo, and I suppose this is just the power of having this dual backline carry. We saw Na doing a little bit of work before with that Infinity Force carry. I believe it was TXE, and that is just it. The 3-star Yordles have finally started to come together. And last time I said we wouldn't be seeing a Vigar in this game. I think we're going to see a Vigar 2 come out from KNP.
Okay, well, the predictions are coming in there. I mean, look, we talked about how this on-guard challenger composition here, and he's not even up to 6 yet, by the way. He's probably going to get there because he is about halfway to level 9, still has 50 gold in the bank. So don't think this is over by any means at this point. But the on-guard, when you've got a twin-shot Corki just pumping in those spells over and over again, it is a little bit easier for him to get the damage out than some of those other compositions that we saw Quinn and co, you know, just stifling.
Yeah, it's so hard as well. KNP has managed to start targeting down the Corki, not the Corki, the Warwick every single time it's come out here. Not really big item choices. KNP manages to get the Shroud here. Can't say that's going to be doing a heck of a lot. Fortune Chosen denying Spell Crit Glove there. I don't exactly wonder what's going to go on with that. Probably going straight onto a Quinn just to try to solidify just that little bit more damage. That's a Quinn 3 after all. That's a lot of damage that can potentially go down there. But I have to wonder, is it going to be enough?
Yeah, it felt like they were both maybe fighting over that a little bit, right? I mean, sure, it could have been good on the Vega coming out. Could have even been good on the Jinx that he's playing right now, KMP, to get up to that 4 twin shot. But it's also going to be a hell of an item on this Quinn, assuming we see those big ults come out.
Yeah, and this could potentially be the final fight here. Shroud coming down. Warwick also on the same side as this, and Corki as well. Destroyed. It's gone. It's going to come down to the Quinn here, but the Quinn is going to the side there, and the Corki is doing way too much damage. KNP, with 6 Yordles, has managed to take out a game in the OCE Set 6 Finals.
Look, I won't let anybody tell me that they're too small. Frosty, they are just the right size, and they did just the right job. I mean, look, Yordles coming out on top. I love to see it. It's been one of my favorite comps, honestly, since Set 6 came out. Maybe that's because it's just really easy to play, but not in a situation like this. Honestly, it can be hard to pilot there. Getting up to that, I think, 4 twin shot was a big part of that comp really popping off there at the end, because you saw when Corki was getting the double shots, like that was pretty much taking out a 3-star Warwick in a 2-spell burst.
Yeah, it just goes to show you the power of the Corki 3 there, and why a lot of players really love to try to itemize that over something like the Na there, because it's just such reliable damage, you know, and especially when you've itemized it like that with the blue buff, with the death cap, and with the spell crit. It just deletes entire teams, even through Chemtech, even with the Warwick 3. It just wasn't enough.
Doesn't even have time to heal up, and that's all the time we've got here for our Game 5 cast. So let's hear from Ducky and Sleppy what they thought before we get into our final game of the night.
I'm curling up into a ball because I am so small. Because that is absolutely the augment that won KMP that game here, Sleppy. I can see you laughing. Can you put the wide cam on? Yep, thank you, production. I've absolutely just lost Sleppy here with me rolling up into
I was
a
like, what is he doing?
But seriously, like, and hats off to KMP. We've spoken about 6 yarders. It's actually done okay today a couple of times. But I want to just highlight again the strong early board from KMP. It's that style of gameplay that is just doing it for him.
I feel like KNP, his decision making has been unmatched. Like these past few games, today and yesterday, he's making all these choices. He's, taking the so small. Instead of re-rolling on 6, he recognizes that he needs to have the 6 yodels and the twin shot in, so he rolls at 7. And then as soon as he gets his 2 cost 3 stars, he goes to level 8. It's just unstoppable.
Yeah, look, there is a lot to digest from that game because a hell of a lot happened across all of the other boards. I'm going to throw you off here for the start. Let's talk about Esh's Recombobulator. First of all, I want you to give me a mock reaction of what Eshe would have done on stream when he saw the Galio and Alistair pop out of that Recombobulator.
I think it would have gone something a little bit like, it's just giving
I could see
up.
him just slamming back into like his chair again, like pulling out his hair and everything, because that was just not it out of the Recombobulator.
Like, Recombobulator, I think it really reflects the kind of RNG aspect of TFT. If that Recom gave him Siva, Irelia, Jace with IE at, 3-3,
3-3.
would be insane. He'd just blow up boards. But instead, he got 2 Colossus units at level 6. So stuck playing 4 units. And we just know that Clapio does not hit the same as he used to once upon a time.
One Clapio didn't work today and the second one didn't. But, we can have a look at the scores to see what else is working across the board here. KMP firmly on top, 34 points locked in for tomorrow. TXE as well, who has played phenomenally throughout today with those 30 points, will be going into tomorrow. Looking down to the other end of the lobby, though, Dojo Mojo and Dawnglade, their days are done. They can only earn 8 points in the next game. They will not be making it to day 3. But for the rest of those players, Donnie, Get Off, Angora, still 3 points below the cut there in 20th, cut at 23, currently held by Zuzu Bird and Take It Easy. Angora's got a massive uphill battle here, Sleppy.
He does. I don't want to say his name. I don't want to.
It's been such a common theme though, it's just one of those things. Like we've always said, every break, Angora's got a massive uphill battle, but like Diamonds are made under pressure here. I don't know. Like what else can we really say about Angora's position this entire weekend, other than the fact that it has been absolutely shocking to the 4 of us?
Yeah, like really, I thought he'd been more of a, chilling spot today, but it's not over yet. And yes, diamonds are made under pressure. I can confirm my essays in the last day. Perfect. But I just want to highlight before we go on, we were saying how KMP had some really, strong early board games, but TXE, who was second on the leaderboard there, you don't see him at the top of that, HP lead in every game.
Ever.
Usually he is at the bottom with the yordles, and I just want to kind of give him credit for looking around, scouting about, can I win streak? I can't. And he just, he doesn't even question, he just goes into the yordle loss streak and, brings up the best game that he can from his position.
Finally, a lobby winner's screen without Warwick and without Striker. We've got KMP with the auto reroll. We just watched that on stream. But Cardi bringing out the Chemtech Renata. Probably got the Chemtech Bruisers in there. A bit of a throwback to the start of Neon Knights. Not bad items there with the GS Morel, Nomicon, and Blue Buff. You can't necessarily complain with those. And with a fast 8 playstyle, you bet he probably had a strong start.
Yeah, I'd imagine he'd had some really good item slams there. And I didn't think I'd ever see it.
Yeah, we saw it. It came out, like, I think maybe once or
Oh,
twice.
no, I mean the no striker first.
I mean, look, honestly, it's as surprising to me as it is to you. Like, Strikers has been dominant so much this weekend, and even today, like, it's just been Strikers work. So to have a bit of fresh change in there has been really nice. I think to touch on another couple of comps that we saw in that game as well, really want to give a hats off to Daytread, who, I don't know, you said it yourself, where Brand is like hidden OP or something, like we were talking between ourselves while that game was going on. And I think it really is, because he's been super flexible around these debonair spatulas that he's been finding. He's been finding these little edges, whether it's been just one unit here or there just for that little extra AP buff. In that game, like, you know, it was the Kaiser. Like, it has been very phenomenal how he's been able to navigate this debonair boards.
Like you had a little throwback to set 6 with the Clapio and the Seraphine carrier, but this is almost bringing me back to the MF Cavs with the Puvov and the Gunblade. I'm like, where did this Brambulance come from? Like, is this his like secret tech that he's just gonna whip out at Worlds and no one expects?
I didn't want to be taken back to that time, but now you're taking me back there, and I think for that I need a break just to recompose my mental a little bit as we head into the 6th and final game of tonight. So, if you want to see who will be fighting it out in our top 8 for 2 world slots tomorrow, don't go anywhere. We've got the final game coming up right after this break.
My favorite set is probably set 2 because I just climbed fastest there, and my favorite unit was Singe because he was so OP.
My favorite set and unit, I started in set 4-ish properly, so I think my favorite unit's Kindred since like I started playing.
I think Sat 4 and then the 5-core Sat is my favorite unit.
So I think my favorite set would definitely be set 3, because that's when I hit Chow the first time. And my favorite unit is probably Kale, because that shit was broken.
Probably any sort of debonair comp with the VIP trait. Like aspect of the trait, I just don't like it at all.
This set the most cursed comp. Honestly, I think it has to be. I think Charging Bull. I think IE JG Alistar's with like Socialite is probably the most cursed comp this set, in my opinion. I've never tried it, but I don't think I want to try it either. I'm not gonna lie.
This set, I think it's Debonair, especially when you're playing Real Debonair. It's really hard to get a VIP you want.
Like the question before? I haven't played a single game.
The most OP augment of the set is very VIP.
The most OP augment? Okay, it's probably Binary. Binary used to be a silver augment when I think the set first came out. And I think it's still pretty OP now, because like you basically just head up if you like get item opener into like infinite items, you just like always infinite items on everyone else in the lobby. You just have like 3-star carry like stage 2.
Most OP augment this set, I think it's probably either Binary or Sharpshooter.
I will have no idea, but I heard like the AoE Shockwave that one, or whatever it's called. There's like the Recombobulator.
If I could add one thing to TFT, I would probably add Nidalee again, but not the set 5 cringe Nidalee. Maybe like more like set 1 Nidalee. Then it was cool.
If I could add one thing to TFT, I think I would add a custom lobby so that you can play like there'll be like a game mode where you can choose like to play like previous sets. Like for example, like you play like set 1, you can play set 4, and you can kind of choose which one to play on, I guess.
If I can add one thing to TFT. Okay, Rames. I want Rames in TFT.
I think one thing I'd add to TFT would be more money in the TFT prize pool to incentivize me to play the game more.
If I were to buff one thing, it would probably be Zeri. And if I were to nerf one thing, it'd be Zyra. She's broken.
If I was to buff and nerf an augment, I'd probably I think stored power is pretty bad. Because like I don't know, I don't see anyone really using stored power much. I think it's kind of because it's like what plus 1 AP every tick. So I think that needs a buff. Nerf probably either Irresistible Charm or Sharpshooter. Because I know Irresistible Charm, I think it got nerfed this patch actually on like B patch, but yeah, I guess post like before B patch, I probably would have wanted to nerf something like that.
Okay, I definitely think the new GA item needs a buff. And I think maybe Charles needs a nerf.
Oh yeah, I heard Kha'Zix is shit, so buff Kha'Zix. I love playing Void Sins in set 1. A nerf one. Wait, has Silco been nerfed yet? Oh, okay, nerf Silco then.
adding Aurelia back and some of the new augments.
The best thing about set 6.5, I guess, I honestly find the new set pretty fun. As in, like, I like the units. The units are pretty fun, but some of the augments when it came out were kind of. So yeah, but I think the champs are pretty fun.
Best thing about set 6.5, I think the prismatic egg. Yeah, 100%.
Oh, is it set 6.5? I have not played a single game this set, so I'm not sure.
A single game separates 8 of these players from victory or defeat. Will they go on to tomorrow? Or will this be the last we see of them this set, Frosty?
Well, I don't know about you, Gino, but that is usually how points end up working here. I hate to disappoint you, but some players are going to have to go home, 8 of them, to be exact, after this next game here.
There's so many good players still left in.
There are.
Don't you think they deserve it?
They do.
Well then... Okay, well, I mean, why don't we have a look at the scoreboard to see which one of those are struggling and which ones, unfortunately, despite us, labeling them as some of the best players in the region and certainly making it this far, seems to speak to that. They might not get the chance to prove that tomorrow. Looking at the scoreboard here, as Ducky was saying, there's a couple here who are actually out of contention. Dojo Mojo and Dawnglade not going to be going on. Donaldinho, I think, might be a mathematical chance. Get off, also kind of struggling there. And then, honestly, from Angora upwards, it does feel like they have this to play for. So, Angora, Kade, Haikuin, and Take It Easy, tied with Zuzu Bird, I suppose. They're in 8th. Those guys very much going to need some very good plays here because, I mean, we've got 2 players going to Worlds, Frosty.
Yeah, big change up from the last few sets here. We're finally getting 2 players sent towards our 5th places. Finally, getting us recognized here as a region overall. But you can't just, call it a day there because just because there's 2 spots doesn't mean it's any easier, because that just means you just have to work that little bit harder to try to get in. So, especially for the final game here, we're going to be spectating the bottom 8 going into this lobby. So there's a lot to play for there. There's 9 players within that 25 to 20 point region who are really got to be worrying about their placements going into the next game, because an 8th could mean disaster if you're in the top half.
Well, let's hope for their own sakes that it's not a disaster for all of these players fighting for their lives here. To take you through the last game today, this all-important Game 6, let's hear from Ducky and Sleppy.
It has been a day of hype TFT today, Sleppy. There's been so many high-octane games. Even without the augments to show for it. Again, we were talking about it on the pre-show then. We wanted to see some prismatic augments, and then we were just met with silver, gold again. But regardless of that, the games that we'd be getting are exciting. We've seen some strikers, we've seen some Warwick, yes, but yes, the last game we saw quite a lot of variety.
I feel like today, in total, there's been so many insane games. Every game was really different. It was really different to yesterday, where we saw a lot of the same things, but we're seeing so many different kinds of games, and yordles, twin shots, 3-cost, 3-star, 4-cost, not coming first.
It's just such an insane mishmash of things. It's just been so hard to comprehend what we have actually seen today. And it all really comes down to this, especially for these guys in this second lobby. these are the bottom 8 players as they were seeded heading into Game 5. So some of them have adjusted around based on how they went in Game 5 and then going into Game 6. So we will be throwing you guys into game shortly, as in literally right now, Sleppy, with a quite defensive item carousel. Tears, cloaks, and gloves up for the grabs, and a lot of tears going away early and not a lot of defensive items.
I also saw a little T on the brand somewhere there, so might be seeing that little, day trade special.
I think we can call it that now. Like, it's really
The
pioneered
day
that
trade
up.
special? Yeah, I'm down, I'm down.
Well, Angora has got the day trade special.
Oh, yes.
So,
Maybe this is what he needs.
hopium. I am huffing that hopium from Angora. I know it sounds bad, but yes, I am huffing that hopium for Angora. But there is also many other great names in this lobby. Huey Louie, one of our players that we have spoken of quite highly of, especially in day one, started off really strong. Now coming into this game a little bit weaker. Now we're looking at also guys like, we can talk about the guys who have been eliminated. Dojo Mojo, Dawnglade, hasn't been their day. Especially disappointing for Dojo Mojo, who made it out yesterday with that amazing 5 mercenary cash out into what I think it was like a 16 win streak or something like that.
Yeah.
It was a brilliant game.
Sniper.
Yeah, it's a bit sad, to see them go out now after such a good performance. But I think put it best, where it is like, if we could send all of these players to Worlds, we would. We love our region, and we love all of these players as we get started with a gold augment here. Razor Crest flanks, Woodland Trinket up for grabs here for Angora, but we are moving straight on to Dawnglade, who has the Mercenary Crest and 2 Mercs on board. That is going to be 3 Mercs from 2-1.
I like it. I like it. I know we were saying how, Dawnglade and Dojo Mojo unfortunately have been eliminated, but he's not going down without a fight.
And he's coming into this as well prepared as possible. Like, he's going to beat minions by default here anyways, because he has got, the MF here. He's got the Alawi, like the MF just ranges, the Make It Rain just does so much damage. Really like the items that he's got on bench here as well. That Gangplank can make use of something like a Last Whisper if he gets the sword. There you go, there's an IE. Gangplank can really make use of these items to cash out, but the big power in the Merc Crest, could definitely be shown here. Again, Brick Glove, brilliant in MF. I've spoken MF's praises, despite the fact that it hasn't performed well and players haven't really been playing it. But it's definitely potential there. Dawnglade, do you reckon he just sits at 3 Merc, or do you go, you know what, this is my last game in regionals for set 6, let's go all out, try and hit 5 Merc?
I think he already has one of the harder units to hit, which is MF. He just needs a GP and Quinn, so I think it's definitely possible. And he's just straight up slamming on that Merc spat. I know there is a little bit of a tech. This is more for ladder though. Like, if you're up against a weak board, like Gitoff is also trying to lose. What I was going to say is that you can save your Merc Crest and not put it on so that you can start off with a win streak, but it's not as big of a problem, when it's the first round. But Gitoff is...
the MF lives there, which is actually huge because the MF is now going to be firing onto this Zyra. And look, these guys are very grateful that they are meeting up in the first combat, because I'm pretty sure if they met up at like 2-5, 2-6, they would do
Someone's very upset.
Someone's monitor might be a little bit hurt, I'm pretty sure. But we say that. It'd probably be Gitoff's at this point, because Gitoff, we have sung their praises, how they have been able to play Merc. They did it quite successfully yesterday. They managed to get 2 wins with it. Hasn't been able to have the same sort of success today so far, but is still in with a chance. And they were sitting at that like 17, 18 point threshold, where a first really throws them back in contention.
For sure. And that's okay. At least it's on the first round, like you said. It could be much, like a hair-tearing situation if it's later on, once you've already gotten that loss streak running. But we are on to Donnie's board, who also has what we like to call in OCE the day trade special of the Blue Buff brand.
It's the second one as well, because Angora's running it, so it's just, you know what? I reckon these guys have been watching mainstream and they've been like going, yeah, you know what?
Oh yeah, that's a tech.
This day trade guy is onto something.
He is onto something.
Ridiculous. Yeah, it's just such a strong AP item holder early. And, you can transition those onto basically any Arcanist late game. I did want to point out, Huey Louie actually pushed to 5 at 2-2 there, heading into that combat. So very, very strong level-wise, especially when you just saw the whole bottom half of the lobby. Just got the level 4 notification heading into 2-3. Most of those guys are loose-streaking players, but still it has to be raised that Huey Louie is coming out all guns blazing as we move back to Angora. who is basically whole-handing Donnie on this blue buff brand, but Donnie is definitely ahead with the 1-star to 2-star here.
Exactly, and you know, all he has right now is the Enforcer and the blue buff brand for him. But this is a bit of a different kind of lobby than what we've seen. Like usually we have like fairly strong compositions where we have 2 Merc players at the bottom just to, you know, help push those win streaks to these weaker boards. And this blue buff brand, not level 2, but still enough to wipe out Get-Off's board.
Yep, well, Get Off again with that Mercenary Crest was, I think he was actually juggling around there. I put it on mid-combat there, so he must have taken it off a unit. Now he's got the chest back on the bench there. That might be that little bit of interesting ladder tech that you were talking about.
Yeah, I think so. It's because if you don't have the Mercenary active when you win, it doesn't interrupt your streak. So it's a nice little, you know, little tip for anyone out there who wants to get their Merc start. But
And if anyone's going to know that tip, it's Get Off.
yeah, for sure.
Anyone's going to maximize that tip, it's Get Off. So, you know, maybe that is the kind of 5-head game play that Get Off needs to finally, you know, break through and make it into this day 3. Picks up the GP as well, you pointed that out there. With the belt, not necessarily the greatest, but the fact that it is a Mercenary unit means it can be played, and I would love to see 5 Mercenary just to really make sure it can be a 1st or 8th. As we move over to Huey Joey Louie, with that board that was pushed to level 5 so quickly with the Junkyard. Now, we've spoken about Thieving Rascals a lot this weekend and how it is basically Junkyard, but for Yordles, and now we are actually seeing some Junkyard being played.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't seen too much of the Junkyard.
I think it's the first time.
Yeah. I don't think we've seen it, you know. Oh, I think maybe once. But anyway, he slams a QSS, you know, such a good item, especially with all the CC that we have. And it's a very, very nice item on our favorite comp called Strikers as well. And he's up against Angora, who does have quite a tanky team. He has a Darius too, the Sejuani, and he might just lose his streak here.
Well, yeah, like this is Huey Joey's lose streak just going here because Angora's front line is just so strong. Like he's got the 2 Enforcer in early, which is good. He's also got the 2 Hex Tech for that little bit of shielding. So even though this is still a 1-star brand, it can still pump up damage with this 2 Arcanist. A little bit of AP really helps. So, you know, this is a very strong board from Angora. Quite surprised Donald Dinio's board was a little bit weaker at one point because he had the 2-star brand at one point in time. Anyways, we won't look at that. We've got like players like Carde down the bottom and Highquin that we need to be more concerned of. And speaking of, here's Carde, who is just weak. But
Really wishing
items.
he has the Yordles in. It looks like he just lost his loss streak, which is very hard to keep when you have 2 people who are open forwarding. And that last fight is something that I just want to, you know, mention, which is, you know, earlier, I think it was yesterday or today, I don't know, they've all combined in one day to me, but how I said AP items are generally a lot stronger than AD items. Well, I kind of count QSS as an AD item, don't really see it that much in AP, but
Yep.
he did not have a weak board, but the fact that he had a blue buff on brand is just so much stronger than a QSS on an Ezreal.
There you go. That's why you are way higher ranked than me. It would absolutely school me in any TFT lobby here, Slappy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, you don't know that until we get into
I
it.
know that.
You know that? Okay.
I know that. I know that because Twitch is nerfed, and that's just not good for me.
Oh, yeah.
And,
Yeah.
and there's no Tristana in this set. That was my crutch in set 6, so here we go anyways. So, you know, we are moving on now into the creep round where, you know, we've had these lose streak players. Heaven forbid they lose to creeps. You know, I've had that happen one too many times this set. Observer Tweak would
yes.
definitely know about that.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Get off. Kenny. This looking a little iffy here. I don't know if Caitlyn 1 is enough.
No, it's just going to be... If that item was a belt, he maybe could have slammed it onto the Caitlyn and been like, I have enough HP to hit the second cast, but no. No, that's not exactly what happens. And,
And you just... That is the...
by the way, you can't just build your loss streak off of your Krugs here, by the way. Not just rolling
Just
the dice.
letting you know.
It is PvP.
And you know everyone saw that little X that came across that name. It's like, oh, that guy lost to Krugs. What a noob.
Is it a bit of mental warfare here? Where it's like, aha, I'm making you think that I am really weak and I don't know what I'm doing, but Get Off is playing the long con.
I mean...
No, he's losing out.
Yeah, like, I thought... If you really want to go that far, then Yeah, sure, but I love the number of times that he's just had to sell this Merc special just to ensure.
He's basically just doing it because he's
gosh.
basically so contested with Dawnglade this game, and he doesn't want to cash out himself too early, but he is literally, what he has done here is cash out Dawnglade. The one thing that I think maybe happens from here is now because he has cashed out Dawnglade, Dawnglade might be looking to pivot into a more win streak style of play. We could see Gidoff here actually start to make use of the 5 mercenaries and really start to scale in with those bigger 5 mercenary cash outs to actually start scaling into a stronger board later. He is at 60 HP at 3-1, which is a bit higher than some of the other Merc players that we have seen today, and that's just probably due to the nature of this lobby, all trying to be the lowest some way.
Yeah, and I think, you know, given the circumstances of his standings, he will have to push for a bit more of a loss streak, try and get those 5 the really, really juicy jackpots and things to try and give him the edge to get that first, that second that he needs to progress into day 3. But we are over back on High Queen's board with the, you know, has a very, very solid front line. We'll have to see if the backline is enough to support them with damage, but he is up against Dojo Mojo, who has an Ari at level 6.
Gotta love the 5% Ari. He's also got the Runic Shield there. So, like, you know,
Very strong board.
Very strong, in terms of, like, just Runic Shield being just a generally strong augment. The one
That
thing
is
I
a
would
big
love to see, like, we have seen a bit of attack speed Ari, or, like, more like on-hit based Ari today. You know, there's been a lot of priority on, like, Ginsu, maybe because it's just been an item that's needed to be slammed.
Yeah.
I would maybe love to see, like, the Spellblade kind of on-hit Ari build. That's a little bit spicy, a little bit different.
Yeah, I think it is also very specific in given circumstances, but he does pick up the Striker crest here. I think this, you know, High Queen spot over here really, it really highlights the kind of the high end and the low end of Innovator. He's currently sitting on 1 cost Innovators in the back here, and he's on 50 HP. Innovator, you get your 2 stars early, insanely strong. We've seen
because you want to
Angora
scale
do
the
it.
Scarab, right?
Yeah, and but without the 2 stars, it's a little bit difficult, so you might have to kind of shift to that striker board with the crest and try and start winning rounds that way. But we are back onto Donnie's board, who is now win streaking with a 6 streak with this brand blue buff.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit of a hiccup at the start there, but I do want to talk about something this game as he does match up into Dojo Mojo, who took the Celestial Blessing. Wasn't offered the Spellblade, sadly, but the Celestial Blessing is very nice when you're thinking about the healing across the board, and this comp is utilized very well on even units like Vex, Ari as well, we talk about all the time, Swain with their innate healing as well. I want to talk about this Socialite Hex position. We've seen a lot of edge hexes today, and we've seen a lot of players really struggle to play around them because they've taken back foot, and then it's like in that second row kind of Vel'Koz hold out kind of position. This one feels a little bit nicer to play for these more backline centric boards.
Yeah, I think it's in a that is a good point. The hex the Socialite hexes haven't been like that amazing today. It is in a bit of a better spot. We'll see how players will utilize that, but there was a Irelia with a rod that Gidoff has taken. He is currently sitting on 35 HP. I'm assuming with 3 extra losses with that Merc. Do you think he's going to start to cash out now, or is he going to push it?
Oh, it's so hard to predict. Like, this is... Look, I think he can afford one more combat. As I'm looking off screen, because we are tracking Gidoff as well, he has just gotten a jackpot. I think he can afford to go one more. I think he can afford to go to 3-6 and maybe roll down there. We will bring that up, and we will make sure to not miss the cash out, because this is exactly how we ended yesterday, and it was Dojo Mojo in this position where he got the massive cash out into the win. It seems to be the tradition of ending this broadcast right now, is just with one massive cash out.
Oh, yes, and you know, when Gidoff's in the lobby, of course you can expect that, but Kade's board is so... He has double trouble, but he only has a Warwick 1 and he's rolled all his gold.
Yeah,
he hasn't been able to find that last, or not last, but the 3rd Warwick that helps you really, you know, start win streaking at this point of the game.
And then the 4th one from there, because, like, you know, you want the double bonus onto the Warwick as well. But, like, yeah, he's running 2 one-star
This
Warwicks,
is so sad.
which is so weak. But I mean, that's almost like a perfect loss for Get Off when you consider it in that way. But Get Off is not even the bottom of the lobby now. It is pulled out. I think that is 2 Tactician Crown jackpots in a row. I think he's got 2 Tactician Crowns in that chest because he
My
could get that exact
goodness.
jackpot from the last combat.
He's not
This
rolling.
is one.
He's not
I
rolling.
don't think he needs to. That's the thing. Is like he can pretty much just go deep at 4-1. Maybe pick up the Zero here. I don't know. He can maybe find some use with that with the MF because the sniper goes really well with the MF in terms of pushing a cash out. He's focusing more on the twin shot side of things. Please get off cash out.
You
Please
guys
get off
can't
cash out.
see us right now, but we're very, very restless behind the behind the monitor. Like, oh, will he cash? Will he cash? He does get bursted at this moment, and we lose track of him. But he will not be getting the cash out at this point in time. We're back over to no, we're back. I'm confused.
Yeah,
no, we're back at Gidol's
we're back at Gidolf. So
Yeah,
we're seeing
so
the fact
he
he's not
isn't-
going to cash out. He can't kill the Vex there.
Good
Very close one
loss.
to-
It would have been lovely to get the Vex, but you know we take those. We're
He's
not
take-
too greedy.
Is he going to?
Oh my goodness!
I was so scared that was going to be a Fed. we talk about 4 Fon Donny, and he is in this lobby, but we are going to make. We've got 2 Fon Get Off right now.
Oh my god! Please. He has an MF in the shop.
He has 21 HP. Yeah, he has the MF in the shop. Like, maybe he picks that up. I am desperately scared. Like, this is so intense. Like, the reason why this becomes so intense is because this is Gidoff's World's hopes on the line. This is his
This
chance at
one
Worlds is on
game.
this cash out.
Oh my goodness.
It's not like he's in the top lobby and has, like, you know, infinite
Yeah,
points like KMP
there
and
is a
TXE who are
lot
through to tomorrow.
on the line at the moment.
And he is holding his nerve.
He's going.
He's
Is he going 8?
Is he going to go 8? Yeah.
I mean, he
my-
doesn't die here, and 1 HP is infinite HP for the Merc Master of OCE.
We have spoken
my
about
God.
we
Can
have
this
we,
timer
we
be
have
any
alluded
slower?
to this on the broadcast, and yes, you're right, can it be any slower? We have alluded to this before. This is exactly what Cosmic Sloth did, though. This is what Cosmic Sloth did. He went to 8 at MSI.
Oh,
Only had 10 gold to roll down. Bearing in mind there'll be more for Get Off here, but if Get Off doesn't hit on the roll down here, it is terrible. Like 21 HP up against Dawnglade, who has a massive Ari board here.
this is a glass cannon. I like this Ari.
You
I
do?
like to see. No, I don't like it in the sense that it's not very safe, but I like seeing it in this tourney. It's on 7 HP.
Okay, Get Off.
Okay.
We spoke about this
He's-
in the pre-show. Diamonds were made on the pressure. This is probably the most high-pressure roll down in Get Off's
In his
TFT's
yeah.
life. He's going.
He's roll. He has
DP.
30 gold.
Yep, he's just pushed it instantly. He's got 30 gold to roll down. He's rolled past the Victor there, which was a potential option there to put on board. He's just trying to level down. He's going back down to 3 mercenaries. Please don't pull a Kuhn. As he goes down, he's pulled off the mercenary spat for now. He can play it back on to make sure that he can get this cash out here. Please Get Off. Make sure that you can count to 3 here. We are relying on you for that. He's going out for the strikers now. He's put in the 3 social at Irelia. He's found an Irelia pair, but he's finding absolutely no level ups here. This is going to be a very dire situation. He's slamming whatever he can. He's put the Mercenary back in. Can he put the Merlinomicon? Yes, he puts it onto the Seraphine. But this is still a Giga Weak board. The Zac does manage to pull in the Sivir, but the Irelia is still staying alive barely. The 3 Socialite is happening. No! Get Off! No! Get Off! No! Get Off! No! Get Off will not get the cash out. He greeted 1 turn too much. He pushed to 8. And that is Get Off out in 8th. He had 2 Tacticians crowns in there. He had so much going for him in that cash out. And he just does not hit. And Get Off will not be making it to day 3. But it was an all or nothing play, Sleppy. And he
was
just turned
so
up wrong.
close. He had 2 Irelias. I think even if he sold a unit to get that extra gold, to get 1 more roll in and get that level 2 Irelia, that would have been the easiest cash out. But unfortunately, we had one yesterday. We can't be too spoilt to have another one today.
Oh man,
And we
it's such a
must-
heartbreaker that it's happening in this position as well for Get Off, who showed yesterday that they had the proficiency in the Merc cash outs. Alas, there are 7 other players in this lobby also fighting for their tournament lives, so we can, you know, rue about the missed cash out on Twitter after this game. Be sure to check out OCTFT, by the way, guys. Got lots of great clips going up on there. Probably me getting a little bit hypey over that cash out too. Thank you, San, on the socials. We are moving over to Dawnglade here, who, like we said, has that Glass Cannonari. And the thing with Glass Cannonari is it gets blown up by things like that double trouble
This is the
illusion roll.
problem.
Yep.
You know, you have a bit of damage, she starts to get targeted, she disappears in an instant. The only thing that really keeps Ari going is, you know, her constant ramping up of the orbs and her healing back so that they can't kill her before she, you know, heals back.
Yeah, and like at this point in time, you're kind of just really hoping that like that 4/6 augment is like Celestial Blessing or something like that, and but like really putting your luck on the right augments when there's like I think there's over 200 now to pick from in set 6.5. Like they added 80 and only took away 10, so there's like a lot of augments, and you only get presented 3.
Exactly, and it does have the option to go with the Malzahar there, but we'll see if he, you know, possibly considers changing items. But at the moment we are on High Quinn's board, who has been on very low health from stage 3. He's stuck on the Civil 1 and does have a Silker on the bench, but whether he's able to play this at the moment is unsure. Does opt to put it in.
Yeah, like the 5 striker is a little bit of an awkward synergy here, probably just waiting to hit the 6 in. What is he missing? The Irelia, right? I'm pretty sure. Maybe can grab the 2 that Get-Off had when they took their...
he took it to his grave.
Yeah, but this is what I was kind of talking about earlier, Slappy. With this Socialite Hex positioning, we're actually starting to see a lot more carries being utilized on it, and we're seeing a lot more build into the Socialite vertical to be used for units other than Irelia.
Yeah, and you know, the fact that it's on the 2nd row and it's not right on the edge, very safe, and it also, you know, gives the...
Finally!
opportunity for Silco to sit behind, but we have the Future Sight high-end shopping and the makeshift armor.
The power of the Radiant Zephyr is so strong right now. It has been such a popular pick, and it was only nerfed in 12.6, so it is still that very strong attack speed buff on this patch, and he can just cheese it. Like, if he so wants to. That Socialite Hex we were talking about, it's such a strong position. You could probably move the center onto the Socialite Hex here.
And just AFK,
yeah,
honestly.
And just AFK. Like, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But, you know, this is the best of OC. These are the best challenger players of OC. When you give them a Radiant Zephyr to play with, and they know exactly who they're up against, that's a very, very big weapon that you can come back from, even at 17.
Question, and I'm going to pose this to you here, Slappy. The question that I've always had with Future the Sight is when people know that you have the augment, I reckon they're going to be a little bit more aware of your little legend scouting their board. How much do you think that mind game actually plays into it?
I think it does, which is why a lot of players, they flick through everyone very quickly just to throw them off. And sometimes I think they even sit on, or I do this sometimes, but I'm not challenger. You kind of sit on someone else's board to kind of mess with them a little bit, but most of the time you can flick through, you know, even without the Zephyr, a lot of players, they don't just sit on the board, they flick back and forth to try and kind of outsmart them. So, what was the original question?
I was going to say, like, I was more talking about, like, the mind games that comes with Future Sight in terms of, like, players positioning around the Zephyrs, especially when it comes to Radiant Zephyr. Like, when we saw that fight with Huey Dweeloy, the Sivir just got picked up because of the Radiant Zephyr is so long. Like, you know, it is a case of, well, your main carries out of the fight, have fun. But it's the mind games that come of, you want to be able to scout boards to prep, but you don't want to see your, like, little legend lurking too long.
Yeah, so I think they do purposely do it very quickly. And honestly, for these players, one quick look is enough to just figure out where their carry is or where their tank is if they want to get rid of that. And or maybe where they might move the carry. But looking at Dojo Mojo's board...
High 5, and he gets the Jace 2 out of that. Now, we saw the high 5 taken yesterday. Wasn't necessarily as powerful as this. But the Jace 2 here is very good, not necessarily for the Jace damage itself. Yes, 2-star Jace unitemized will still probably top the DPS charts here. But the amount of ranged units that can take advantage of the Mercury Cannon ability with the acceleration gate and the extra attack speed is huge here.
I actually wonder if he didn't have the Runic Shield. This would have been such a good Jace pivot. He has a blue buff and a GS.
I mean, even then, like, you could justify it. Like,
I feel like
The-
it's
the-
almost.
The Runic Shield is like, well, because the Runic Shield is kind of
It's
scaling
still
off
a
the
tank
ability. It's still
thing,
scaling
right?
off like the
Yeah.
ability power as well. So like, you know, when you're taking away the GS and the blue buff, you're not really losing much there. So I don't mind that train of thought.
Yeah, because those items are really good on Jace. Like, almost could think, but
Is he
he's
going
on
for
a
it?
win
I
streak.
was gonna say, is he just gonna go to fast 9 here?
He possibly.
Possibly could.
Possibly?
Is Dojo Mojo going to be playing upset here in the final lobby here of Regionals Day 2? Dojo Mojo, as we have mentioned, is out as we move over to Angora, who is playing a double trouble Lucian board, took the Socialite Soul at 4-6, has the potential to play 5 Socialite with this Lucian, which in my opinion has Bis items. These are some insane items, and he can make use of that flanks because of where the Socialite Hex is.
That is insane. That is insane. This is like a little bit of that, you know, he has double trouble. It's a little bit of that, you know, Arcanist, Yordle twin shot board that we've been seeing. This is a really nice spot, but his team is just melted by this Ari board. But is the 3-star Lucian enough to wipe everything off?
Lucian looks like he's got the jukes. He's dashing around with... Yeah, he just dashes around with the Lucian E there and just gets around all of that damage from the Ari. He did get hit by the Seraphine, but I think he dodged 2 of the Ari casts there, just sidestepping with the E there. So that, you know, that's a little bit of, you know, we talk about Challenger TFT players. That's maybe a Challenger League of Legends player here also on the Rift here.
I think this is a bit of a shout out to Blue Buff on the Lucian, which I think is such a... I feel like Lucian with and without Blue Buff is such a big difference. Like that. It gives him like the opportunity. One, like lots of casts and, you know, getting more damage out is one thing, but like you said, he's kind of hopping around, you know, breaking their ankles.
Yeah. Look, guys, we are in a pause here. So, look, honestly, Sophie, this gives me time to just...
Breathe.
Yeah, breathe a little bit. It's been a very, very stressful couple of stages, guys. There's a lot to break down here. We do have a player eliminated there. Haikwan going out in 7th there. Pretty much, I'm pretty sure that's the end of their tournament here. But there are still 6 players alive in this lobby. Let's kind of break down what we have seen so far. As a more overall kind of thing, I think we've seen a lot of AP boards in this lobby. It was something that we had spoken about a little bit today, where we had seen the more staple Warwick, Striker, AP only being played with Synaptic Web off stream. But now we are actually seeing the AP boards come out in full force again.
And they're dominating the lobbies as well. They're not, you know, kind of bleeding out with Aries in the bot 4. They're actually doing a lot of work, and some of them even have a random Jace 2 teched in there as well. But
with that acceleration gate just giving so much attack speed.
I think of the top 6 that we have, apart from Dojo Mojo and Dawnglade, there are still 3 or 4 spots where these people really, really need those points to be advancing to the next stage.
Yeah, like we're talking about players like Donnie here. Like Donnie is sitting very, very low. Donnie needs a first to get out here, and then some results to go their way, even on top of that, to even think about making it tomorrow. And Donnie was one of the players that I had highlighted as being a very real threat to make Worlds. Like, they would have been one of the best players all set, and like, you know, it just hasn't been their weekend. Same goes for Angora. Angora can probably get away with a top 2 to make it out there. As we move over to Dawnglade's board, who was the Merc player alongside Gidoff, was cashed out a little bit earlier thanks to Gidoff's antics juggling that mercenary emblem. And look, it's worked out better. And triple ice cream cone. I can hear the Mr. Whippy van out the side, even though it is basically 11 o'clock at night.
Is this not the definition of a glass cannon Ari? I don't think there is another Ari in this world that does more damage than this.
I could say a 3-star Ari.
Oh yeah, that's true. But also, you know,
it's a pretty dead Ari too.
Yeah, it is a pretty dead Ari there.
Yeah, that's Dawnglade, who, you know, was playing this game, I guess, just to round out their tournament weekend, going out with a bot 4. Sadly, has been eliminated from World's contention. As we move on to the carousel, 5 players remaining. We've got Huey, Dewey, Louie, who is still, I guess, running around with that 4-striker board that we saw a little bit earlier with that Civer 2. Picking up the Bloodthirster, very strong item for that Irelia. We've seen Angora snipe away Azeri with a Morellonomicon, which is a unit that can actually be played, but because Angora's also got that Arcanist board of their own, probably just going to be thrown off to another unit.
Yeah, most likely. And Dojo Mojo is at level 9.
Please go for the Jace 3, why not? Dojo, you're out. You may as well go for it, right?
You hear us? Oh, very interested to see how he's going to cap out this board because, traditionally when doesn't even have RE2 yet, but when you have this kind of board at level 9, you're either going to have a Morgana 3, Vex 3, at least RE2, Victor 2, like, we might even, we've seen the P-bar, well, not like, as a very strong definition, but we've seen a somewhat variation of the P-bar comp from KMP, like whether he'll do that kind of transition.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I would like to see the fact that Dojo Mojo has level 9 here is ahead of the red lobby, and like when you're looking at the fact that there are players in this lobby trying to itemize Ari, I wouldn't mind him trying to maybe make use of this Victor. Use the fact that he has the better rolling odds than 9, has that higher chance of finding 5 costs, and really put in some effort into finding this Victor too. Yeah,
because he's really stuck on this RE1 and like, having an RE1 on a 6 Arcanist board at level 9, it's going to fall off.
Yeah, and that's the thing is it's the unit strength that is ultimately undoing Dojo Mojo here. Although has found the Silco, which means that this Ari can get its first cast off a bit earlier, and the same goes for the Victor. It is slowly ramping up with that mana. In this fight against Huiduilu, who's fighting for their Torment life right now. Rank 7, 24 points heading into this game, and this Irelia is just dashing around. Got the double defensive item in the QSS Edge of Night, and the BT as well for some extra healing, and it stays alive as Dojo Mojo gets knocked down to 12 HP. Huiduilu makes it to this PvE round and has the Giant Slayer to play around with. Also good to note that he also has the new recruit for the extra units on board, which he is using quite effectively to juggle around with this 4 striker, as well as the other verticals like Bruiser, like Enforcer, like Hextech.
Exactly, and unfortunately, it doesn't have a great holder for this, Giant Slayer. Maybe, possibly on, Na or
maybe
Senna, maybe Echo, maybe Seraphine if he manages to 2-star it. I think the new crew, sometimes it's not as impactful, but I think, at this point, just adding that extra synergy is a very big help. And honestly, he's been clinging on here. The top 4 were all above 30, 40 HP with Huidui only on 3, just trying to get that top 4, trying to get the highest placement that he can.
Yeah, look, Huidui is like in a little bit of a different spot in this lobby to most of the other people. Obviously, they took a very high placement in the last game, which has allowed them a little bit more breathing room, where maybe a top 4 cuts the mustard here.
Yeah.
Like, maybe a top 4 gets them to tomorrow. That question can only be raised as he comes up against Donny, who, by the way, has a much stronger version of the board that Dojo Mojo is trying to run here. Not only does he have the blue battery 2 with the blue buff Ari just permanently casting, has the meditation as well, but it's honestly not enough. This Irelia is just dashing and darting back around. I think that was honestly... We speak about the fact that Edge of Night has not been a good replacement to Guardian Angel in terms of power. I think it's been a little bit healthy for the game, but it really came in clutch with the Shroud and just going back into the darkness.
Yeah, like it's not the best item, but sometimes, it does what it's meant to do. And can we just mention Kade was in a terrible spot at one point in this game, but he's in the top 4 at a healthy 36 HP. Unfortunately, doesn't have the Queen 3, which I think is a really, really kind of, critical part of the comp.
But what he does have is the Zac 3 with the double trouble. And obviously has found the Warwick 3. I'm pretty sure last time we spectated Cardi, it was just the 2 Warwick 1s on the board. You see how that board is snowballed.
Bit of an upgrade from them.
Yeah,
just
it's a massive upgrade. As we see Dojo Mojo go out last combat in 5th. We see Huiduilu eke out that top 4, and that might actually be enough. And Angora actually suffers a loss there. I think that might have been against Cardi. So where, Angora is one of these players who actually might finally, in the 12th game of Regional Finals, get a top 2. It has been a drought for Angora, who has decimated lobbies throughout set 6.
Yeah, this is a really, not refreshing, but very bit of a relief for me to see. I don't know exactly how all the points are going to be working, whether he needs a top 3 or top 2, but hopefully he has a little bit of HP to play with. Hopefully he can move around with the positioning and try to squeeze out that top 2 or even a top 1. But he is up against the...
That was Angora. That was Angora's Ghost against Cardi over there that we saw in that combat. But Angora was up against Donaldinho in that combat, and Angora has suffered a loss. Is Angora just cursed to come no better than 3rd this tournament? Like, I don't want to say it too soon. We're coming into the 6-3, and he is running that Arcanist. He would definitely kill for that Arcanist spat, and he's absolutely gotten
Yeah.
it. This is possibly a chance for Angora to unlock. I think he maybe dabbled into the social a little bit, maybe unlocks that 6 Arcanist again, or maybe he can just go, you know what, I want to have that shiny, reflective, prismatic 8 Arcanist on my board.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how he plays this in.
Could that just Arcanist spat maybe go onto the second Lucian there, or is he just going to throw it onto the Jinx and play the Jinx instead? Like, I'm thinking, you know, the Arcanist spat onto the Lucian here, maybe not so bad as an extra double trouble carry.
Yeah, and honestly, this way he can, you know, play around with the units. He has double trouble, so I think he had 2 Vexers in, but he's able to go 6 Arcanist, 3 Socialite, which is a bit of a power spike, seeing that Lucian does do really well with AP.
And this is such a critical combat here. It is Cardi versus Angora. The Shroud was perfect. It hit the Quinn in the backline here. Angora's Lucian is just doing so much damage with the upgrade to this 6 Arcanist. This has been such a huge power spike off the back of that carousel. And is this the special sauce that Angora needed? He is finally top 2. Donnie has gone out in 3rd. Donnie can no longer make it to the World Championship. I think that is Donnie's day done. We will obviously get the Mega Minds at the prod desk to crunch the numbers for us, because we are, as it has been spoken about often this weekend, we are TFT players. We can't really do math.
Yeah, need someone else to do it for us.
We talk in percentages mostly. Like, we like seeing 1%, but like any higher is a bit, you know. But we are going into what could be potentially the final combat. Is Angora versus Cardi. It's a rematch of the last one. Angora's Shroud does miss the Quinn this time, but the Lucian is remaining pretty much untouched here. The Warwick has managed to carve through the rest of the board. The Warwick is now getting focused down by this hyper carry Lucian that has been on the 3 Socialite Hex for so long, but this Warwick's healing is just mental. And the fact that this Quinn manages to get the cast off means that, oh, we are making it to the Rift Herald here. We're making it to stage 7. This is going to be so tight. Cardi manages to pick up the Jeweled Gauntlet here. We've seen the Jeweled Gauntlet Quinn absolutely nuke boards here. He has 14 gold to roll down for 2 more Quins. And if he can find that Quinn 3, get that Jeweled Gauntlet crit off, that could just be the game winner.
Yeah, I think he's also... Oh, never mind. I was going to say he might be considering playing the Kai'Sa over the Camille, because he's not really running Clockwork anymore. And we've seen how clutch Kai'Sa can be in, you know, getting those few extra ults in and nuking their board. But we are going to see him roll down here, and Angora on the side hitting a Victor 2, which is even more AP power to blast his board.
And he can even throw the Gunblade on it for a little bit of extra damage. All right, we have 15 seconds before this combat starts. Sleppy, I want you to give me your prediction. Who is going to win it, Angora or Cardi?
With perfect positioning, I think Angora can make it.
He needs to hit that Shroud.
He needs to hit the Shroud, and he needs to kill the Warwick before he gets Titan stacks and before he gets shut down by the Quinn.
Well, what we have seen so here from Angora leading into this combat is a perfect Shroud. It has managed to hit onto that Quinn, who wasn't upgraded to 3-star in that combat. This Lucian is dashing into the front line, although it dashes into the Warwick and gets taken out immediately. This Victor cast now needs to come down more than ever. This Warwick is just living on the sliver of HP, and Angora had the Warwick Louis shoes on earlier with dashing around perfectly like a challenger player, but what I have seen there is more like an Iron Lucian on Summoner's Rift, dashing straight into the Warwick. Angora taking home the second is a big loss, but I think we do have to give the praise there as well for Cardi for taking out the first there. Again, it is Warwick. We've talking about it so much today. What a final lobby, Sleppy.
What an insane... I think this kind of does sum up the kind of comps that we've been seeing. You know, a lot of the last 2 comps have been Twinshot and Warwick. And, you know, I think, I do wonder though, he did have all his threats on the one side, and Quinn does do AoE, you know, damage. So maybe if he...
Maybe if
you
he
know,
drags
moved
the
a
Lucian
few
to the other
people
side.
to the other side, I'm not too sure. Like,
yeah, like he could have played around with that second carry Lucian.
Yeah,
It's all very hypothetical. And
It
like,
is,
you know,
it is.
I know that like in being the player that Angora is, he's definitely on stream right now, and he's doing like he's sitting in
Wait,
his
if I
back in his
do-
chair like right now, and he's like
you see
really
half his face.
Yeah, oh yeah. No, you only see half his face when he's absolutely chilling in tournaments. The more wins he gets, the more he reclines. But like he's definitely sat up firmly in his seat. He's probably rubbing his head, A, to try and crunch the numbers to see if he's actually made it through to tomorrow, but B, trying to figure out what he could have done to win that combat, because that was so tight.
So tight. And I think the thing that makes it even more tight is that we know that it was possible. He did get the win off, and it's not like Kade had any huge upgrades between that time, so it was probably purely positioning.
Yeah, and look, we sing the praises of like, oh, maybe Angora could have done this or that. Full praise has to also be sung to Kade there, who realized they took the lots, they got into that one-shot territory from Angora, and they repositioned their board a little bit.
Mm.
I honestly can't tell you exactly what they did. Like, I feel
He
like...
did something, and it worked.
Yeah, look, I think he flips things around. Maybe Genome and Frosty were paying a little bit more attention than us because there was so much going on the board, guys. So please take it away for the post-game analysis and tell us who is making it to day 2. Please crunch the numbers.
Day 3.
Well, it won't be us crunching the numbers as we've got people in the background to do that. The wonderful Tycoon, I'm sure, is working away very hard to come to that conclusion. But in the meantime, Frosty, why don't we just have a little bit of a chat about that last game while we work out if Angora can do it? Is second enough for him? Was he just ruined there in the end by, look, let's just say it was me. I was in control of the Lucian in that last round, and he can blame me if he wants to, honestly, because dashing to the front of the board in front of a 3-star Warwick is really not what you want to be when you are one spot away from maybe making it to that final day, maybe making it to Worlds. Ugh.
It's really unfortunate because in that situation there with that Lucian 3, with the double trouble there, it's got such a strong mid game, but even though we saw a really lucky fight out of the Lucian there where it managed to target down the Warwick before it got too many stacks, unfortunately it's anchored to that 3 socialite spot. So it just really, it's hard to play around with the movement there, especially when you're relying on that extra power from that 3 socialite, that extra healing, because what else did the Lucian have going for it? What else did Angora have going for it? Victor 2 with no items. You can't really work it. There was just nothing else.
Especially not when, you've got that challenger board coming in so quickly to just delete you that you're never going to get the time for Victor to work through that and get there. I mean, look, there were some other things to think about there. We had Cosmic Sluths. I mean, get off. Sorry, just throwing the Merc. But it sounds like we have the scoreboard ready to go, guys. So why don't we have a look at that? Remember, the left side, that's who's making it to our final day. And Angora on 27 is just 1 point too shy. We say goodbye to him, Fortune Chosen. Take it easy, Hi Quinn, Donnie, get off. Dawnglade and Dojo Mojo, they've fought bravely, but we won't see them coming back tomorrow. And we have to say, welcome to the new guard. Daytread, Huey, Dewey, Louie, Zuzu Bird, Kade, Yush. Escher comes up with a big game today. And then TXE and KNP, seemingly out of nowhere, has dominated our second day.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the big shout-outs there to Yush and KMP because they were our top 4 from the previous day and they've come in and they've just been so consistent. It's a little bit of a shame because Haikwon was doing really well there as well, but unfortunately fell a little bit short in those final few games there. And unfortunately, in Angora's case, the one time in which they finally managed to get their top 2 in the tournament here is just falling just that little bit short. Just 1 point. And a bit of a count back there, I'm sure, as well.
Yeah, who knows what would happen with a tiebreaker. We don't even need to go into that world because, unfortunately, Angora... I mean, and it literally came down to that, right? That Lucian maybe could have dashed the other way. We saw in the fight before that, like, at times, it was one-shotting the 3-star Warwick, or at least a couple of units in that composition because it was just so damn strong. Okay, so we see Escher game after game trying to make that striker work. In the 6th game of today, he does that and he comes out on top. That nets him, I think that was the 3rd place there we saw on the leaderboard, Frosty. Even going for the QSS on our earlier.
Yeah, really strong itemization there. And I mean, we all know how comfortable Escher is with this composition. Seeing him try to go for it time and time again finally ends up making it work when it matters the most here. But I mean, just congratulations to Kade after what is a really solid performance. This has got to be, I believe it is now 4 or 5 times that we have seen Warwick on the top of the leaderboards here. We barely even saw it yesterday at all, Gino.
It seems like it's really come into its own. I mean, we had the double trouble there, and I think that's a huge boost for this competition.
Massive.
We did see that a couple of times yesterday as well, so I think as any time that is an option for a player who's going for that Chemtech, the Challenger, the Warwick reroll, they're going to be picking it up, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Warwick loves stats. The Warwick loves pretty much any stat you can give it. Makes really good use of attack speed, an AD, AP, even tank stats as well, because you just want your Warwick to be constantly auto-attacking the entire time. So not only is Double Trouble perfect, but getting a second Warwick online as well, even better.
Hey, why not? It's a bit hard to have 5 stars of the one champion on the board, but Double Trouble, it makes things like that possible. I mean, look, we saw some interesting stuff in that last game as well. I mean, we had that Arcanist Jace comp come out. You know, the Jace on the back line there using the acceleration gates to try and pump up the, you know, the Arcanist attack speed there. Did you think there was much in that?
I mean, it was really cool, right? The idea is there where you have to buff up 7 units with an Arcanist Jace there. But in reality, you look at the front line there and it's just lacking. So one of the big ideas behind that Arcanist comp is you have to buy enough time for your units to be able to deal out the damage there. And when it's only a Vex 2 on that front line, especially because Angora's been taking them, there's just not enough there for you to be able to, well, deal enough damage with before it all gets taken out by things like the Warwick, the Irelia.
Yeah, when you're coming up against those level 9 boards, you kind of need the Vex 3 there to kind of have that chance and go infinite. But it doesn't happen, so instead, we will go on to day 3 of our regional finals here for set 6. And tomorrow, it will be just the 8 players that we highlighted there on the scoreboard, Frosty. Lots of new names, honestly. A couple of big ones there as well. Eshik does get through. But we've also got those 2 spots to Worlds up for grabs. So every player tomorrow will be walking away with some cash. I think it's $6,600 on the line. But the top 2 will be representing OCE against the world.
Now, if I had to say to you that there was a chance that Escher would end up running it back from set 5, I mean, with 1 world slot, you'd say, okay, you know, there's a chance, but this may actually become a reality. Escher may be our 2-time champion and representative at Worlds after all is said and done here. And, you know, I know that we've seen a lot of new names pop up here as well, but I just wanted to go to shout out to TXE, who has been on the cusp so many times here and is once again just 1 day away from potentially doing it. But I'm hoping again that I've not cast a curse them here and that they'll end up coming 3rd tomorrow. So, you know, I'm just saying this now. I'm sorry, TXE, if I have. Sucks to be you.
I mean, you said he was a player that was picking up a lot of Warwick reroll, right? And considering how you know, impressively that comp has been performing today, it probably wouldn't be a huge surprise to see him do a good job tomorrow as well.
Unfortunately, if everyone else knows that it's a really good composition to go for as well, it turns out that sometimes that can work against you because they know exactly what they have to do to try to, well, stop you from getting to that sort of thing, where, you know, players may end up trying to cut you out of Warwicks or may just end up taking the composition entirely from you.
So Warwick might be contested tomorrow, but what we do know is it's going to be a very hot contest coming into the final day of play for our OCE TFT Regional Finals. We'll be back at the same time starting at 6 p.m. tomorrow. Please show up and support whoever our 2 finalists who go to World eventually are. That's it from us, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll catch you tomorrow.